ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. I'm going to rock a 3-minute block of ads here to get rid of any pre-roll ads for incoming viewers to this special edition charity stream. As always, your patience is appreciated, and we will get started right after these messages. Mic check, headphone check, check all the checks, double check all the double checks. verify the double checking of the double checking. We've got a special Saturday edition 8-hour charity stream. We have to have everything perfect, everyone. Perfect. Oh my God. I guess the mic is hot, so we got to go live, shouldn't we? Shouldn't we? I think so. Well, the Aram girl says all that needs to be checked has been checked out, so I'm just gonna start pressing that magic button and say hello, welcome, happy Saturday to you. Thank you everyone who is here right off the bat for a special edition charity stream for the American Cancer Society. And I feel like there are very many of us who have had our lives affected by cancer, and this is one little bit of a way that we can come together to fight back against it. I am your guy, Manic Socratic, joined in and out throughout the day by my dear, sweet, faithful, and awesome moderators, Gravebook and Navigator Bowman. Gravebook can also be found moderating the channel of the very awesome Drac Tactics, a horror game aficionado to the bone. The Navigator Bowman, that dude is rocking his own streams as well. Please give him a follow, check him out. Dude rocks original hardware, Xbox, Sega CD. He finds a way to play it, and they look gorgeous on his Sony PVM, to say the least. Let's go, let's go. As usual, we've got one of the Contrix family. Girl Tricks came in hot right off the bat. First chatter in, then quickly followed by her husband Contrix, and then we've got Dubes and Hauer. We've got Grumpy Tomato. I know you see a bunch of numbers, but I see the Grumpy Tomato channel. Dr. Chorus is excited to be here. Jose Moon is excited to be here. The Aram girl is hungover, but still somehow excited to be here. Oh my goodness. And we've got Shane Station as well. It is a good crowd to get this off the ground. If I miss any names, I apologize. Just, you know, I've got all the jitters in the world. Yes, I'm well fed. Yes, I'm well rested. But for some reason, this stream just has me feeling a bunch of things, to say the least. So, Rose Chat Queen, hello. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. We are just getting started. Aram Girl, love you guys. Fuck cancer. That is the universal sentiment right there, is what it really should be. Real quick, wanted to get some of the usual formalities out of the way. I've had a couple follows in the past couple days since the last stream. We Mad Hamish, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Let's live the dream here in Subcon together. And also, Wimp AV, thank you very much for your follow as well. Hope to see you around sometime. Let's enjoy the retro life here. Itty Bitty Ruby in the house. Happy Halloween to everyone. And of all games to play on Halloween, and for fighting against cancer, and for very many other reasons, it's all good to come together to hang out and play some Symphony of the Night. This is no speed run. This is going to be closer to the casual side, but I do come about this, you know, a little bit on the educated side. I will never claim to be the most experienced person to play Symphony of the Night. That is very far-fetched, but I think 196% is attainable in what will probably end up being about 7 hours of play. I'm gonna try to grind away my hardest. Maybe I will improvise some newer and better routes. And also, big thanks to any of my current active community, but anyone else who knows me outside of all that I do on Twitch, because we're starting out ahead. Make sure I'm using the right finger. We're starting out ahead at $370 already donated. And I only opened the donation page on Wednesday morning, y'all, so we're only 72 hours into this, and some very awesome people have already thrown some awesome money at this. And when you do throw money, realize that right off the bat, Britt just dropped 25 bucks in, and Fart Ripple also dropping in 250. Oh my goodness. There's no sound effects, there's no fanfare, but rest assured that donation ticker up there is going to be doing some wild things there. Oh my goodness, you people are already coming in hard. A fellow Arizonan, heck yes indeed. I bleed for this state. It is, while I was not born here, I was forged here, and that is what I think counts. Yeah, that went through. Fart Ripple, you are now known as the name top one, and I'm sure that number up there will update. Further as time goes, because if I refresh the actual page, if I go hit !charity, then that is the official donation link for this. This is the donation link that is connected to that widget up ahead. Head to that tiltify.com link right there. Exclamation point charity and exclamation point prizes as well will help to get you all the information you need throughout the day. My bot has also been told to recall that every half hour on the half hour. And Grumpy, oh my god, Grumpy dropping me some giggity bitties. Navigator chilling, classwork in the channel. That's all good. I think the crowd here is going to keep things in line. Maybe because of the size of the donation, it's going to take a little bit of extra time for your donation to show through Fart Ripple, because there is another donation that was just as large, so that number is going to climb very quickly. Nerdy Minish, thank you very much for the host. I appreciate that very much. Love having you around. And Rose Chat Queen also with the host, bringing big love here as we go on the offensive to fight against cancer. So yeah, can't thank you guys enough for being willing to come through and do this on only 2 weeks notice, when I was also in a position that wasn't so great for promoting it. But all the roses, all the flowers, all the hearts out to you guys for being willing to hang out all day. I mean, it's an 8-hour stream, it's a marathon, not a race, so get comfy, come in and out, it's all good. Oh yeah, Burrito of Destiny, there is indeed a stream today. Special edition charity stream. Kilgore! Love you too. Happy to have you here. Oh my goodness. Whew. So you guys showing this much love surely did just flush out all the butterflies in my system. Hope everyone is just doing well and dandy. I don't think I have too much else to get into. Oh yeah, I should actually talk about the prizes. That's a good idea. So I hold in my hand, thanks to my dude Mike Chi. He's make sure that I have his address pulled up. Check out retrotink.com for your retro gaming needs. What I am giving away today as part of the prize package, there are 3 available $25 gift cards to digital game storefronts that are available. So whether you like Steam, the Nintendo eShop, Xbox Live, or the PlayStation Network, you can get covered. But for those who are willing to donate above the threshold of $30. Oh my god, Arab Girl, $100. Uber Chip, $22.22. I was wondering why the number got weird. Holy crap, you guys are going crazy already. I wish there were some more like fanfare noises. I should like add some kind of crazy sound effect. I should have thought about that, but that's on me. In any case, RetroTink Products, Mike Chi very incredibly generously gifted me these 2 guys here. I asked him for just the RetroTink Mini, but I got both the Mini and the Pro. Uber Chip with 10 biddies as well. Dang, Uber Chip, you are coming in with the heroics today. Bits and subs do not count as donations. Please make sure that you're throwing everything directly into the Tiltify link. But thank you very much, Uber Chip, for supporting the stream in general. Good to have you around here. So, as it goes these days, a lot of TVs not coming with any analog video input ports. Makes them already. Uber Chip with the sub as well. Oh my goodness, Uber Chip, you are serious. You are coming in hot. I've never seen someone join the channel with such ferocity. Yeah, clearly, Uber Chip. If Uber Chip is who I think they are, then this person, the only person I know of who so heavily uses Uber in their usernames comes from in my past, but maybe not, because that person would not say hi everyone like that. Hello, Uber Chip. Hope you're doing well. So, yeah, as it goes, modern TVs are rather hostile to your retro consoles. If you ever wanted to bring out your Nintendo, your Super Nintendo, your Sega Genesis, your PlayStation, whatever you have that has analog video, modern TVs do not often play nice with them. So you want something like the RetroTink in your corner to help convert that analog video. The Mini does S-Video and Composite and converts that to some nice, clean HDMI. It is beautiful. Uber Chip, I saw your username and there was the possibility that we knew each other, but you very quickly dispelled that. I'll say that much. For those who are maybe want a bit more advanced, something a bit more burly, Disguised Parisa with donations as well. Oh my goodness, y'all are pumping me up like crazy. And Rose Chat, all about the classic retro gaming, perfect. And I will be today's Symphony of the Night is being played through a real PlayStation, tapping into its RGB output using a sister device to these RetroTink devices. If you want something more advanced, something that will perhaps support your PlayStation 2, Xbox, and Wii, the 2X Pro multi-format is going to be your friend, as it also takes in component video too, in addition to S-video on the side there, but also still spits it out by HDMI. Oh my goodness, Rose Chat Queen getting the gift sub from Uberchip. Uberchip, you are amazing. I appreciate that so very much. Also, to make sure that you're not left empty-handed when you get these RetroTink devices, each of them is coming with an S-video cable. The RetroTink Mini, it comes with a pretty standard S-video cable, but the RetroTink Pro will come with this big, chunky, beautifully well-shielded S-video cable made by Insurrection Industries. And my moderator Navigator is letting us know that he's going to add a little bit of juice on top of that if you do happen to win the biggest prize of them all. Uberchip likes them cables chunky. Yep, and speaking of chunky cables, that's what Navigator is going to be serving up. If you get the 2XM, you're going to get some component cables as well, so you'll be fully set up for your old consoles to play nice with your modern TV. Grumpy throwing in a tenner. Thank you very much for that. Oh my goodness, this is off to a great start. And I think getting cranked on an energy drink will surely soothe my mood a little bit. So, without further ado, got the prizes out of the way, got the introductions out of the way. Let's go create a brand new save file from scratch here and get this love going. So, sorry Winamp, I'm going to have to wind you down a little bit in favor of the game audio here. So, in honor of our charity of choice today, let's crack open this brand new save file that I will just so gracefully name ACS. Oh, just in time. Yep, we are only 25 minutes in here, Yuga2, and well, as you can see, this is where I'm at. Got all the introductions out of the way, got exclamation point charity and exclamation point prizes out of the way, all the details for that. Happy to have you here, Yuga2. So many hosts, oh my goodness. Uberchip with the host as well. Oh man, I can't even keep track of them all. Aram Girl, you with the host too. Believe me, I saw that, I promise. Pinky swear, pinky swear. Whoa! Anon? What? No! What? That's... Woo! Yeah, for those, I know that when a viewer buys bits, that the actual amount is a little bit obfuscated. See, here's the thing. Bits and subs do not count as donations. Please, please, please use the Tiltify link for donations. But if you decide that I also deserve something in that, then I'm not going to say no to that. But yeah, for those who are unfamiliar in the math of bits on Twitch, that was $100. That was astounding. Ooh, make me cry, make me cry. I mean, that is in a way what I chose the Meowth hat just because I'm like, well, out of all the hats I own, what would rock with a pink shirt? And this is what it is. Oh my goodness, anonymous cheer! I can't thank you enough. That is a fantastic gesture of good faith that I'm gonna rock this stream. So I'll do my best to live up to that. Ooh. Ooh. Escape the Smash Brothers King. Holy crap, thanks for the sub, dude. Appreciate that very much. Make sure you give Escape a follow if you need your Smash needs filled. Then, yeah. I've automatically been boosted to a level 5 hype train. I mean, I think this is only my second hype train ever, and this is now like right off the bat, way above what the previous one did. Ooh. All right. Well, I better step it up. Oh my goodness! Kilgore Bergeron with 100 biddies as well. I love it. I love you guys. Yep, even if you renew your sub, it adds to the hype train. Grubby Tomato hosting as well. But yeah, do not forget to donate to the charity. Your money does not need to go to me. It needs to go to the American Cancer Society. And that widget over there will update as need be. Oh my goodness, Arab girl with the biddies. Ooh. I know that breaking the streamer is something that is popular. I'm gonna try to hold my composure. You get to Arizona does not do daylight saving time. We have no energy for that kind of nonsense. So going forward, when I post my stream schedules, I will still stream at the same time that I always have. But people in the Central and Eastern time zones get a little bit of a break because I will be streaming a little bit earlier for them. Just the manic love. Unborn Apple with the biddies. Thank you very much for that. Grumpy can't have this game spoiled. You get to getting the gift sub from Uberchip. Uberchip, I appreciate you so much. Thank you very much. Just coming out of nowhere and showing this channel a ton of love. I can't thank you enough. So, I guess without further ado, let's start shredding this, shall we? Journey back to 1792 in the Transylvanian countryside of Romania. Now, you get to will actually be an hour apart, so you're falling back. I do not fall back. Looking forward to the closing credits music. Yes, the vocal performance of a generation, Unborn Apple, happens in the end credits of this game. It's one of the most splendid compositions that a mid-90s video game could ever have made, truly. Thanks for coming along, Rose Chat Queen. Appreciate you very much. Yeah, daylight savings is also rather pointless when a lot of us spend most of our days indoors. And here comes the music. Whip it good, everyone. Whip it good. A little bit of Richter. What we are actually playing through right here is the very end of a Japanese exclusive Castlevania game that only recently started getting a little bit of love from Konami. This is the end of Castlevania Rondo of Blood that was released originally in 1993 for the PC Engine CD system and only in Japan at that, which is why I think it was a very good narrative move here to make this something you play to set the stage. Castlevania Rondo of Blood, or Dracula X Chino Rondo, for those who are a bit more purists. What other games do I play, Rose Chat? Oh, I'm all over the place when it comes to retro. If it's if the console had analog video output, it is fair game. The current main game that I'm going through actually is The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. Tomorrow, as the hangover stream for today, I'm going to be getting in on Okami. I've been playing that for a while, and I think I'm going to finally put that game to rest with a nice, decently long stream tomorrow. Last Tuesday, I did a Saturn medley featuring some of the greatest from there, be it Burning Rangers or Bug or Clockwork Knight. Did a PlayStation medley the week before. Lots going on there. You get to any distinct differences between Rondo of Blood and Dracula X? Well, it's more like if you wanted an English translation of the game, you would end up calling it Castlevania Rondo of Blood, but it was always known as Dracula X Chino Rondo. There is the Dracula X collection, which remasters Rondo and Symphony of the Night, released on the PlayStation 4. That included a ton of things. Choo choo! Uber Chip, train leader.
You steal men's souls and make them your slaves. Perhaps the
Oh yeah,
secret
Dracula
reason
X on the
of
Super
all
Nintendo was an easy mode. Yeah, if you're talking about Dracula X on the Super Nintendo, yeah, consider it a watered-down version of Rondo of Blood.
Ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk. How about you?
But yeah, sticking with the OG versions is the absolute best. Yeah, if you have the Castlevania Requiem collection, then you are fully good. It's okay, Escape. I didn't finally play this. I didn't finally play this until about a year ago, but it holds up. I promise. Drac Tactics, what is going on? Oh, I praised you earlier. Good to have you here, Drac. Hope you're doing well. Drac Tactics. It must be because I said Rondo of Blood, so that summoned him. Verlis Wolf, what's going on, dude? Good to see you, man. Mirth Turtle with the raid! What is happening, Mirth Turtle? Thank you for bringing your community over. We are just getting started here. I am Manic Socratic, joined by my dear, sweet, awesome moderators, Gravebook and Navigator Bowman, here raising money for charity for the American Cancer Society. Thank you all for coming through. Can we also get a shout out for Verlis Wolf as well? Verlis is, in my world at least, the king of all that is Pokemon. Please watch his streams and give him all the love if you want to know more about Pokemon than you ever bargained for. Happy to have you around here, Mirth Turtle, along with Nicola and Rascata Plan. Thank you very much. Mama Panda as well. The Canada is strong today. Our home and native land. True patriot love and all thy sons command. Good to have you here. Drac Tactics, games and demos and Pocky chips, the hottest chips in the world. More like Chino Randy for Richter. Oh yeah, whip it good, Drac. You get to, you're playing Prey? Awesome. Verlis Wolf, that'd be amazing. You do not have to do that, Verlis Wolf, but that would be super cool. Just to dump everyone who's watching your page. Oh my god, it worked! Verlis Wolf, you're awesome. Thanks for that, for shifting your channel over to me. Mama Panda here for a few hours before trick-or-treating. Awesome. Here we go, baby. Presented in glorious RGB direct from the PlayStation. And with 75 HP, I did all the stuff right. Thanks, Verlis Wolf. You're the greatest. Verlis Wolf is also an incredible Dance Dance Revolution player. I played a lot of DDR at the Seattle Gameworks with him once upon a time. Gravebook with the host, too. Thank you very much, my dear. I think I accidentally did a power-up move there. Cancel October games since you wasted your 6-day weekend. Oh, what happened? Dwarven Dynamite with the host too. Thank you very much. I'm gonna come down here to the basement and grind some points a little bit. Clearly, I am mashing the controller in a certain way that is making me do that power move, and I don't often do it. And I better not die here right off the bat. That would just be embarrassing. Oh my god, Dwarven Dynamite, heck of a streamer, heck of a Lion King speedrunner for that matter. And since I'm going 196%, it is imperative as much as possible to just make sure that I cover ground, that I show up in certain places, that I see as much as I can within my current skill set. Kill those monsters like we're gonna kill cancer. Yep, we are aiming for the good ending. The best possible ending. Just like the American Cancer Society does with everyone who they help for treatment. Whether it's rides to the hospital or helping to navigate your insurance, the American Cancer Society is there to make sure that you can do the absolute most with your cancer treatment.
the card. What is your business here?
I've come to put an end to this.
Still befriending mortals. I'll not ask you
Thanks for the alert, Mother
return
Panda.
to our side, but I demand you cease your attack.
I'm into it,
will
Yuga 2.
not.
Nope, November.
You shall regret those words. We will meet again. What?
That won't slow me down. Nani? Time to equip just a little short sword for now, and you also saw that I got myself a nice neutron bomb. One thing that's actually interesting about the about that intro that you play through at the beginning of Symphony of the Night is that depending on various things that you do, you can affect the stats that Alucard starts with. If you do poorly, like if Maria has to step in and heal you, then you might end up with lower HP. I started with 75, which is a pretty ideal situation because because of how quickly I killed Dracula. Ome wa mo shinderu. And I guess. Yeah, it depends on the amount of hearts remaining. It depends on the amount of HP remaining. Like you get a bonus for you get bonuses possibly in luck and constitution as well as HP and hearts. So yeah. Go from the powerful Belmont arm-pumping walk to the graceful gliding of Mick Flowing Hair himself. Yes, I love how much character they were able to inject just into the animations alone. It's pretty astonishing how detailed all of the art assets are for this game. Like, one, it was ballsy enough to make a 2D game on the PlayStation. Between the various hardware capabilities of the PlayStation and Saturn, to do it like this was also like just pretty risky in general because you don't have the same amount of performance. But Konami freaking pulled it off in spectacular fashion because this game is beautiful all around, crazy amounts of good art assets, great character animations. Can't say enough good about it. Zombies ate my neighbors? Heck yeah, Dwarven Dynamite. Yeah, this game is full of gorgeous mechanics, and I think that, more than anything, is what makes Symphony of the Night such a joy to play even to this day, that moving around as Alucard just feels good. It is just incredibly rewarding to move around and do things as Alucard and figure out how to expand his abilities later. Like, especially one thing that you'll see me doing a lot of is see me jumping in to attack enemies, because you see if I'm standing and I swipe the sword, then I can only swipe the sword at a certain pace. But if I jump and then attack like that, it effectively cancels out the cooldown time for swinging the sword. So you're able to get in 2 hits rather quickly if you jump before you attack. Among the many other ways to exploit mechanics in this game, for sure. I only know the tip of the iceberg, truly, so I'm just doing my best to communicate like what's best in this game. Also, if you have a shield or anything else armed in your right hand, like square is left hand, circle is right hand, but triangle is for this back shuffle, and the back shuffle itself also has kind of a cooldown. If you start mashing an attack button along with triangle, then you can basically cancel the cooldown on that back shuffle and pick up a lot of speed with your back shuffle. Famine Jack, what's going on, dude? Good to see you. Hope all is well. Dwarven Dynamite, glad to have you in here. Appreciate all you're doing out there for retro, for streaming, for the community, for the culture, for making it all feel good for everyone. Sword dash for speed. Yeah, if I had a shield, then it would probably be a little bit more pronounced, but I'll just rock with it like that, because I'm still not in any way a pro player. I'm just doing my best here. Famine Jack, chillaxin'. Oh man, with your industry, I know that weekends can be a pretty contentious thing. So for you being able to get relaxation on a Saturday is pretty great. Yep, just kind of going through the motions here. One thing that I think is really cool about the way that they designed Dracula's castle here is how it actually feels like kind of sort of linear, like it gently eases you into the mechanics of what we know to be Metroidvanias. That you're confined to a certain path of the castle, and that's okay. But then you start getting a couple of abilities, and the castle starts opening up in ways that will break your ability, that will challenge your ability to navigate a game world, to say the least. Always hit saves, because saves will restore your HP, and I think they're pretty generously distributed throughout the throughout the castle. And I will stick with the dagger for now. Let's see, can't go left quite yet, so I'm going to go to the right. Once I receive a certain item, I will head left from that shaft. But for now, I just got to make the most of what's here. And this is why I love the dagger so much, is that the dagger throwing basically has no cooldown, so you can throw them with impunity. And just like that, that boss is dead. Post office lines are murder. Oh, I bet they are. 'Tis the season. To the left, to the left. You know, since Metroid is a sister series to Zelda in design, would love to see a Zelda 2D Metroidvania. I almost wonder if Zelda 2, if that's kind of what they were going for, was to start getting Zelda and Metroid to start sharing DNA in a way, but that experiment, as we know, kind of didn't go so well. But yeah, you are completely right. If Zelda could go Metroidvania, heck, I would even take some Mario levels going Metroidvania. That would be great. And I feel like Link to the Past ends up being less a Metroidvania, more just what laid the blueprint for like all Zeldas going forward. It just refined some of the best parts of what happened in the first two Zeldas, especially the first one, and really gave us what we wanted. And for those of you who are big into ROM hacks, there are indeed things like Mario Metroidvanias out there. There we go. Let me make sure that I see some things down here. Oh no, poisoned! And I might freaking die right off the bat, but let me at least eat a turkey. It won't cure me, but it will give me enough HP to survive. Let me also throw that hot roast in, just to be extra paranoid on the safe side. Drac, you think that's why you like Zelda 2? Completely. I think I finally knuckled down about a year and change ago and played some Zelda 2. Just got together with a guide and just said, screw it, I'm just gonna put up with Zelda 2 and whatever it throws at me. I'm gonna save state abuse. I'm just gonna make it to the end. And by the time I got to the end, I feel like I was actually rewarded with a pretty solid game. It just had a lot of technological limitations and design problems that kept us from really appreciating the good parts of it, but there is indeed a good game hiding there. Hey, thanks Uberchip. Whether you're here for 5 minutes or 50 minutes or 5 hours, it's all good. Appreciate all you've done today, Uberchip. You've been amazing. Thank you. Let's get those hearts back. Oh, you did not just jump at me. Those dolls might be the scariest enemy in the game, bar none. I don't care what other horrifying designs show up for these enemies with its creepy little giggle. Terrifying, terrifying enemy. What it lacks in strength, it makes up for in like everything else. Spirit orb. I keep forgetting what some of the relics do. Spirit orb shows enemy damage. Okay, yeah. Some of these relics just enable what you think are really basic things for a video game. Oh yeah, many other amazing sound design decisions going on in this game. And I know I'm kind of circling back here, but at the same time, I'm feeling rather chippy about things. Okay, yeah. And where's the big guy? Yep, there we go. Oops. Oh boy. Woo! I'm gonna very carefully head backwards and try to heal myself in some way, because I just put myself in a very bad spot. Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep a neutron bomb around just as a precaution against certain enemies spawning, because I know what's in the next few rooms, and I want no part of that while I have 5 HP. And right now, I could use something that's a little bit stronger than a dagger here. There will be plenty of dying through this run, I promise you. Which is why I've been extra paranoid about saving. Yeah, like right off the bat, I'm just gonna make sure I clear my path here. Yeah, like one hit and I'm gone, I know it. Well, having the high ground didn't help that time. And I think I'm near a save point anyway. I'm just gonna have to be very, very cheap with my projectiles here. Right before the save room, I'm gonna bite it. Totally, just my luck, right? That happens so often in my playthroughs. I appreciate the confidence you have in me, Famine Jack, that I will screw up in the most entertaining fashion possible. Ooh, bless. Oh, baby. Oh, man. It's for a good cause, yes. The more comedy, the better. For sure, Famine Jack. Okay. And of course, I get owned by the chair again. But I'm sitting at a solid 90 HP. I should probably put on some sort of protection. Just a little, even the Hide Karaz should do well for me. And I can throw on a cloth cape as well. Any little bit of protection I can get. Even if it might be the equivalent of like when Wile E. Coyote puts up that tiny umbrella when a boulder's about to fall on him. It's okay. Getting owned by chairs? Yeah, just like last night when you were playing Grab by the Ghoulies Navigator. By God, it's a steel chair.
Wait a moment. You seem human, and yet, what do you here?
I've come to destroy this
What do you
castle.
here?
Then we have the same purpose. I'll trust you for now. I'm Maria. Who are you?
Alucard.
Not the talkative type, I can see. Well, perhaps we'll meet again. If you live that long.
We love that
Farewell.
atrocious translation. We really do. Yeah, moving along for now. Current goal is to make sure to explore the that big eastern, I guess I'll call it a shaft for lack of a better word for now, and get to the library. Do you hear what I hear? We're all getting festive and spooky. You still laugh that Symphony of the Night for Saturn is supposed to be the definitive version. And see, that's a shame. If it's, like, on paper, it's definitive, sure. They added some extra tweaks and stuff that are not here in the PlayStation version. But in being forced to resample the graphics, they did the game no favors. Because here on the PlayStation, it internally runs at 256 by 224 resolution. You go throw games on the Saturn, and the Saturn is like, well, you're getting 320 minimum out of me. So instead of being like Capcom, Capcom has the Mega Man 8 Anniversary Collection for Saturn, which is actually pillar boxed. You see some art on the left and right sides of the screen, so the game can stay in its original resolution and the graphics remain untouched. What Konami did for the Saturn version of Symphony of the Night is that they decided to stretch a game meant for 256 by 224, stretched it to 320 by 224, and it causes a bunch of graphical anomalies, which no one really wants. I mean, I'm sure it ends up looking fine on a CRT TV for the most part, but some of us just demand that things stay looking as intended. Konami should not have had to butcher their game to get it on the Saturn. They could have done better. Love when we get technical. See, that's a part of what I do here, Turtle. Yeah, sure, we're gonna talk about coffee and food and all these other things that are a part of our lives. In the case of Mama Panda, books. She's, I know, our resident book nerd. When, well, of course, Gravebook, my moderator, who actually works in a library. But yeah, when we're here talking about making the most out of our retro consoles, we're wanting to keep original resolutions whenever possible and keeping that aspect ratio right so the game looks correct. We're not here for stretching games. We're here for finding that good balance between accuracy and plug-and-play ease of use. And right now I am using Mike Cheese RetroTink 2X SCART to get RGB out of my PlayStation and into my capture card. Mama Panda back with food and books. Yep. Perfect. You're on the outer wall. Yeah, sorry, Contrix. We're going to keep making fun of the ways in which you are obsessed with Apple. Actually, I'm going to go hit the save room that's over here, but I'm going to go down first before coming back up. Because going down before coming back up will afford me the ability to grind for a little bit more experience points. And hopefully I can come up a little bit stronger because there is a boss battle coming up shortly. Not a particularly difficult boss battle, but definitely one that can go sideways rather quickly. So yes, there is that. I know there were other points to make about accuracy and RGB and the Saturn version, but yeah, the Saturn just often felt like the neglected child in that particular generation of consoles, and probably for good reason, because Sega genuinely did a lot of things that their retail and distribution partners were not fond of. So naturally, the retaliation was a bunch of developers saying, okay, we're not going to put our games on your console, or, okay, fine, we're going to put a game on your console, but we're going to half-ass the effort. In Capcom, for arcade ports of their games, okay, so for things like their CPS2 arcade games, the Vampire Saviors and the Street Fighters, they just cropped it. They just chopped off the sides. I mean, really? I can't hate on them for that, truly. Oh, that's where I wanted to be. Okay. Need to come down here and watch the cute little bird make its nest. And for those who frequently revisit this area, like that bird actually has an entire life cycle. Like it will hatch eggs or like it will lay eggs, and the eggs will hatch into baby chicks. And it's pretty crazy to think of that this game is detailed enough to keep track of that. Also, let's see, that side has a telescope, but this side does not. I wonder what happens if I go look into the telescope. Maybe we'll see an old friend of the Castlevania series. Oh, the Oarsman. Those of you who are big on Castlevania 2 know the Oarsman. 2 trick-or-treaters, Mama Panda? Awesome! The Saturn weirdly can do 704. Oh yeah, a level up. Exactly what I wanted. Yeah, some of those crazy graphics resolutions that these old consoles could put out. Like, I think even the PlayStation had a 512 pixel wide option that was used a lot in menus, in game menus and stuff. Oh boy. If my sword's only doing one at a time. There we go. Because he's so tough because he's actually hiding this room that has some glorious goodies in it. And it's another kind of throwback to Castlevania 2 here. So this is one of the, I think, one of the weirdest little Easter eggs. I don't think there's any other spot in the castle that does this, but you break open this wall and then you crouch. And you crouch. And you crouch. And you crouch. Hyperstypher, hey, what's going on? Long time no see. Hope you're well. Can we get a shout out for Hyperstypher? Pretty please. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're well. And yeah, dude, Famijack, I did have to kill him death by 1,000 paper cuts. There's a hidden elevator that's in this spot that you just have to kind of, yeah. Simon's Quest homage where you pray at the cliff. Yep, that's exactly it, Hyper. You are completely correct. So I have to stand here and mash a few buttons and mash up and down a little bit to get the game to recognize what I'm trying to... There we go. And now, the Jewel Knuckles and the Mirror Karas. Now see, normally I would have to be a little bit later in the game for Mist, but no, because I knew that, I could then take advantage of that fact. And Jewel Knuckles are shockingly powerful, so let's get those in place. And now let's ride the elevator back up, which has a slight transparency to it. Yeah, look at that glow around his fist. He is ready to scrap. That's how into this. That's how angry Alucard is. He's not just here to use swords. He will actually throw hands for the cause of putting his father back in his place. Okay, I still take the same amount of hits to take these guys down, but that's alright. Since item usage is actually highly discouraged in this particular fight that's coming up in a second. Super Famicom and their weird refresh rates, yes. Which may actually, if you have a Super Nintendo, Super Famicom, or even the original NES, which does the same thing, plugging them directly into modern HD TVs is to say the least problematic, because the standard North American television signal is 59.94 hertz. And the NES, Super Nintendo, Super Famicom, all of those output slightly above that at 60.08. But with a device like a RetroTink in your hands, which if you hit exclamation point prizes, you can get more info about. If you donate enough, you might be able to win a RetroTink today. 60.08. Now I feel like it's like way too early in the game to have something like a mirror match fight. I feel like this is something that should be saved for like close to the end. So I just find it really weird that so early in the game we're hit with something like this. You can very easily bait him with some precision jumping and wiggling around your trajectory a little bit. There we go. Nice and easy. prizes and charity as well to make sure that you are up to date on the donation link. Castlevania got footsies. Wing Daddy, sup, man? Oh, I know exactly who you are, Wing Daddy. Thanks for stopping by. Happy Saturday to you. Hope the college football and the other football are going well for you. Let's get that Gladius in my hand. Oh, wait, the short sword is... Oh, no, the Gladius is one step stronger. Sure, and it's slightly longer, so I'll rock it. Wing Daddy in the house. Good to have you here, man. We are already on a great pace with the donations here for the American Cancer Society. Good to have you along. Very good to have you along. To say the least, Wing Daddy is, if he's who I think he is, and one of my other real life friends who decided to come and hang out and see what's going on with this crazy Twitch thing. And wow, I must have been at a really good EXP level when I beat that boss, because I already leveled up again. So I'm really crushing it here. And there's gonna be a save point that we're gonna be hitting in just a minute here. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure I save at the top, and then I'll make my way back down. Woo! That was close. I totally thought I was gonna get whacked with the sword at least once, but I managed to escape that. And where is that? There we go. So this game has a slight amount of Wile E. Coyote to it. That if you are a few frames into falling from an edge, you can still jump, which is what I leverage to be able to get to that spot. Otherwise, it would be very difficult. Oh yeah, Wing Daddy, consider me on stream until 8 p.m. That is the amount of time and energy I have blocked out for today. I feel like as long as I keep an aggressive pace, which I think I have so far, then I'm gonna keep that. Yeah. So yeah, all this accomplished so far. This much of the castle uncovered in 33 minutes. And why do I just keep going for that? I don't want the holy book yet. Yep, crank up these RTs because I'm just getting started, baby. I'm only an hour in. I'll probably be taking a break soon, maybe within the next like 15 minutes. But still, you know, we're gonna rock it like that. All right, the dangerous elevator is open as I get the Soul of Wolf, which is what you might think it is. We'll get down with a little bit of lycanthropy. And Alucard with a press of R2 turns into a wolf. It's pretty great. You can actually exploit the wolf very well for some very strange physics that he exhibits on curves here, or on slopes rather. So if I can find a good example spot here, maybe it's a little lower. Oh yeah, if I drop down here, there's an urn thing that's right there. Okay, but there's also this slope. So there's just a very funny thing that the wolf does on slopes. I hope I can hit this right. So if I start dashing and hit the transition right, oh, so close. Okay. Yeah, Wolfie has some very strange physics when running and jumping off of a slope, and that right there is kind of an early way of getting that particular thing. Oh no, Doobs, your front loader. Your poor front loader. Honestly, I feel like that's where you might just have to rip open the cartridge and take a pencil eraser to it and clean the contacts that way. It's probably not your console because your front loader was, recently modded and cleaned up like crazy. So I think your next best bet with that front loader is just cleaning your cartridge. I wouldn't blame the console. Get your isopropyl, get your pencil eraser, and scrub it. Okay, so now, well, as is per a good portion of my audience, it's time to go to the library. Don't know what it is about my life, but librarians seem to find me. So so they get to be paid tribute in the middle of this game by having us take a trip into one of the spookiest libraries ever created. We'll be making several trips in here, in fact. Oh, your EverDrive is what's blinking. Oh, wow. Condolences, dudes. Yep, I guess your EverDrive is filthy, so clean that up. Ooh, a rapier. What's the... Oh, yeah. Get me some more. Give me some more attack power here. Those of you who are fans of the Exticles, the cartoon show by Adam Reed that lasted only 2 episodes, feel free to enjoy the fact that I'm wielding a rapier. And that's all I'll say right there. Ooh, video needs to go out Monday. Yikes. Wait, is that a second? How lucky am I? That was a second rapier. Guess I'll sell it. You need this pink shirt, Wing Daddy. I'll show you where I got it later. Because, yeah, you are definitely a man who can rock pink like crazy. Goes perfectly with your skin tone and all that. But, yeah, today, as soon as I knew what I was... A couple of weeks ago, when I hashed things out with my sponsor at the American Cancer Society, or my representative, rather. I guess you could call her a sponsor as well. But big shout out to Brittany Conklin, big time PR rep for the American Cancer Society, for inspiring me, for letting me know the stakes involved, for helping push me over the edge, for making sure that I gave this stream all I got. Because there were plenty of you who were here last month for my other charity stream, in which we came together to raise over $2,700 for victims of domestic violence. So, you know, I had to, in 2 weeks, I had to bring the same amount of fierceness that I did for a stream that I had been thinking about for months. And I guess it was kind of nice that I already laid down some of the groundwork for educating myself and all that, but still. Time to uncurse myself. Glad I collected on some of that. This is Mama Panda's dream library, having to fight before reading books. I'm trying to be a badass here, Wing Daddy. There's out there in the world of Twitch, it's like a whole other planet out there. If you've been spending a lot of your internet time on via Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, what have you, even TikTok, it's an entire world unto itself that we only get the faintest glimpses into at times. And I gotta say, getting into streaming, getting into Twitch has been as impactful, just as, if not more impactful, than when I first joined Twitter 12 years ago. So yeah, it's a lot. In the my book, in the face spaces. Grubby Tomato in the deepest, darkest bowels of Twitch. We're a crazy bunch. I obtained the fairy scroll. The fairy is helpful, so I will make sure to activate her ASAP. Yeah, Mama Panda, imagining having to stab the books before they would let you read them. Like actually having to physically subdue the books as they were trying to eat your face. Yep, gotta get an exercise before sitting for 5 hours straight, zoning out to the pages of your favorite author. What books have you been reading lately, Mama Panda? I know you've been going through a lot of them lately to make sure to meet your challenge by the end of the year. I like how when the books die, a bunch of letters fall out of them. That's the most appropriate way for a book to have a corporeal death. That the spirit of the book is the letters written inside it, so why not lose those? Let them shuffle into the mortal coil.
It's been a long time, old one.
Oh, it's you, Master Alucard. What do you need?
Everything.
I need your help.
Young Master, I cannot aid one who opposes the Master.
You won't go unrewarded.
Really? In that case, just tell me what you need.
Time to sell some
Interested in
gems.
Like you.
And it looks like that's all I got for now, and that's okay. Wow, I'm really not as high on money as I thought I was, so I'm gonna have to make the most of this. I think a Damascus sword is a good idea, and Iron Cross, yes, and that gives me enough money to also get in a Jewel of Open, mandatory. And now I can get 2 potions,
Thank you.
and that will round things out
Farewell for
nicely.
now.
Castlevania rules everything around me. But don't forget, everyone, Wu-Tang is for the children. Another level up. I am cooking here. Okay, so now that I've got the book open, it's time for some more shenanigans in the middle and lower parts of the castle. Top loader and front loader, different power supplies. Not to my knowledge. Pretty sure Nintendo maintained the exact same. I think Nintendo did take care to make sure that the NES and the SNES had the same power requirements. Not physically the same power supply, but both 850 milliamps and some sort of situation. But yeah, top loader and front loader, since all NESs are unilaterally the same power requirements, yeah, they kept a lot of that exactly the same, thankfully. Nintendo was for a while really good about keeping some things consistent between consoles. Oh yeah, I forgot to bye-bye rapier, hello Damascus sword. And in my other hand, a little bit of uncurse. And let me go put those jewel knuckles back. Famicom's 10 volt, NES 9 volt. Oh, interesting. Oh, don't need to go back there. Okay, time to go down below, and then eventually I will head up to the chapel. But there's definitely some stuff to do underground now. Front loader works now. Oh, baby. Yeah, the front loader you may want to look into. I know Navigator is a big fan of it. The Red Light Win mod, I believe, is what it's called. And that changes up the way that front loaders operate, so you never ever have to worry about that blinking light ever again. Blinking light win, there we go. BLW, Bravo Lima Whiskey. And, okay, drop down and then go left. Oh, crap. That was important. Now I gotta go back up and claim that thing. Dude's gonna look at throwing it out the window. Oh no, don't throw it out the window. Throw it out the window and make sure it lands in my front yard. If you're gonna throw a top loader away, or a front loader away. I'm one of those weirdos who's a front loader freak. I will happily get a front loader modded with a multi-out and rock it through RGB. I like the environmental storytelling that goes on in this little room, by the way, before the boss, that like this door was broken open and shoved to the side. There's bottle over here. There's a person who got hanged, and then the smash open gate here. You can see the rusted steel just in shreds right before this room. So it makes you really wonder what happened. Nice puppy. There we go, a life max up. That's kind of important. Just a little bit, you know, just saying. As many life maxes as possible, please. And another save as well, so I can lock that in. Because, you know, real hardware, no save states. I can't cheese anything. No shortcuts here. No cheats unless I wanted them really early on before I even started the PlayStation. Data saved. Okay, now we get to do the backtracking portion, but that will lead us to another awesome area of the castle where we get to go underground. And yeah, some of you who are rather observant can continue noting the RPG type elements that go on in this game, in that it is possible to have critical hits against enemies at times. Certain weapons, of course, are more prone to delivering crits than others, and certain items will increase your crit percentage as well. DB graphics booster versus the spark plug. Isn't that a difference of like a couple $100s? Or do they compare well? Because I know if I got my hands on a TurboGrafx 16, I would be so excited that I wouldn't even know what to buy for it. Oh, a $20 difference. Well, what does the DB graphics booster have over the spark plug, honestly? Because I feel like the spark plug is the right price for the right amount of features, and with your OSSC, it'll happily take in the RGB from the spark plug. Maybe your front loader issues are just caps, possibly. A good half hour spent recapping, and you might be in the happy place. DB Graphics says S-Video, Genesis 2 Mini DIN, and RCA Composite. Oh. That Genesis 2, that Genesis 2 connection cannot be overlooked because it's just so convenient. Cable availability is so much better. So I don't blame you for wanting to look at it like that. Simultaneous output, that's also juicy. Since I can open blue doors now, and come over here and press this magical switch, which does amazing things down in some other spots. But then there's the SSD 3, which does everything, including the flash card action. So do you get a spark plug and then the smaller flash card? But the SSD 3 does let you do CD games, right? Yeah, which erases the need for a turbo EverDrive. So why not, in this case, why not have one device that does it all? The arcade and super graphics part will be really, really important, because especially, I know that we've talked about this, that that video game, that console medley nights are just wonderful, and having an expanded ability to do something like that is pretty fun, to say the least. Arcade, super graphics, and all those other wonderful PC Engine things. All right, can I use? Okay, now that I got that guy out of the way, let's see if I can dog my way up. Yeah, but for $300, a combination flash cart and RGB output device, plug-in, and making it all plug-and-play all at once. There's value in that. At least you're not trying to do Neo Geo stuff. Neo Geo might come in cheaper. Let's get a bandana on, why not? Wait, the bandana will raise my intelligence and my defense, sure. That Tindy Link save lives. Gotta run. Haunted corn maze. Aw, Turtle, that sounds awesome. You live like in the perfect place for a haunted corn maze too. It's gonna be gorgeous. Take care, Turtle. Thanks for hanging out, even for just a little bit. We'll see you around, especially on the days where you go and you stream Amiga. Yeah, as soon as I saw that Tindy Link navigator, I'm like, my people need to know about this, because the sheer quantity of amazing devices that were at that link were amazing. And if you are entirely, I know it's a lot to ask, but if you are so motivated, if you want to post that here inside chat as well, I'm all for it, because for anyone who needs some good analog video conversion devices, that website is astounding, to say the least. Oh, no, you don't. And now there's this other little shaft I get to go upwards in. I could really, really use a save point right now. I do have some potions and stuff, though, so that helps. Now, this is the weirdest thing of all. Who just leaves their dresser open like that to provide a convenient platform for coming up and reaching something like this? Oh, you know, a life max up, not quite a save point, but I will take it. I will happily take it. All right, down, down, down I go. And actually, I believe there's a save room just to the right here. Yeah, I know, I skipped that entire big shaft above me, but that's okay. It has a part to play later when I get the bat power up. Woo! Alright. All that stuff saved. Let's go. Let's keep rocking. Wing Daddy needs some shiitakes. Oh, throw some shiitakes on a pizza. Or throw that in some fried rice. And this right here might be like one of the top 10 funniest ever enemy deaths right here. So let me knock this closer so I can jump over to a spot. Okay. So since we're down here in these watery caverns, oh no, how am I ever going to cross past that those 4 enemies right there? None of my weapons, except maybe the throwing axe, can get to them, but that would require a lot of axe throws. Whatever shall I do? Well, water's leaking out of this thing on the side. What if I plug it with this box? Which, my God, how heavy is that box? And goodbye. Tainted Plans leaving early. Hey, Mama Panda, thanks for hanging out today. Always good to have your energy. Thank you very much. Keep on being amazing. Have the best Halloween possible. So I know there are a couple things I can do over here before going back to the right. So yeah, down here in the caverns is where navigation gets a little screwy. Burning in water, yep. You know it. Yes! The more level ups, the better, because there is a boss that I am working towards right now. And apologies to any and all lovers of frogs. Gotta kill them. They're evil frogs. Okay, and then there's the waterfall right here. Alright, I'm gonna turn back and try to make the most of what's over here. You won't tell Elle. Okay, these frogs might kill me. Might. Because I don't have any better weapon to deal with them. My love for the dagger is betraying me right now. Thanks, Aram girl. Yep, I'll see you around. I'm still definitely going to be here for quite a little while, so... Rose Chat Queen, forgiven, because it makes me sad that animals get killed, even though they're bad. Right, and see, this is the thing, is that we can reasonably surmise that these animals, well, for one thing, I'm doing it in self-defense, and two, how do we know that these animals aren't fully complicit in the Dracula agenda? So they might be doing all that they do, they might be harming me with genuine, premeditated malice, which also further justifies needing to kill them. Okay, one more save to refill my health before I go down into a bad place. Solid 123 HP at 123 HP at let's check the timer here at 54 minutes into the game. Not too shabby. All right. Well, I think it's being that it's been actually about an hour and a half so far. Feels like it was much faster than that. I'm gonna go take myself a little break and step away for just maybe about 10 minutes here, but do not worry yourself. More Castlevania is on the way. Love having you guys here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and everyone in between, I am going to rock a 3-minute block of ads here that will get rid of any pre-roll ads for incoming viewers. As always, your patience is appreciated, and we will resume right after these messages. might be time for me to come back here. And sorry, interrupting the wonderful River City Ransom music. Needs more Pumpkin Hill. Yep, game streaming needs a certain little something extra in order to make it viable. Otherwise, controller inputs will never truly be real-time or anything like that. Also, big love to Mirth Turtle, Wing Daddy, Gravebook, and Unborn Apple for their donations, as well as Harrison. I forgot to make sure to shout you out directly because the widget for it is silent. But thank you all for staying by during the break here, and let's keep the game rocking as we head down into the caverns. And maybe into places that will feel like the mouth of hell itself. And I feel like I should have a better weapon for this. Is there a throwing axe somewhere nearby? Maybe if I go open this spot real quick. Luna looks like Stadia if Google gave a damn. Yeah, we've seen the true colors of some of the people who build Stadia, and oh boy. Yeah, I can understand why Stadia always has been in a sad state. I personally will never endorse the concept as a whole, but I realize that there are people out there who are comfortable with it. I will not stop you, but just know that I'm drawing that line in the sand that video game streaming is something that is hostile to video gaming in general and is not something I can ever truly endorse. Dude got dunked on like crazy. Like, I hope as a result of his Stadia takes that he's just gonna be like permanently banished from all video gaming circles. Like, he's had some other bad takes before, but none of them nearly as searing hot bad. Earned his Clown Master's degree. You are not wrong, Jack. Oh boy, it's boss time. Let's see if I can survive this. Oh boy. Ugh. And gonna need a little bit of health brought back. A little pot roast should stir things up. Yep, 50, that'll do. And I don't need pot roast in that hand anymore. Don't want to waste it, so maybe a rapier as a plan B. Cloud gaming favors publishers, detrimental to preservation. Yes, especially the preservation part. Keeping all video games inside of a bubble like that. Basically, you want to play games? Okay, we will lease to you the ability to play games. The paradigm of actually owning games, we will start to kill off. That's where a lot of my hostility comes from. The notion of you are leasing access to a game, you are not owning the game. That is the fundamental semantic difference, which is why I am hostile to things like Stadia. And it doesn't, and Stadia doesn't endear itself to me in any way with jerks like that running the show. Crystal Cloak is gonna be a good one. Looks beautiful. That nice lavender, that nice purple, that nice Aram Girl approved cloak that Alucard is now wearing. Sword of Gryffindor. You know what? There is sort of a Sword of Gryffindor coming up later when I'm able to reach another part of the castle. Slightly support cracking groups to enable preservation. Yeah, because they're in the early days of DRM for things like PC games, some of those antiquated DRM solutions from the 90s just don't cut it anymore. They did special weird things to the way that the discs were pressed, or special encryption that was thrown onto the game files. And it ended up creating just a really terrible situation preservation-wise. So groups like Redump and No Intro are technically doing good things. They're doing work that the game publishers and developers often do not have the luxury of doing, because it's not inherently profitable to preserve a bunch of source code and art assets and other things about the creation process of a game. Which is kind of the short explanation as to why some of the Final Fantasy mobile ports are a little bit sketch, to say the least, because all the source code was vanished, so they've had to port by reverse engineering and recreating things from scratch. Yeah, even Sega giving us a bunch of Genesis ROMs, totally. Hey, Rose Chat, awesome meeting you too. Thanks for hanging out, giving us some of that good energy. Appreciate it very much. Good stream. Happy Halloween. And, and what? And hitting that follow button. Love it, Rose Chat Queen. Thank you very much. Always good to have someone willing to live the dream with all the rest of us here in Subcon. Okay, so now I've done enough on the right side of the caverns that I can head off to the left and go do some stuff with the oarsmen and get myself on a boat. We're gonna go take a good hard look at the motherfucking boat. Gotta kill the frogs or they just will not stop coming at you. Sorry to say, it's gotta be all amphibicide here. And, yep, oh, the secret boots, yes. So we see Alucard as he is, so we will equip some secret boots, which don't do anything except discreetly increase his height by like 2 pixels. It's hilarious. Those boots literally do nothing else except make me taller. Get some HP and then lose some of it right here having to go through that pool. Oh well. We do need to fight change the U.S. copyright law, yes, because a lot of what's going on with copyright law and copyright enforcement is based off of the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, which was written over 20 years ago and has more or less been unchanged since then and has not been given any room to adapt. So a lot of things that are going on are built around these ancient rules that were built for technology that technically no longer exists anymore. But yeah, actual basic copyright law, this lifetime plus 75 years bullcrap, yes. We can thank Disney for that, actually. Because Disney just cannot let go. Disney does not want to let Mickey Mouse fall into the public domain to a pathological sense. Or to a pathological degree, in fact. Obtained Merman statue, whose entire purpose is to summon the oarsmen in other locations in the game. And now, well, since I can't get back to the other side thanks to that waterfall, I get to go back up. But yeah, I end up creating a very interesting loop when you see where I resurface here. Since fans do a better job than original companies. A lot of times, yes. Like a fan could be sitting on a blockbuster idea for a piece of intellectual property that goes above and beyond anything its original creators ever expected to do of it. And all of that creativity is just gonna be lost or diverted into something else. Oh baby, another life max up. We are cooking. And this is also like one of the best songs ever made. Castlevania remade in Unreal. Does everything need to be remade in Unreal? Heck, give us Castlevania in the Sonic Mania engine, a real 2D powerhouse of an engine. Anonymous dropping $250. I think my page refreshed. Oh, Itty Bitty Ruby with $50. Amazing, amazing Itty Bitty Ruby. I saw something update out of the corner of my eye and got a little mixed up. Now the $250 from Anonymous was actually my first ever donation on Wednesday. So yeah. Someone already did it. It was mind-bendingly beautiful. But Konami dropped a C&D. Oh my goodness, Konami. How else are you gonna get those amazing Bloom effects? Yeah, Unreal Engine. Why don't they just rename it the Bloom Engine, honestly? Because anyone who ever creates... Anytime I ever see a video of, X game remade in the Unreal Engine, usually it's Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time. But every time I see something, it's like... It's like bloomed out like crazy. The lighting effects are just cranked up like crazy. Some cool things done with Unreal 4's papercraft tools. Now, when you say papercraft tools, are we talking about stuff that ends up looking like Yoshi's Crafted World, where they simulate a bunch of different textures and surfaces? Ooh, actually, can I do this? Nope, not jumping high enough. That's okay. Since I'm stronger, I'll just come down the other direction. And get another save in. Happy Saturday, Billy Vanilli! What's going on, Billy? Happy to see you here, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Always love having your good, positive energy going on here. Please give Billy Vanilli Gaming a follow. He is new to the Twitch scene, but he is not short on heart and energy and good intent. He's out there trying to be the best streamer he can be, just like all of us are. So give Billy Vanilli some love. Hope all is going well, Billy. Thank you, Itty Bitty Ruby, again for the donation. You're the best. Okay, so I get to be a little bit circular here, which is okay. Just wanting to make sure that I'm careful about where I go next. Okay, locked in. Yep, me and Billy Vanilli go back to high school. That's his point of origin in the story that is manic. Hey, happy to be here on a special edition stream. That's why my regular streaming schedule does not include Saturdays, so I can have room, well, one, for personal things, but two, for the possibility of a special event stream. There's a method behind the madness, as always. As anyone who's ever been through marching band knows, methods behind the madness are often seldom uncovered. And look how quickly I've grown. It used to take like 5 hits to kill that big armored knight, but no, now it's just 2. Torture away, Grumpy Tomato, because if there's anyone who does deserve some torture, it's Billy Vanilli. He knows what he did. I know what he did. Out in the back of the IHOP near the dumpster, oh, so many filthy things. Basically does allow you to make sprites in engine using flipbook set pictures as separate layers to make something like Symphony. Oh, that is awesome, Famijack. Yeah, that sounds like basically the perfect 2D game engine right there. To be able to basically, make 2D games in 3D, kind of like how Shovel Knight was created, in fact. One day, if you get Billy drunk enough, and it doesn't take a lot, then he will tell you all the bad things he did behind the IHOP near the dumpster. My man, Kay Franklin, what is going on? I forgot to acknowledge you earlier. I apologize. Kay Franklin, another real life homie from here in AZ. Glad to have you around here, dude. Thanks for popping in. Love all that good energy. I know you are going through a lot right now, so I'm just happy to see you running a little bit of relaxation time, to say the least. Oh yeah, Billy Vanilli. Everyone knows about the IHOP dumpster, especially that IHOP's dumpster. Oh man, at that particular IHOP, the inside of the dumpster is cleaner than the outside of the dumpster. And now for some of that elevator action. Sunglasses. Do the sunglasses do anything better than the bandana? That's really what I want to know. No, they will drop my defense and my intelligence. Oh no, thanks. I will keep the bandana. And going down here so that I believe I can blast the cannon or do something weird with one of these doors. And boom! And what of this blade? The Basilard? Is it more powerful than my Damascus sword? I highly doubt it, but... Resort my swords. Damascus. Basilard is... Yep, the Damascus sword really, really is the good stuff. Nothing is more powerful than that right now. Need food ideas, you get to? Well, chicken is always a good start. I personally would love to go to town on a bunch of Church's chicken tenders. But if I did not have that option, if I wanted to go somewhere else, I'd be all about getting some super nachos from the nearest Mexican spot. I could go like I did last night and get some wings. Wings always fit the bill. My usual order from Buffalo Wild Wings tends to be Asian Zing as well as the Parmesan garlic. Some of their dry rubs are pretty dope too. Don't ever count those out. But after that, or maybe you've had good luck at like. Do you have a Cheddar's nearby? I know their menu is basically expansive enough that they'll have anything you could possibly want. And see, I also don't know why I didn't just take the elevator to come back up. Hooters yesterday, yes. Delightfully tacky, yet unrefined. Hooters still manages to survive to this day because their wings are still top notch. What I really want to know is, so in downtown Phoenix, there's a shopping center called the Arizona Center, opened up about in 1990, and out of various rebuilds, refurbishments, revitalizations, and all that, the Arizona Center has really had a tough life, to say the least. But it's one of the only original tenants standing to this day is a freaking Hooters. Probably helps that it's right there on the corner of what's a pretty busy street. But Hooters manages to survive. I swear they must be still paying the same rent that they did in 1990, because I otherwise cannot rationalize why they survive. Yeah, Cheddar's ends up being good because it's like, oh, the menu is just as expansive as like Cheesecake Factory, but you also don't feel like you're getting clobbered in the face by an interior decorator. It's a bit more humble. Sadly, IMK Franklin, no more fries wings, because one, they took down the wing bar, and two, I no longer work next to that particular fries that had wings. Same for Sprouts, just because of, the general possibility of catching horrifying diseases. There's no more wing bars, sadly. Cheddar's out of the way for you, you get to. Okay, because I know they're pretty prevalent in Texas. If I were in Texas, I would probably also be eating some Taco Cabana as well. Their carne guisada is super delicious. I'm supposed to kill you idiots in one hit. Imagine a controller with red mechanical switches. Oh man, that's actually why I like the Xbox One controller so much, in that the D-pad feels like it's got switches in it. I would go in on, how would I do it? I would go in on a switched Genesis controller. I would go in on a switched, maybe an NES controller too. Yeah, there's some magic in the feel of the buttons on a mechanically switched controller. Okay, now I see where I can go. I need to go finish a path that I did not complete earlier on account of being under-leveled. Seen a Freebirds? Looks like a Texas exclusive. Oh yeah, I have not seen a Freebirds here. I think I've seen a Firebirds in 1 or 2 places. Unless, I don't know, you were using some autocorrect. Unless that was like an autocorrect. A Switch Pro controller with mechanical keyboard like Switches? Oh, I bet that thing will be loud but awesome. Let's keep those hearts up. And, okay, yep, down and to the left. I think I'm gonna keep the holy water this time around. I'm gonna go complete this loop because, well, we're all about, the completion percentage is mainly based around how much of the map you've traversed, so the good ending does not happen without making sure that you absolutely explore the living dickens out of the map. And there's also, at a later part of the game, some very tricky things you have to do in order to keep the completion percentage going up. But we'll explore that in a couple hours when I reach that point. But yeah, now that I'm stronger, some of these enemies should be much less of a problem. Coming out of my cage, and I've been doing just fine. There we go. Instead of an ordeal like it was before, dusted him off rather quickly with just holy water. And now I can proceed down, especially taking out some of these boomerang skeletons who are highly annoying. And there's going to be some silly little ghosts right here that make a really funny dying sound. Like the tiny little ghosts of velociraptors. It's like this tiny dino spirit. Okay, only one of them managed to actually come at me correctly. Otherwise, I left him in the dust. No, I think actually for this enemy, yep, gonna go back to the dagger. Because this enemy is a little more airborne. There we go. I'm always in awe at how incredibly clever that loading screen is. And oh my goodness, I forgot a special room over in the library. Well, I'm gonna have to head back there next to open that room because there's a couple more things to open. I need to head towards the library anyway because there are a couple of things to open up in the region or on the path, so that's good. I'll just go back from where I came from, which keeps me closer to the library, but had to close the loop, of course. And some of these enemies should return, yep. No sweat now, especially as I keep my hearts up. Also, Yuga2, what's your general feeling on fish and chips? I know there's no shortage of good fish and chips joints in your particular region. Because whenever I go back home, which isn't very often, but whenever I find myself back in South Texas, there's nothing like having some boat and net and their incredibly cheap cash-only food, all fried. Like here in Phoenix, a lot of folks grew up on Pete's Fish and Chips. Totally get it. It's good cheapness as well. If you're in South Texas, if you're in the Gulf in general, then you've got like 8 different Pete's Fish and Chips trying to fight for your attention. So for me in my childhood, my most formative days, it goes back to boat and net. Okay, hearts are topped out. That's good. That's good. Up and to the right. Got it. And I should save over here. Saving often is a good idea. Go-to fish and chips was in Westminster. Ah, Wing Daddy pulling the being a right proper chap there and letting us know that back in the motherland, a fish and chips is where you were able to eat. With fish pulled straight out of the River Thames, I'm sure. If that's even a thing. Not sure if that's a thing. London Town, Sherville 6. Don't want that. Don't want it. Just gonna wrap up a couple more rooms here on this side of the castle, and then I'm gonna make my way over to the chapel, which is where stuff really starts getting wild. London, Townshireville, Sextington, Inster. That's right, jump down the pit. Okay, yep, still moving along righteously here. But I can move along much more righteously if I had my warp portals opened up. Sigh. Oh, that's right, I still need to go down that other section of the underground caverns that has some cool, very essential items, in fact. Can't go to the chapel until I have the holy symbol. The holiest of the holy symbols. Take care of some pupper needs. Check back in. Hey, Wing Daddy, it's all good. Take your time. I'm here all day. Just doing my best to raise awareness of the American Cancer Society and all of the good things that they do for cancer patients. Whether it be little things like rides to and from home to the hospital, or being able to navigate through your insurance to get the best treatment that you can, the American Cancer Society is there to help guide all of your footsteps through the very, very arduous endurance trial that is cancer and cancer treatment. Okay. Yep, gotta climb up. Dwarven Dynamite, dropping in some more dough. Thanks for that, Dwarven Dynamite. Appreciate it very much. For those who weren't here earlier, go check out Dwarven Dynamite, Lion King speedrunner, and other awesome gamer extraordinaire. He puts on a really solid stream. Gotta give love to all those other creators out there. Dwarven Dynamite, just a dirty lurker. Yeah, just like, you know, I'm not too far off in terms of that dirty lurking. Like yesterday during your Lion King stream where you said that you get a new PB about every 2 weeks. Yeah, dirty lurking. I'm with ya. And yeah, here we go. Yeah, PBs in speedrunning are always hard to come by, especially for one who's got their game as well refined as yours, so a PB every 2 weeks seems like a pretty reasonable pace. And now let's get the other expansion item here. And this actually puts me in a good place for being able to head over to the chapel. Yeah, Dwarven Dynamite, now you indeed have to live up to PB every 2 weeks, so you have some time. Combat King, PB every 2 weeks is a damn fine grind. See, even someone as amazing as the Combat King knows that a PB every 2 weeks is just fine. The Combat King on his channel currently going through every single Mortal Kombat games. What was the number of Mortal Kombat games, Combat King? Like 68 or 72? Some bonkers number like that. And you are out there running all of them to completion. Oh my goodness. Good to have you here, Combat King. Combat King can be found on weekdays on his channel. He streams from one of the great cold Great Lakes states out there, so give him some love. Plays real hardware whenever possible. With the reality of arcade games is sometimes you gotta emulate. Oh, you found a 79th Mortal Kombat game? Ugh. Like, I really hope that Ed Boon and John Tobias recognize your efforts at some point, because for someone to just marathon stream all of the Mortal Kombat games like that is nothing short of astounding, Combat King. Yeah, Combat King has an awesome gaming setup out there for himself too, being able to make the most out of his arcade boards and retro consoles all the same. I'm rooting for you for the day that you can one day have the freedom, the means to be able to get yourself a TurboGrafx 16. I know since no Mortal Kombat exists for the TG16, it's kind of a low priority, but one day you will get one, and then some magic will open up. John Vogel and Tobias know who you are. Ed Boon's attention is harder to get. Oh, that's cool. I figure once you complete them, you'll get Ed Boon's attention. Because I don't think, is Tobias even with NetherRealm Games these days? I think it's just Ed Boon, right? All the rest of the old school Mortal Kombat crew have a little bit more free time. Ed Boon is still cranking it hard for NetherRealm Studios. Tobias took a long break, now he makes mobile games in San Diego. Oh, what a life. Some of those mobile games can be stupid profitable. Like, I see the ads for them. Like I know I paint myself as a particular type of gamer here on stream, but I promise you I play modern games and other things off stream. But one of my favorite games to still play to this day is Angry Birds. And the ads, the games I see in the ads for Angry Birds are they're hilarious, to say the least. Yeah, Ed Boon gets Warner Brothers whip cracked on him. Yeah, which kind of limits what type of extra energy he can have. But yeah, if Vogel and Tobias are aware of you, then when you get to the end, surely those two dudes will be able to help you get Ed Boon's attention, because that's the kind of accomplishment that that Ed Boon's gonna really love shining a light upon. You will truly seize the mantle of Combat King. See, I really should be better. I should know. I should not be surprised by the placement of certain items in these candles and lanterns anymore, and yet still I whack them, expecting something different to come out. Yeah, I think to get Ed Boon's attention these days, you're gonna have to cosplay. The real big cosplays get Ed Boon's attention more than anything else. Like, especially for anyone who's aware of Bethany Maddock, her scorpion is incredible. And she's just a delight of a human being as well. Picture Combat King talking to us on some modified arcade machine running Firefox. Well, a lot of A lot of a lot of arcade emulation boxes do indeed rock some sort of Linux, so you're not wrong. Yeah, just become famous. It's easy to become famous, right? Might as well. Okay, another save down here. Yeah, Combat King is good people, as is Dwarven Dynamite. Happy to see you guys link up. Just watch 10 seconds of each other's VODs and you'll understand the vibe completely. Grumpy Tomato, you were famous once, but we will not discuss why. Keep petting that lion, and I won't ask questions. In fact, the lion is good to prevent questions from being asked.
I'll guide you to meet your destiny.
My destiny. Sorry, bats. All bats must die here. I will deal with the water a little bit later. Right after I get the holy symbol. For those of you who are fans of certain parts of the metal genre, you will immediately recognize why the holy symbol is so holy. Let's make sure. I know they automatically turn on, but yes. The holy symbol, protection while underwater in case you become a holy diver. Dun, 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 dun. You've been down too long in the midnight sea. There we go. That onyx is going to sell for a good amount of money. All right. And now to start treading water a little bit to make sure that I keep uncovering all of the map pieces down there. A room is only truly uncovered. It might be hard to see depending on the device you're watching on, but a completed room has a white border, and you can see certain sections of the map where the white border is not complete. It's not contiguous, so I have to walk around on all surfaces to make sure that the white border gets created in uncovering the map. And also they hid some goodies down here under the water as well, so it's best to make sure that I touch all the spots and kill all the bats. Sorry, bats, I know you are you're basically giant bees, but can't be having you here in Dracula's castle. You perform an entirely different purpose. Like getting me to a life max up. Oh, baby. And then over here, the Knuckle Duster. See, Grubby Tomato, Dwarven Dynamite already accepted you as you are. Like, why even worry about the hair thing? That's a small detail. Okay, time for another save. any idea how a man could stream his Laserdisc player straight into Discord? Depends on the Laserdisc player itself. What you probably end up wanting to do, if you have the latest version, I'm not sure what app you stream with, Combat King. If you stream with OBS, I think OBS 26 has a virtual camera thing that you can enable, and what that basically does is it lets OBS take over as a sort of a camera device for whatever you're streaming to, be it if you go into a Microsoft Teams meeting, Zoom, or even of course Discord. You use OBS, so you can basically take your stream right into Discord, and so since I know you have various analog to digital devices in your home, then you can clearly take that Laserdisc output, be it composite S-video component, and get some good output from it. Yep, you got it, Combat King. Happy to help. Yeah, without a doubt, no issues with composite to digital for you. It's just all the rest of the particulars of making sure to capture it and present it well through Discord. Backwards hat to absorb the extreme North Carolina heat. Oh yeah, that humidity is no joke over there in the Carolinas. Good lord, I'm already down to 74 health. I need to eat something. Goodbye, Rapier. It's time for a pot roast. Oh, gotta go dunk myself again. I hate the knockback. The knockback when you're underwater is the worst. I totally did not know I could stand on top of those dudes, and they give off a lot of XP, my word. Goody. $5 a month to live in New York City. Good luck with that. Good luck with that, Grumpy Tomato. Brutal. I think there's a life max up here though. Ooh, 30 HP. I think I need. Let's rock some shiitakes. There we go. 90 health back. I will take it. Grumpy Tomato, you have dumpster stories as well. Are they as good as IHOP dumpsters? Another level up. Oh man, I might just grind fish heads tonight here. And a life max. I am getting beastly in a hurry down here. Oh yeah, if humidity levels are high enough, any temperature above like 65 degrees becomes terrible. Anything better than an IHOP dumpster? Nothing really. I mean, IHOP dumpster can be a buffet. It can be a good conversation piece. Billy Vanilli knows what's up. Go boy, VGA. What's going on, dude? Good to see you here. Can we please get a shout out for VGA? I'll do it myself if I have to. VGA, fellow streamer, fellow brother in retro, and so much more. He was telling me about some of his grandiose plans, which I would rather have him say it in his own words. You have a PlayStation Mega Marathon coming up, VGA, right? Feel free to pitch that. See, I don't think the wolf form can cross the gap, but I'm going to try it anyway. Nope, I blew the jump. April to September. Yep. I like how there's a layer of ice on top of the water that gets broken up when you enter it. That's a nice little detail. And more water exploration down here. Retro Tink, I will consider you the guest of honor, Retro Tink. Thanks for stopping in to say hi. I know you're a busy man. You've got a lot going on, Retro Tink. For all who might be unaware, Retro Tink 2 is indeed the man, the myth, the legend behind the Retro Tink Mini and the Pro multi-format that are being given away as donation incentive prizes for those who donate above $30. So there's a link to the Retro Tink website for all of you who are curious about possibly donating to get yourself a Retro Tink. I am happy to put this together, Retro Tink. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, and that's the other cool part. All I asked for was the mini, and that I said that I would get I would buy a multi-format out of my own pocket just to keep things fair and square. Because I know it's a small business you run, but no, Retro Tink sent me both devices in one package. So now I basically have an extra multi-format that I will find some other purpose for. I might even make it a stream giveaway. As some discussions between me and Navigator have proved fruitful. Hope you have a good weekend. Glad to be considered a friend, Retro Tink. I appreciate you stopping by. Hope you have a great Saturday, a good weekend. Hope you, the wife, and the rabbits continue to have good fortune and a good life. Did I get all of these things in? Okay, good. I got all of these. All right, now I think I'm all set to finally head towards the chapel. Grumpy Tomato, just been made aware of how delicious Retro Tink toys are. Tries to remember Intro to FPGA design course and say some smart things. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go kill some more mermen just out of sheer spite and malice. Let's see, I think I have to be wolf and bat in order to do the special unlock here in this room, so I'm gonna wait a little bit to do that. BGA doing a 5 to 7 day 24/7 marathon showing off the PlayStation 5 against its predecessor side by side, logging all details with load times, tessellation, super sampling, and more. All data will be recorded in a spreadsheet of more than 20 of the most popular games and how they work. Awesome! You're going like full Digital Foundry there, man. That's gonna be a really cool thing to do live. Ambitious, but could be just, I think it's gonna be super great. Oopsies. Okay, I think I looped around enough. There is another Below Grounds cavern section, which I don't need to go through yet. The much more pressing endeavor is the chapel right now, to continue getting some of the more important items. $320 by $200, that's the Grumpy Tomato way. Trying to make connections, totally get it. For one connection that I will acknowledge, Dwarven Dynamite, I would not know you if it were not for Catlink. So there is that, to say the least. There are many people who I owe for my abilities, for my situation here on Twitch, and chief among them, even though I'm not like really big in her community or anything, just being able to sit back and observe Catlink as part of all that I absorbed to try to be a better streamer. Gotta give her some credit. And then there came the day where Cat Link rated Nina Lee, and that elevated a lot of the things I do on Twitch as well. Cat Link is a blessing upon your life, and she has no idea. Oh, that's sweet. Like, that's actually crazy how Twitch can work like that. That we may not even recognize what we do for other people just by being up here and doing our thing. Like, I can never describe it directly, but sometimes, you know, be it playing a game or talking about or exposing a certain issue, sometimes a streamer just doing things for themselves, by themselves, or for their community can have this ripple effect that's astounding. And Cat Link's channel is always worth checking into. She is the horror game queen of Twitch, I am convinced. Navigator, not gonna lie, always been difficult for you to make connections. Thank goodness for retro. Seriously, the amount of people out there doing retro and the different ways that they're doing it mean everyone can find their community and their niche. I'm just doing my best to try to be a good ambassador, not only to retro, but to Twitch and to streaming as a whole. That's something that I'm always thinking about. What more can I do for the stream? What more can I do with the stream? And a lot of times it does come down to some of those intangibles and thinking about, okay, if I'm sitting up here streaming, what else goes along with it?
So, we meet again, Alucard.
It seems so.
As friendly as ever, I see. It's strange. This castle is different than I remember it.
This castle is a creature of chaos. It may take many incarnations.
So I can't trust my memories, huh? Oh well, I'll do my best. Good luck.
Oh boy. Loading zone, loading zone. Hope to give back to Cat Link for what she's unknowingly done. You're making a list. You know, out of all the regulars in Cat Link's channel, I know you're definitely among the most generous I've ever seen. So, and while none of us here may ever know exactly what it is that she did, I have full faith and trust that that it happened, that all the right things will be done because of that. Because yeah, just having someone's good energy, a streamer's good energy around can do wonders. Really can. Oh boy, fire's pretty damaging. That'll do. A little bit of holy water. Just sprinkling a little holy water on it, no big deal. Holy water as a Molotov cocktail, in a way. Ugh! Did not want to get hit by that thing. Maybe I get a little food in me, if I even have any. Oh, jeez. I'm not in a good place for that. Well, I have a potion. Better safe than sorry. Let's see, what's good for my right hand? Some nunchaku. Oh wait, that takes up both hands. But it does have a good rate of attack, so maybe it is okay. I'd rather go back to... Oh, where is... Let's resort again. The Damascus sword, yes. A mighty blade. And this next room, I swear, for those of you who've never, who are blind to the Symphony of the Night experience, I just gotta say, out of all the impressive graphical things that they did in this, game, this chapel here is one of the coolest rooms in all of video gaming that I've ever seen. after I deal with this very powerful sword boss. But I'll wander around it and then you can just gawk at it too. Just making it 3D like that, watching the light shine through the windows. It's beautiful. It's like you wanna just walk back there and explore. Grumpy Tomatoes not looking at the game. Not looking at the game. Let's get back though in hearts. By the way, Manic, 2 achievements made. 1, now the world record holder for Altered Beast co-op. Yes. 2nd, able to manipulate your PS5 remote to work on your PC wirelessly. No one has found a way yet. Oh wow, our PS5 remote's supposed to be like Bluetooth or something? Or what's their main difficulty, I guess? I know that remotes and controllers have like just hit stores too, which I find really funny that some PS5 accessories are already out before the console itself. Was from your graves. Yeah, that is certainly a bucket list game for beating, because, well, it is what it is. We all know, a lot of us know what Altered Beast is and the implications of doing anything good in that game, because it starts out difficult and it only gets harder from there. A DualSense controller seems like it could very well be comfy enough. Ooh, a night shield, okay. Can't get here yet, but I know I will soon. I guess empty hand, let's give you that good shield. And whenever it is that I pick up the shield rod, it's gonna go down. It's gonna get filthy in here. Oh, 8-bit dough and the PS5 remote. That's pretty smart. Because I could definitely see a Bluetooth-based device being able to be manipulated in that fashion. I love this room. This room didn't even need to exist, but I'm glad you thought the room was beautiful, Grumpy Tomato. Alucard doesn't care. And I love the little bow that she gives at the end there. Yep, so I have just cleansed all of your sins, by the way. You don't have to go to church tomorrow. You don't have to do anything special today. You have just been blessed. Just letting you know. Dude was mega chilling while a ghost was crying at him. It's like, you're a ghost. You're already like permanently in the afterlife. What is there to mourn? Just go embrace the ghost life. Too blessed, unborn apple. Too blessed indeed. How's your Saturday going, Unborn Apple? I know you stream as well, Unborn Apple. I've seen you pop out a couple streams over there, and you've got a sweet RGB setup yourself. Yes, let me lock in your blessings there. There you go. And now to not get attacked by a dumb bird, or at least keep the knockback from the bird from totally ruining my momentum. Then I believe this is the spike room. Yep, okay. Not there for me yet. Ding dong, the cancer's gone. And a life max up. Yeah. You get the sense that I clone myself and watch 700 people on Twitch at the same time. Oh, if only. But, you know, I feel like as part of my duty as a streamer, among the many duties that I feel are mine to take on as a streamer, yeah, watching as many other streamers as possible is comes with the territory. Because sometimes you watch someone else just to help out their view counter a little bit. Sometimes you watch someone else to genuinely watch their stream. Sometimes you watch someone else so that you can learn what not to do in a stream. Dwarven Dynamite, 10 streams at a time. Oh, you must be rocking some gigabit or something. I usually get sketch having more than like 4 streams open at a time. Dwarven Dynamite is big on this support. I mean, clearly, Dwarven, it feels like just like with, you know, just like I was talking about for myself earlier, Twitch has done things for your life that you never expected. So, gotta give it up for everyone who's willing to step up to the plate and be a streamer. Barely even watch Twitch. Gotta support me. Aw, thanks, Unborn Apple. I hope we can hang out someday in the future. I was so hyped this past summer to be able to see you and all the other people in your state, but that wasn't the case. Die, Devil Bird, die! How many ways must I kill you? There we go. A nice level up out of it. Post-pandemic hangouts are needed. Yes. And that was a very sweet moment for you to say about Navigator.
Impressive. You're very strong.
What is it you want? You didn't come here to tell me that.
You're right. Do you know the name Richter Belmont?
Richter.
Of the Belmont clan? Of course, but...
He disappeared about a year ago, and I'm sure he's here. If you see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
My lady.
So, you do know how to be a gentleman.
Contemplating a retro tank for Super Nintendo and NES output exclusively. Yeah, a mini will fit that exactly. Composite, NES composite through a mini is shockingly good, especially if you use well-shielded cables. I actually recommend the obnoxiously thick cables that I picked up a few weeks back. They look super good, especially on the CRT that I have downstairs. Oh, a 2X SCART Navigator. Oh, that'll be just... Oh yeah, that's right, because you're getting that RGB NES, right? The NES RGB at some point. Totally forgot that you were modding your NES. So yeah, if you got RGB from both, that'll be beautiful. And your Super Nintendo, which I assume is one chip. Well, since we're being all extra heartfelt, you beautiful retro folks took 10 years off my age and 1,000 years of life pains off my soul. Whole vibe of my life has changed completely. So positive, and everyone notices it since you've something to enjoy again. Thanks, you guys, for... Aw, dude, Grumpy Tomato, yes. I'm so happy to hear that, man. Because that's the entire thesis statement of why I stream retro in the first place. That retro is here to help us remember and embrace the best parts of ourselves, the childlike parts of ourselves that we had around while we were enjoying all these old games back in the day. Sometimes an old video game was your only comfort in life. Sometimes an old game was your best friend during some of the best times of your life. Whatever the case may be, you deserve to have those good feelings again and to reintegrate them into your life. Unborn Apple in for the X Station. Oh, that's going to be so great. I hear that, I think I saw Citrus talking about, or I forget who exactly makes the X Station, but the X Station is going to be very plentiful for the future, so you shouldn't have to worry about it going anywhere. But you've already ordered it, so you're locked in. They're going out soon. And VGA, I totally get why someone would go high def NES as well. There's nothing wrong with either, personally. The castle key. And I'm about to get one of the best power-ups in the game. The double jump is coming up here in a second. Gotta unlock the warp portal. I like this menacing music, even though I'm not quite going up into Dracula's lair yet. Oh, that moon. That beautiful moon. Great book catching Grumpy Tomato, getting in his feelings. Obtain the leap stone, and this is classic Japanese game making right here, in that you immediately have an opportunity to practice with the leap stone because they incentivize doing a double jump so you can go up there and grab that turquoise. So right off the bat, like, because if you look at this area as constructed, you cannot leave the area until you do a double jump as well. So you are forced into using the item and learning how to use it right after you've gotten it. So it's a tiny little training area on top of being just the place where you get the leap stone. Curious about mode adding PlayStation 1 support? HDD support means having the entire library at your fingertips. Yeah, being able to go like the full worldwide set, to say the least. Yeah, the mode's PS1 support is you have to solder, and I think that's maybe one of the biggest barriers to acceptance, is that not a lot of people are going to be entirely willing to solder up the added board. So yeah, it can technically work. It can interface with the PlayStation, but the work required to accomplish that is it's a lot, to say the least. Actually, I wonder. Now that I have the things that I have, yeah, and other weird things for the mode that I've discovered, I would be worried about power delivery. If I were to do an SSD on my mode, I realize that it's like the best case scenario to do an SSD. But when we're talking about putting in a piece of hardware into consoles that expected all their games to come off of a 2x CD-ROM drive, an SSD means perhaps overkill. So even some of the largest SD cards would be good. I know I meant to pop out on the other side of the castle. Heading in here. There we go. That's where I want it to be. Now that I've got some skills, I can get myself into a little bit more mischief. So now that I'm at this point, I think I'm gonna go grab myself another little bit of a break. Gonna try to keep it to about 10 minutes as usual. But don't you worry. More Symphony of the Night. You guys have been doing amazing on the donations so far. I can't thank you enough. So I'll see you in a few. ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and everyone in between. I am going to rock a 3-minute block of ads here to get rid of any pre-roll ads for incoming viewers. As always, your patience is appreciated. More Castlevania Symphony of the Night right after these messages. Yeah, we love Rooftop Run, or at least I do. That is a damn fine bit of music for Sonic. Okay, hey, thanks for hanging out for the break, you guys. I am finally back here. Wanted to make sure that I covered some of my bases here. Thank you so very much. We have already raised $882.22 for the American Cancer Society. And for those of you who have yet to join us and maybe still have some curiosity, the top donation incentives are the RetroTink 2X Mini and the RetroTink Pro multi-format. These devices will give you the best possible output from your retro consoles when plugging them into a modern HD TV. Modern HD TVs are often very hostile to the analog signals of old consoles, but the RetroTink will convert those signals to HDMI and make them look good without lag while you enjoy all of your favorites from back in the day. It's all good. Of course we love this song. It's symphonic thrash. Use more Jonathan Davis vocals. Something takes a part of me. You and I were meant to be. Oh my God, Strictly just dropped in another 20 bucks, getting us over the $900 mark. Thanks, Strictly. Appreciate you very much for that. Let's get back to the game here. Okay. What's going on, Strictly? Happy Saturday to you. Hope you are well. Thanks for stopping by. All right, now that I have some of the things that I have, especially the double jump, well, there's definitely going to be some things that I can accomplish now in the library, and some additional things that I can accomplish down in the caverns too. So let's make sure to cover those bases. Yeah, not sure the connection made for the Sonic music, but you know what? It's all good. Grumpy Tomato just associates you, Dwarven Dynamite, with Sonic music, so, you know, why not? Typically, whenever epic music pops up, Dwarven shows up. If he's lurking, you bump a fine beat, he wakes up. That is certainly a magical feeling all the time when your musical efforts get someone to pop out of hiding. I'm all for those moments. Let's go with a shield. The good old Knight Shield. Kane, keep forgetting. Hey, it's all good. We're not even halfway through the stream yet at the 3-hour mark. So don't even worry about it, Kane. Hope you're doing well. Happy Saturday to you. How's your Super Nintendo RPG collection going? Because you were going fast and furious on acquiring titles and getting the best of your collection out of storage. Dwarven Dynamite loves a good beat. Haven't bought anything new? Okay. Yes, gotta save because this next series of rooms is it's quite a bit. Illusion of Gaia done. Yeah, definitely give Kane a follow as well. Kane does pop out a stream every now and then, so feel free to indulge in his 90s RPG adventures. Oh, these little enemies. There we go. About to go pick up some goodies that are hiding up here in the corner, as long as I can prevent myself from falling. Follow channels is 98 miles long. Want to watch too many people. Seriously, I have that problem every day. There are so many super cool people. Let's see here. This mask increases intelligence? Sure. And can I lounge? Yes. Like, honestly, those chairs look a little too anachronistic for Dracula's castle. So, anyway. Literally learn how to watch 3 to 4 people and have none of them muted. That is impressive, Grumpy Tomato, because well, I figured that that's like one of those ADHD superpowers, and Twitch is really good for feeding into that. Because I could do 2 or 3. I don't know about 4, but... I guess the equivalent would be, for the more casual viewers out there, if you've ever had NFL Red Zone on your Sunday ticket, NFL Red Zone can be a little bit like Twitch. Also multi-stream, yes. Oh, this dude. Giant books for the barrier in this room. Yeah, Twitch can be your personal NFL Red Zone all day if you wanted to, and it'll be just streamers doing rad stuff. Or what King Bob does? What does King Bob do? Puts all of his TVs in one room? Yes. Oh, snap. Did I get here prematurely? I think I did. And I think depending on your package, on your TV package, that it takes a different receiver in order to have a game on every TV. So yeah. Wait, crap. Where was I supposed to grab? Getting a little reminder for myself. Power of Mist was in the Castle Keep. Real. Or in a Form of Mist. Which is over in the Colosseum. Oh, that's right. Yeah, shoutouts to antennas. That could work as well. But in any given... But that's the other difficult part, is that for the antennas you can use for your 2 in-market games that the NFL so graciously allows for you to have. And then for the rest, you have to have some sort of subscription, like especially if it's Thursday Night Football or Monday Night Football or something, you need ESPN. Yeah, it's really Sundays where the glut of the games are played is what it comes down to. Okay, and actually, since I have the stopwatch power up, greetings from Germany! McQueeb is now German today. What's going on, McQueeb? How you doing? Happy Saturday to you, or I guess it would be very... actually, no, it would still be the very end of Saturday in Germany right now, like maybe 11 p.m. perhaps. Yeah, New York football is in a terrible, terrible state, Navigator. Condolences, big condolences. Oh wait, not a speedrunning marathon. Yeah, you might be thinking of the ESA. No speedrunning here today, just good vibes and casual charity running. So, oh, Kane. Apologize, didn't catch that immediately. I really should keep the tracker up here. Kane dropped $30 in for the American Cancer Society. Thank you, Kane. And McQueeb, I have to, everyone, like, I cannot shout out McQueeb enough. McQueeb is the reason I have a Stream Deck, which elevated my stream game, but also he pulled the best possible prank. I don't know, maybe calling it a prank is a little bit, it doesn't quite describe it correctly. When I did my Sega Saturn stream on Thursday, he rolls in with none other than Sega, as in twitch.tv/Sega, the Sega, and broke me completely. Kroger sponsorship. Oh baby. Nothing like shilling nothing like shilling groceries in the middle of a stream. Yeah, McQueeb is the king of the roguelikes, so if you have ever liked any games in the roguelike genre, give him some love. He is so thoroughly a king of the roguelike genre that the developers of Noeta actually put him in as an Easter egg. If you manage to clear the game without taking a hit, his special beard icon is the icon of that achievement. That is the McQueeb excellence right there. Average at best. If nothing else, your networking prowess and your ability to maintain your viewership, McQueeb, that requires some level of excellence that's above that of many. So I can only continue to look upon you as an inspiration. Next thing we know, you'll be invited on Gary Whitta's channel or some other big streamer. Carrie Byron, maybe. We're not worthy. Seriously, it's like my stream is the little channel that could sometimes. Some days you just have things average, and then some days, well, you have Sega and McQueeb dropping in and things like that. Am I still where I wanted to go? Yes, I'm still headed to the clock room, actually. Your putt-putt in my stream is college. I think, aren't they still making putt-putt games? I feel like they are. Little chin stroke about where I am. Oh, okay, that's right. Sure, I'll pick up the clock again, because I lost it earlier. Nope, keeping with the clock because it's essential for the clock room. Izzy! What's going on, Izzy? Long time no see. You're usually streaming when I work. I wish I could catch more of your streams. Izzy, recently completing Final Fantasy VIII, among many other super awesome things going on in your stream. Also a big lover of Apex Legends 2. Izzy, so glad to have you here. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Thank you very much. Yes, let's get the a la carte goodies back. They are not the strongest, but they sure do cause extra good conditions, like the 21, fine. Good conditions, because when you equip them all, they bring you great luck. So luck is still 17, fine. And then a la carte mail, yep, cranks the luck up to 47. What actually I might do, there's a scenario a little bit later in the game where I truly want to have good luck. So maybe my excitement is a little too premature. Let me get back on that. Well, what was Gladius Rapier? There was a where's my best sword? There we go, the Damascus sword with a mighty 36 points. And as for the male, the Mirror Karaz still seems to be my favorite there. 11. Oh, silver plate gives me 14. I'm into it. Never played this, but you love watching people stream it. Seriously, Izzy, the magic of this game, I think, is how it holds up. In spite of being released in 1997, Symphony of the Night will it plays like a dream. The mechanics are so well done, so well dialed in. It's astounding. So if you have a PS4, which I believe you do, you can go pick yourself up the Castlevania collection. There's a Dracula X collection, which includes this, as well as its predecessor, Rondo of Blood. It is remastered, so it is slightly tweaked. But nevertheless, if you want this, it's out there, and you can get it. And yeah, the soundtrack, gorgeous. In fact, go check my Dropbox here. I might have a... Let's see, did I do what I think I wanted to do? Did I put it up here? Because I can't upload it right now while I'm streaming. No, dang, it doesn't look like I have it. Oh wait, is this what I think it is? Yes, it is! So for those of you who are the MP3 collecting kind, that zip file there contains the highest quality direct game rip of the soundtrack to this game. So have fun with it. Get your MP3s on, y'all. Yep, every now and then I drop little gifts in my stream. And I believe one of these walls breaks away. Yep, at least one. There's a save point somewhat nearby. There's some tough enemies in here, I think. Cheese, onyx, and a broadsword. Okay, you know what? That works too. I should not have hit that, but that's okay. Good to have you here, Izzy. Appreciate you very much. Nanic folder grew by 5 gigs in one day. Gonna need a sponsorship from Samsung to keep this. To say the least, I carry a lot of data, and there's a lot of other data that's cloud-based. I mean, Grumpy Tomato, did you end up like downloading that those video captures or something? Because yeah, I made sure that those videos were large to preserve all of the quality of the video that I captured. I think there's either a teleport point or a save at the end of this hallway, so I'm okay with taking a little damage. Oh, that shaft for when I become a bat. Okay, CD loading, so this is definitely a warp point. Okay, cool. At least I got that. Did download, shipped off DKC to your brother, waiting to see if he changes his mind about the value of a good upscaler. Oh! Does your brother try to forge ahead with the minimum equipment, I guess, Grumpy Tomato? Izzy, always sipping. Izzy, you've done nothing. Oh, you've changed the world just by your presence here on Twitch. I will say that much. You are opening minds and opening hearts. Let's eat some cheese. And what else is worth? I guess I'll use a potion. That helps. Brother still jamming on CRT and RF cable, 0 hoots. Oh, I think you can make him give a hoot. And honestly, in this particular CRT he uses, oh my goodness, Izzy, $75 to help the cause. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I've got the ticker in my peripheral vision that shows a live update of the donators. Thank you very much, Izzy. I may not ever know the extent to which cancer has affected your life, but clearly, if you are willing to donate that much to the American Cancer Society, you are very well justified in doing so. So thank you, Izzy, for that big donation. Oh yeah, level up, baby. That's what I'm talking about. You help greatly, Izzy. Even if you didn't donate a cent, just you being here means the world. So thank you. Okay, sneak the money, and then I'll sneak past the evil sword. You've had cervical cancer, but you made it through and here to help. You're not the only person I've known with cervical cancer as well. It is a sneaky and devious thing, and in the case of my other friend, like I had a front row seat to watching her fight it for years, and she went through so much dealing with it. I'm glad you beat that. You look as healthy as someone 10 years younger. You know, you are fit. I would never have known that you even had cancer, to say the least, because I know cancer treatments can be hell on a person. I have one of my friends in Texas who is in fact going through treatment as well, and you know, she's currently without hair and the full 9 and of all that. So, oh, you were 19 when you got it, cancer, and you caught it. Oh, okay. Catching it, that early detection probably saved your life among many other things. So good on you. This room is all power-ups. I will keep it dagger-like, especially for the 2 bosses that I'm going to face. Actually, no, holy water is going to do me better. Holy water is going to get me more ROI with every single jar that I throw. Yeah, 19, feeling invincible like your whole life is ahead of you, and then your docs say, well, cancer. Okay, here in the Coliseum is where I think the story really takes a turn. And for those of you who are hardcore fans of Rondo of Blood, can recognize what's going on with that dead beast sitting there in the background. Complete with its hindquarters missing. So that's just one of those neat little Easter eggs that Rondo makes sure to honor where it came from. Or Symphony of the Night makes sure to honor where it came from, that it is happening immediately after. Fittingly, Rondo of Blood, Blood Cloak, and a fantastic item to have. Let's see, how much does it change my stats here? Constitution down 2, luck down by 1, defense down by 1, but converting damage to hearts is incredibly valuable, so let's get bloody. And Alucard looks good in that red cloak too. There is eventually a cloak that comes later where you can fully customize the color, and I will surely make it pink as soon as I find it. Izzy, you're just now noticing his name is Dracula backwards. It's okay. Gamers every year have that revelation about Alucard, and that's okay. No need to feel shame about that. Especially, his name becomes all the more appropriate when you consider his entire role within the Castlevania games, where he goes and undoes the work of his father. Alucard was first seen in Dracula 3 on the NES, in fact, where he was given some really neat powers, but now he's fully unleashed here in Symphony of the Night. And for those of you who've been watching who've been watching the Castlevania anime on Netflix, Alucard is an awesome character, to say the least. They really gave him some good deep character elements. And from what these first 4 seasons have, a lot of what happens in the Castlevania animated series is loosely based upon Symphony of the Night. Like the first 2.5, 3 seasons, very much takes from all this. The least I could do is be insightful here about these old games, because no game exists without a lot of precedent and history behind it, and Symphony of the Night is no exception. In fact, Symphony of the Night, for all of its greatness, for how universally praised it is this day as like one of the greatest games of all time. It did not quite feel like that type of game back when it was first released. Symphony of the Night was reviewed well. Like, don't get me wrong, it wasn't universally panned or anything. It got like 7 to 8.5 kind of review scores back in its era, but I think we only were as educated as the era in which we existed. That being '97, when everyone was hot for 3D, when everything had to be 3D or your game sucked. So a lot of terrible games got a pass just by virtue of being 3D. It also led to a lot of creativity. There were just a lot of really neat, weird games that were released in the era. But for Symphony of the Night to come out when 3D was hot, and so it seemed like this game felt like a step backwards, when in fact, here we are kind of celebrating it as a game that brought video gaming forwards as a whole. If you've ever enjoyed Hollow Knight, if you've ever enjoyed what's that other some of the hottest Metroidvanias these days, Hollow Knight, Blasphemous, I think Katana Zero is as well. But yeah, no shortage of Metroidvanias these days. Guacamelee as well. Can all thank Metroid and Castlevania, to say the least. Chasm, yes. You were burned out on Castlevania in that time? Dang. And I totally get it. That's one of the cool parts about Symphony of the Night, though, is how even if you were burned out on the original NES Castlevanias, that common format of Castlevania, here's you, a Belmont with a whip, fighting through all these various monsters and stuff. This game ended up being so different from its predecessors that it really, like, almost single-handedly, I would say it breathed new life. Castlevania could not sustainably continue being what it was. It had to evolve, and this game was that evolution coming out swinging. This was supposed to be the worst, and Castlevania for the N64 was supposed to be the crown achievement, but it was the reverse. Yeah, exactly, Optimus Power, when you consider the era in which those games were released, with 3D being the hottest thing for everyone, and 2D being something that was supposed to be left in the past. But look at where we are now in gaming, with so many things like 2D Metroidvanias still becoming incredibly popular. Good to see you, Optimus Power. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're doing well.
Who are you? Open hell's gate. Come forth, my servants.
The scent of your blood. You're a Belmont.
Crush this flea who invades my castle.
Oh boy, crushing the flea, huh? Uh-oh, I better not die. I'm just gonna keep throwing holy water and hoping for the best. Oh, got them both in one hit. Cool, they died simultaneously. I'll take it.
I'm certain that was a Belmont. So he says he's the lord of this castle.
PlayStation has such a hard time rendering that sparkly particle effect. Then Successor, Bloodstained. Yep, Koji Igarashi let us know that he had more business, and the Bloodstained series is exactly a fantastic continuation of all of that. Oh no. Hey, Optimus Power, yeah, it's a wonderful Halloween day. I get to hang out with some amazing people here on Twitch and have a ton of fun doing all of this. Okay, Mist could pass. So Mist has passed. It definitely has. And now I can take this back to the library for the last little bit for one more essential power here. Yeah, if you want to talk like raw computing power, rendering prowess, PlayStation definitely put itself at a disadvantage, especially with the Emotion Engine on the PS2 being so difficult to program for. But Sony still laughed all the way to the bank. They really did. I will not. I may never have grown up on the PlayStation or anything, but I will never discount its dominance and what it did for gaming. That Sony taking out their anger against Nintendo for the Shoshinkai screw job, and then making the most of it. Okay. Curse of the Moon on Switch, Optimus Tower, awesome. Yeah, it's so cool that all the Bloodstained games managed to get in on the Switch. And then, also, if you've got a Switch, you can pick up the Castlevania collection. Often can be found for $20 or less. Includes a US localized version of Kid Dracula, in fact. Yeah, in the end, the games will still be gorgeous. Even if on paper the console appears to be the weaker one, because I think the biggest favor Sony gives to developers is the gift of it being a Linux platform at its core. Developers love having that. Let's keep hopping around. It would be nice if I could select the warp point where I'm supposed to go, but that's okay. Like I guess for what's technically the second game of this type in the Castlevania series, because if you really want to get down to it, Castlevania 2, Simon's Quest, could be considered kind of the basic blueprint for this. And now, eventually, after all those years passed between Castlevania 2 and Symphony of the Night, they managed to cover all their bases and make a wonderful game. Yeah, and Microsoft's platform is Windows, which demands quite a few more system resources. So it's almost like Microsoft is forced to have a more powerful console because it has to bear the weight of running Windows as its base. Extremely, as a programmer, fond of the Emotion Engine. Without going full nerd, it was the Cell that was too much. Oh yeah, the Cell processor on the PS3 with its SPUs, great idea in concept, but in practice ended up being a freaking nightmare for game development. So if a developer were so inclined to, learn an entirely obtuse, different computing platform, then yeah, something like the PS3 was fine, but developers often didn't have those excess resources. So the PS3 was kind of doubling down on what Sony did with the Emotion Engine, but in a bad way. Cell processor, a mess, yep. Illegal to run Linux without having a beard. Look at the Linux beard. Yeah, if you want to be a real sysadmin, you got to have a beard down to halfway down your sternum, and it has to be completely unkept. It has to just grow naturally. Oh yeah, when you talk about Linus Torvalds himself, who's been completely clean-shaven his entire adult life, is just like this most squeaky clean looking Rick Moranis type dude. All he did was write the kernel. He didn't write anything else. That makes him fake. But yeah, Linus Sebastian, he just, he just has the name Linus. He doesn't actually really associate himself with Linux, does he? If he does, that'd be weird. But he still makes an entertaining YouTube channel. Especially for the fact that he actually knuckled down and hired on some people who know their shit and can balance out his weird spazzy personality. Dang those tiny things. Okay. Maybe the enemies will regenerate and I can level up again. Come on, you tiny things. There we go. Now this is a gorgeous staircase right here. This is also some solid environmental storytelling here. Like, what would Dracula, of all people, need to do with a library as epic as this? Well, because he's all about the science. Pop OS is really that captivating, huh? Mist could pass. And now the bestest power in the game. Form of that, baby. NVIDIA compatibility in Pop OS. That's... You kind of wonder if that OS will single-handedly kind of force the rest of the Linux community to get with it and no longer be chained down to AMD cards. Okay, so where else should I be heading? Linux still too fragmented. That's true. People have found all the various specialty applications for Linux as well. So going for like heavy GPU things is probably not even high priority for a lot of people. Takemitsu. How do you compare? Oh, are you a two? Oh, you're a two-handed sword. Never mind. You get in. I feel like I have to read that in a different voice. You can install the proprietary Linux driver on Debian or Ubuntu. You have to have just a long enough beard to know how. So now that I'm a bat, I can go up this ledge now too. I feel like that particular voice really drives home the Linux-ness of the sentiment. Oh baby, give me some of that fairy card. Let me have a familiar. Now the game has to take a few extra seconds to load her. Now I'm feeling extra powerful. I better not be too overconfident because I'm solidly powerful, but I'm totally gonna get my butt kicked here soon. You're more normal than you should be, Grumpy Tomato, for having had that much Linux in your life. As a matter of fact, I know a dude who is a Linux admin, and yes, he does have a gnarly beard, but he does have a wife and a child. So yeah, it is possible for the real Linux nerds to still maintain some sort of normalcy in the path of their lives. Sure, yeah, you're a beast of a Red Hat server admin, but can you be a good family man, or even just relate normally to other humans? But he went and got himself a whole wife and convinced her to carry his child, so win-win. And actually, since I've got Bat now, I can come up here to this place that I ignored. Oh, a level up, baby. I am moving. Let's see how far, 2 hours and 43 minutes, okay. So basically at about the 3 hours and 20 minute mark, hopefully I can achieve, maybe at about the 3.5 hour mark, give or take 15, 20 minutes, I should be able to, get over to the other half of the game, because there are two very crucial items for me to find that are based upon my exploration. It's the loud, squeaky people that form the stereotypes. Kind of like how Manic likes corn, but probably didn't have knotted hair and black nail polish. Definitely did not. I barely had hair, much less the ability to knot it up. Ooh, big, scary, floating skull. Very Halloween-y. And that's maybe one of the best things about what I think makes this game so accessible as a Halloween game for all of us, is that Castlevania, well, it has, you know, obviously some of the more some monsters that are universally known to be terrifying, it's not specifically a scary game. Somehow Castlevania managed to maintain the perfect ambiance without being like legitimate terrifying, and I really like how they've managed to keep that balance. Now, I was actually one of the other assholes, Grumpy Tomato, for a brief time in my teenage years, thanks to a particular frontman of a particular band known as Limp Bizkit. I did own a red Yankees cap for a while, the original red hat for assholes, and I'll leave it at that. Yet everyone plays Castlevania for the spoopy. See, that's the thing, is that I've played games that are super scary, and like Doom 64, absolutely terrifying game. It goes in on making you paranoid and scary and watching every step. And now I get Fire of That. I pack a chainsaw, Grumpy Tomato. I'll skin your ass raw. And this is the perfect music track while we're talking about nu metal. I don't want that. I want to stick with the throwing axe. My day keeps going this way. I just might win a retro tick tonight. Give me something to win. Ooh, what are these delightful items? A shaman shield, a Bekatawa, and ice mail. Ooh. Let's see what's going on with that Bekatawa. Plain easy to use war sword. Well, it's not hitting for 39, so sorry Bekatawa. I love you very much, but I can't. Maybe I can make you a second banana. What about not the ice mail, but the, what was the other thing I picked up? Miss NCAA football games. Yeah, college football is certainly in a weird place. I've picked up a weird affection for Clemson as a result of one of my Twitter mutuals, because he's a Clemson grad, and his love for the team, the way he would explain it all, kind of was infectious to me. So, hashtag all in and whatnot. What else can I do defense-wise? Ice mail, strong versus ice, but, I'm not here for an elemental weakness. So, I think I'm just going to roll through as is. Pentagram? Yes, baby. Blew your bits budget by spamming 69s everywhere. Tisk tisk. Robert Headley! Sorry for being late. Decided to make a bad decision and sleep all day. You know what? If I weren't streaming today, I would be sleeping all day too. I am with you, Robert Headley. Though what I will say, I went to bed at around 10 o'clock last night, and I woke up around 9. So I definitely overslept from what I wanted to do. But you know what? I'm here, and we're all good. But if you're talking the NCAA football video games, that's a whole other beast too. Oh, in this area, I should really, really be putting on my mirror cross so that I don't get too stoned. Yeah, the most infamous NCAA football game for consoles, NCAA Basketball 2010 for the 360. And Football 14. Wasn't NCAA Football 14 the last of its kind? Like, they stopped making console football games after that? I can't remember. No! I lost my... Well, dagger's okay. Good lord. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna drop down. Oh wait, I have to... There we go. Click, click, boom. Oh, spikies. Good. One more to hit. The most annoying one to deal with. Oh, crap. Swipe for me, swipe for you. Swipe for me, swipe for you. There we go. Like, it keeps track of every individual tooth on the cog. It's crazy. And let's see what this latest round of goodies brings us. Resort, Damascus Sword. Anything can do me better than 39. I'm all for it. No. Okay. Bekatau, I think maybe something like the... I may already have... Ooh, the Starflail. Spiked balls. Hits for 37. Oh, no, you know what? Holy Rod. That holy elemental damage can do wonders. And I really should be hitting a save point right now. I'm feeling very cocky at the moment, so that's usually the when I need to save most.
There is something funny about this wall.
Yes, indeed. And I remember that before you did, Fairy. I love where your mind went on that one, Grumpy Tomato. Oh, we've got a... Thought he was powerful, but instead just led me to a life max up. Now I'm at over 200 hit points. And then there should be a heart one. Yep. Yep, Reformed New Metal Fan Purgatory. At least some of our favorite bands from back in the day are still active. I gotta give it up to Papa Roach for figuring out longevity, because they're still actually crushing it with good music to this day. I'm astounded. I think there may have been another funny wall in this area. I'm not 100% certain. Probably not. Oh wait, I didn't reach the very tip top. There we go. Gotta reach the very tip top to make sure I filled in the square. Okay, looks like I'm good. Geez, this entire top area looks like a scene straight out of Strider almost. Lost your vibes for Korn when Untouchables came out and they never recovered. Yeah, everything from Issues and before is still good stuff. Really good stuff. Happy Halloween. Good to have you around here, Robert Headley. What are you cooking today? You had some very interesting kitchen adventures for the past few months, and you're always making something interesting. Once you posted about your fried pork chop sandwich situation, I was in. I enjoy the elevated simplicity of the foods you make. Just frying up some taters. Gotcha. Oh no, half a sword is defeating me. Burrito of Destiny has returned! Thanks for coming back, Burrito of Destiny. Hope you are having an awesome Saturday. You and everyone else in the house. Oh no, half a sword again. Coming to take my money charms. And actually, I think there's a hidden room if I lay low here, so I'm just gonna keep hanging down here. That's right. Gotta kill him down to the hill. I see you, statue that's pointing the other way, but I'm gonna come smash this wall anyway.
This is really suspicious looking.
Watch while trick-or-treating. Aw, dang, Dubsenhauer, that is very nice of you to bring me along for the trick-or-treating. And, oh, giving me 6. Still had 6 biddies left. Don't go spending them all on some fancy Limp Bizkit record, young man. I'll try not to. Limp Bizkit was kind of made themselves redundant after Chocolate Starfish, so I have no need for any more of their music after that. Because really, how can you top Rollin'? You can't. It's a trick question. You can't. If you think you can, then you're on a fool's errand. Oh, banana. And any other good hit points kind of things? Oh, I have a potion. There we go. Now I'm in a much better place. Let's put something good back in that hand, like the Shaman Shield. Shield used in magic ritual. Roll, yeah, Biker Taker's theme. When Biker Taker started out with Kid Rock and then moved on to Limp Bizkit. Like I feel like wow, what's the train of sentiments here where a song that's literally about the thing that you're doing during your entrance when the Undertaker would roll a motorcycle to the ring. Or no, Kid Rock was his Kid Rock was American Badass, which was also very fitting, but Rollin' is much more descriptive. That's right. See, this time the statue pointed at what I needed. Jacoby's, oh wow, Jacoby's singing with The Who. That's awesome. The Who's a really rad band. Rubber Headley, you hated the Biker Taker era. I mean, I felt like it was really cool, and maybe the WWE kind of owed it to him to let him explore his gimmick on his own terms, and it was a really neat era. I'm glad it was only temporary, for sure. Stay dead, Valkyrie. Whatever you are. Not actually a Valkyrie, but a winged foul beast. I've somehow stun-locked into the corner. But then he returned to the dead man until his final days. Life max up. Oh boy. We're in this scary chamber again, but I'm not done collecting goodies. Now that I'm the bat, I actually need to retreat to the underground caverns. But, of course, saving is good, because I just accomplished a ton of crap since the last save, to say the least. And now let's see what's hiding up here. Just a few more items, and that's okay. I'm very grateful to be... Is that another scimitar? Oh, a falchion. Will the falchion be worth upgrading to? I feel like I'm going to be hanging on to this Damascus sword until I get myself the super sword of them all. Come on, falchion, where are you? 33? Nope. Yep, the Rollin' remix with Meth, Redman, and DMX. That remix is exactly what I'm referring to in terms of just overall Limp Bizkit supremacy. And well, what I think I'll at least do, since there are some sweet items up here, I'm gonna go sneak up here next to Dad's office and go get some of these neat items that are up here. Just some food: Frankfurter, pot roast, turkey, sirloin. But Limp Bizkit led to problems in video games. Fred Durst was everywhere. Yeah, Fred Durst was places that he did not deserve to be. Yeah, Fred Durst, yeah, he could have He could have been fewer places. He was overexposed, and that probably is what led to, was probably a large part of what led to their downfall. In SmackDown, just bring it. Oh, I need to head over here. There was a Limp Bizkit Dreamcast? Was that just a one-off that they made for the band, or was that a legit edition that they sold for a while? Either way, it's something that's an abomination and should not exist. Maybe I can now peacefully. Nope. You can own a Fred Durst signed launch Dreamcast. Okay. It's just got his wretched chicken scratch written on it. Not an actual, like, retail SKU. I have to, like, defeat all of the flying chicken men so I can make my way up to that item that's over there, which I think is the way to make to power up the mist form. Looking for a cheap Dreamcast? Yes. Power of Mist. Oh, which lets Mist last longer. It's going to be a little while longer until I can become Poisonous Mist. Limp Bizkit fans are parallel with our core audience of online gamers, the MVP of marketing Julia Miller said. The tour is a key component in our crusade to ensure SegaNet is everywhere our target customer is. I kind of want to fight her for that. Oh my gosh, spoken like a true marketer, right? Like the kind of stuff that marketers have to spew sometimes. Ugh. They just sell their soul sometimes for that stuff. Okay, need to... Ooh, yes, since I'm a bat now, I know exactly where to go. Just covering ground here, keeping that percentage cranking. Yes, exactly where I want it to be. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, if their core audience was the predecessor to all the people who dropped racial slurs through Xbox Live, then, well, they got their wish. Another case where Black and Latino gamers got the shaft. Yeah, because one could definitely sniff the air and detect a certain demographic that was way more proportionally into Limp Bizkit. Yeah, maybe there should have been a Dreamcast signed by Lejeune from Seven Dust instead. Or Howard Jones of Killswitch Engage. Something a little bit more able to hook in certain audiences. Sure, George Lopez Dreamcast. Why not? Why not? The S-Stock. I think that's a two-hander sword. A Jawman thrust sword that hits for 50 though. Everyone loved Jay-Z or Eminem. Oh man, Eminem, he freaking... Eminem was a force of nature back in the day. I don't think anyone to this day can still accurately describe the meteoric rise of Eminem back in 1998 through about 2001. The way that he wedged himself into pop culture was fascinating and terrifyingly efficient. Just completely incredible at what he did and what he accomplished. Sheer accident. It did kind of feel like that. But then that lyric about, all the kids flipped when they found out I was produced by Dre. Dr. Dre thought Eminem was black. Oh my gosh. I did not know that. At the same time, I forget how I was introduced to Eminem, but at the same time, his voice is unmistakably not a black guy. At least to me, anyway. And Dre's supposed to be the one who had the trained ear. But also, one would not have expected someone like Eminem to have such devastatingly good flow and his mastery of rap in general. So there is that. Perfect place to have a save point. Okay, like, is the charity command going through? Because I've been seeing the prizes command going through, but not charity, so I figured I'd press the button for that one. Eminem, the Elvis of the generation. If you're talking about gaining meteoric popularity on the backs of a genre that was popularized by a different demographic, I could get down with that. White guy with the swag of a black man. And the black man's music. And half-dead horse coming up in a second. There he is. Jeez, these things are tough. My favorite little detail about this fountain right here is just if you stand near it, it starts flowing red, which is just amazing. Actually, ooh, there's a boss nearby that I'm gonna need a throwing axe for. And there's the other horsey. I feel like if I say it out loud, get chased with pitchforks and tiki torches. You know, it's we're using rather objective language here. It is you could say that there is an opinion about Eminem's type of swagger and things like that, but you're also not technically wrong at all. Better Elvis than Pat Boone. Oh my gosh, the Pat Boone metal album era, that was weird. Seeing him in like a leather vest is confounding. Just did not make any sense. No, so sticking with this. With 142 hearts, that might be like a good 10 throwing axes. And I'm just closing out this piece of the map because I'll be hitting it from the other side. A piece of the chapel area that I neglected to go through. That's okay. Ooh, that's a good take there, Robert Headley. I like that perspective between Elvis and Pat Boone. Yep. Keep the hearts topped up because I'm gonna burn through all of them when I hit this boss here. I'm gonna go save one more time and then hit the boss. Almost kind of reminds you of the pit level from the original Mortal Kombat, doesn't it? This part right here that I'm flying through. A cover of Tutti Frutti. No one messes with Little Richard. That's not allowed. John J. Torres, 2000. Bienvenidos, welcome to Subcon. Let's live the dream together. Thank you very much for the follow. Hope you are having a wonderful Saturday evening or Sunday morning, depending on where on the planet you are. Nevertheless, regardless of where you come from, we all come together here to love retro. Thank you very much for that follow. Alright, boss time. A pretty terrifying boss, actually. Like, if this is the boss that I think it is, just like imagining the stench would be terrifying. Oh. Different boss. I'm thinking of the underground cavern boss. Love Castlevania for Halloween. Trandom Sing today. Yes, this is the perfect Halloween game, I think, more so than many other games. I know there's going to be a lot of other people playing Resident Evil and Silent Hill, maybe even some Doom as well, but I'm in it for the Castlevania, and for the sake of a charity stream, you definitely have to go in for a game that's as visible as possible, and something like Symphony of the Night, there's really nothing quite like it. And I do honestly believe, with the experiences I've had with this game over the past year, that I will find a way to get the good ending in one stream. It may take me an additional hour or two over the additional estimate, but you know what? I'm actually feeling really good for 4 hours in. Usually my streams end right about now. I'm glad you're into it, John. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for the follow. And yeah, and if you really want to, definitely pop in some of these commands, exclamation point charity and exclamation point prizes. Check out what we got going on today. This is my second ever charity stream with a nice Tiltify integration, so that your donations go directly to the American Cancer Society, and with prizes brought on, donated generously by Mike Chi himself, the owner of RetroTink. Huge retro gamer, perfect. Then I think you're gonna get along just fine with a lot of us, John. Because we're not just here to love on the games, we're here to love the technology that makes retro games act their best. Yes, Echo of Bat. Yes, this is exactly what I need for when I head down into the underground caverns. So, my best. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna take a long walk here. My best choice is indeed going to be heading to the right and back down. Favorite elements after gameplay is music. Yes, and this game has no shortage of it. Plus, I don't quite flex that muscle anymore these days, but I am still technically a musician by trade. I grew up playing the saxophone, and so something like Dance Dance Revolution becoming a big thing while I was in high school and in marching band was just, I was in heaven, to say the least. Classics have a lot more charm than many things you hear nowadays. Yeah, I think what brought on a lot of the charm in classic gaming music is the fact that you had limitations of certain audio chips to work against, so that forced the composers to try to make the most out of the very limited instrumentation that was available to them. So you end up with some really cool sounds. The Bit Trip games did that. I've not been exposed to those games, actually. When we're talking Bit Trip, it's already evoking imagery of like Rez or N2O or something like that. But yeah, chiptunes in general are all lovely. Okay, so I need to go up and to the right. Got it. But that echolocation is important because in order to truly advance in this game, I need to collect 2 rings. And that echolocation is essential for getting down and getting one of those rings. Okay, yeah, I'll go back to throwing knives here. Ah, you're an NES music composer. Even better. I have a couple friends who are into that themselves. You've probably already heard of them and well, surely you're a talent in your own right. But one artist out there who really enhanced my love for chiptunes is Chips and Cellos, with some fantastic renditions of classic songs, and all in the NES type sound formats, be it VRC6 or any of the other expansion audio type pieces of hardware available back in the day. There we go, now you're dead. Don't throw that sword at me. Before he could even swing, I am getting way too powerful. Oh, good! I'm glad you recently discovered Chips and Cellos. Yeah, whatever Chips and Cellos is doing, they're doing it right, and I'm so proud of what they've been able to accomplish so far. Okay, down and to the right, perfect. Wait, there's an unexplored shaft over there? Yeah, between Chips and Cellos and also DJ Cutman, really pushing chiptunes and game remixes forward out there. I can go up if I go to the right. Oh, that's right, that center shaft that is open. Oh, Navigator, you interviewed Cutman. I bet, yeah, dude seems cool as heck. Dude just outputs so much work with so much creativity. He's just overflowing with it. Potion, hammer, and a life apple. You can have a grubby tomato, or you can have a life apple, or you can have an unborn apple. Your recent piece of music was a Castlevania cover, which you finished yesterday. Here we are on the day. Celebrate it second most. Oh, baby, gravity boots. Yes, let me activate those bad boys ASAP. Oh, man, you can get so many good places with the gravity boots. Down, up, jump. There we go. There's some gravity boot action. Do you have a YouTube channel, John J. Torres, or anything like that? Or a SoundCloud, wherever it is that you might release your music? As someone who is a creator, I am down for making sure that your work is heard and appreciated, especially in an audience like mine, in my community that would be highly open to all that. Okay, yep, right and then down. Ooh, and I can go hit the other thing too, since I have the bat power. I'm making some solid progress here at 3 hours. I feel like I'm right where I want to be. Yeah, feel free to drop a link to your YouTube channel, man. Yeah, since here on Twitch, it's obviously easy to do an API call to shout out a fellow streamer, but you know, YouTube, separate thing. Can't quite shake it the same, but that's all right. I will give you the freedom, you know, for now, at least while I'm still a pretty small streamer, links are something that can be posted, but you know, I feel like there's a point where if a streamer gets to a certain level, they have to turn it off. I'm gonna stick with the dagger for now. Maybe? I'm trying to think of what I'm up against downstairs. You know what? I'm gonna rock this for now. And now, yeah, it's time to start falling down a shaft. Don't go changing. Hey, I'm gonna stay exactly the same. And if more people want to come along the ride for whatever it is that I'm putting out, then you know that's their choice. I will welcome them with open arms. Also, yep, you can indeed join the Discord. John JT, and there's your YouTube channel. Discord ahoy! Oh, you got the full Famine Tracker footage too. Yes. Out of time? Yes. Fantastic jam. Fantastic jam. Let me... Uh-oh. And I love how you switched up some of those chord progressions too. Those are banging. Thanks very much for that. That's super cool. That's definitely the kind of enhancement that, that those games deserve. And those original pieces deserve. We are big vibing here, Burrito of Destiny. Big vibe into some chiptunes for sure. Let's get another save locked in here. Yep, big vibing off of chiptunes, remixes of old songs that simulate original hardware perfectly. Famine Tracker is the way. Yeah, chiptunes became a passion of mine at a certain point. And chiptunes gave way to synthwave as well, so I'm all about it. Now since I'm a bat, I can finally go into this room that I was never able to before. Has a nice little bonus heading in here. Ooh, a claymore. I think that's a two-handed sword. I won't be vibing with it, but that's alright. So many jars, so little time. A meal ticket. A meal ticket. Yes. We love our meal tickets. And a moonstone. Alright, I'll take it. Oh boy. This doesn't look like a regular save point, you guys. I wonder what happens if I try to go in. Oh no! A good song by Avenged Sevenfold, by the way.
Mother!
That voice! Alucard, it's you!
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
No, Alucard! Don't come here!
But, Mother!
It's all right. If my death can save others, I gladly surrender my life.
Mother, no! Please, no!
Yes, Alucard. Watch me die, and remember always my last words to you.
Yes, Mother.
You must despise humans. They are to be your prey.
What?
Better for them to die than to let them compound their sins. Begin by slaying that one over there.
No, it wasn't like this.
What's wrong? Alucard.
My mother never said such a thing.
What do you mean? Kill them and bring them happiness.
No, you're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
Demon!
You broke free of my spell. I like that.
Demon. Death is too good for you.
Come here, little boy, and show me what you've got.
You're gonna call the son of Dracula little boy. This power-up doesn't work too well on her, but she's also not fighting back that much, so, easy fight.
Darkling, I smell your blood. You're a vampire.
Your blood.
Could it be? That strength, that beauty. You're the son of Lord Dracula.
Death in the dream world will set your soul wandering for eternity, demon.
Wait, I beg of you.
Quality 90s voice acting. Cute, daddy, cool. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that very much. Let's live the dream here together in Subcon. And there, gold ring. All right then. Yeah, Burrito of Destiny before. Yep, you are experiencing an era that is well before anything that you ever came to know. Yep, ring number 1. And the other ring is hiding up in one of the bell towers too, but there's also some stuff I can accomplish with the bat that's down in some of the underground caverns, so it's still essential that I go down. Yeah, once we reach the next phase of the game, after this phase that we're in right now, I feel like it ends up being more of a boss rush, that like getting to the second phase of the game is like 2/3 of the game overall, and then the rest is just quick because, well, you become powerful and godlike in your powers. Alucard, go down the hole. And I will save again out of general paranoia. Now emulating means I'm taking very few risks. Favorite PS game ever. Q Daddy cool. Hey. Yep, this is This is a legendary game for a reason, and why I made sure to choose it for today's charity stream, as I normally do not stream on Saturdays, so that's specifically so that I can save Saturdays for either personal things or big event streams like this. So glad to have you along, Q Daddy Cool. Hope all is well in your world. Happy Saturday or Sunday to you. Wait, that's not exactly the way down, or is it? Oh yeah, this area is just for that one. Oh, that's right. Now I remember how to get to the other underground area. I gotta go back to the waterfall. And I gotta kill a bunch of frogs while I'm at it. Got yourself a physical copy earlier this year. Experienced this game for the first time again. Dude, this game, I finally played this game for the first time about a year ago, and I was blown away, John Jay. That I'm thinking, okay, like, yeah, this game eventually became well loved, and I was there, I was a big EGM and GamePro subscriber back in the day, so I was generally aware of how this game was received long ago. But since I had never played it for myself, I was never much of a PlayStation person back in the day. I knew that I was missing out, but I was okay with it. But I finally played this just over a year ago, and I was astounded at how perfectly it held up. And I actually kind of wish I had played this before I had ever played Hollow Knight. Otherwise, I feel like I would have had a much easier time comprehending Hollow Knight. Because this still holds up as a great Metroidvania, but I also feel like it holds up well as someone's first Metroidvania. Seriously, Yugitu, the story of your lost PS Vita is one of the most tragic stories in video gaming. I hope your Vita is somehow living a good life. Wait, how can I... Nope, cannot fly through the water. I just wanted to uncover that chunk of terrain that's up there. Oh, I got it. Okay, so I'll just fly to the top now. Yep. So out of all the games, this one hasn't been released on PC. Honestly, Sony has the means to create a PC emulator with the snap of their fingers. They could easily release a Steam version of this. I love how that was a solid hint there about that enemy being able to do things to wooden bridges. Burrito of Destiny trying to play through Transistor. You know what? Those hard games build character. Keep on grinding. Now time to do the annoying thing. Exiting to the right and then coming back. I don't think I ever messed with Transistor, so, I mean, best of luck to you, Burrito. Just released on Android and iOS. Oh, that's right! And it's like $5, but they didn't release it on PC. I'm similar levels of salty to the way that Sega treated the mobile Sonic ports. Like, for one thing, we did... No! I got hit by the barrel. I gotta do this all over again. Bastion was good. Oh, Bastion is fantastic. Bastion, I feel like everyone needs to mess with. Even if they only mess with it for an hour, just the ambience and the polish that goes into Bastion, really wonderful. Bloodlines is your favorite game in the series. Do I have a favorite? Good question. And yeah, it is. I'd say Bloodlines fans are incredibly rare, but I fully understand. Bloodlines is a gorgeous game, an absolute technical achievement for the Sega Genesis. If I had to choose a favorite Castlevania game, though, I know it's a latecomer, and I know it's probably really obvious and basic, but I really, really, truly love Rondo of Blood. I gotta give Rondo of Blood credit for just basically perfecting all of the goodness that went into the Castlevania formula as established in the original. But Castlevania 4 hits you with that Mode 7. Yeah, Rondo is just a joy, and its music is so good, too. The incredibly creepy abandoned mine. Oh, boy. Gotta head to the bottom of the shaft for the save room, and then we can continue. Because the worst thing is to get all the way down here and have that effort wasted if I die. Rondo Bloodlines and 4, all great, yep. And the Genesis, your favorite console to hear music from. Something about that Yamaha YM2612, whenever it's in good hands, it creates some amazing music. Truly does. Yeah, as Navigator sits there with his tower of power. A man of culture. Yeah, I know that opinions technically aren't supposed to be like correct or incorrect, but you're saying all the right things, John Torres. You really are. Okay. Let's get this boss out of the way. Just a little Cerberus action, no big deal. Goodbye, doggy. I think one of the peaks, I mean, there are several peaks of good video game musicianship that go along with the Genesis. Zero Wing. I know. Translation glitches aside, Zero Wing's music is incredible. I think Sonic 2 and Sonic 3D Blast had some of the best music for Sonic games on the Genesis. Gunstar Heroes, of course. NBA Jam's Team Select music for Genesis, one of your favorites. And yeah, stuff that sounds like guitars. Elemental Master Gauntlet 4, Streets of Rage 2. Oh yeah, even the first Streets of Rage, cranking some of those gorgeous R&B type beats. Oh, those little fire gremlins, really dislike them. Dynamite Hetty, Sharp 68,000. Oh man, I feel like the Sharp X68000 I need to figure out a way to dig into that library, because there are so many retro nerds who are freaks for it, just completely like worship at its altar. And it seems like they were able to get like some solidly, like maybe graphics that weren't quite at the level of the Genesis or the TurboGrafx 16, but really close to that. It was obviously an elevated experience over like the Master System and the NES. Yes, PC Engine, incredible soundtracks. Even the soundtracks, the games that just leverage its sound chip. Not even counting the music that was on the CD games, like of course Rondo of Blood. There were a couple shmups that I played when I was streaming the TurboGrafx 16 Mini that were just astounding, to say the least. I keep forgetting I have the gravity boots. I need to use some of those. But down goes the fairy and up goes the demon. I like the demon. He's a real cool dude. And maybe I'll get this little demon all buffed up and powerful too. Good to get a crit on that. And this is what the demon was made for, basically. What I'm about to do right here. When I get to the top of this shaft.
A switch. Why don't I press it and see?
Yeah, one of like 3 places where the demon is good for exactly that function. Oh, this area. Kind of annoying, but gotta roll through it. Oh, we're gonna have Naked Plant Girl in a second, so shield your eyes, younger viewers. one of like 2 or 3 enemies that have just have someone nude hanging out in the middle of it. There we go. Now I have to face her again after I go do my business over here in this shaft. The Ring of Ares, that's right. Oh, I forgot about this path here. Peanuts and Power of Sire? Ooh, baby. Final Fight CD with like a word. Oh. Yeah, if any of you, which most of you should be are aware of Digital Foundry, John Linneman went and did an entire hour-long documentary on Final Fight, and included big praise for the CD version of it. Oh, that was the perfect spot to stand. My word. Thanks, Demon, for coming in a little too late on that. Wow, it's like a tiny little shop of horrors in here. Okay, now I can finally head all the way down this area. Okay, still cooking along nicely. There's another save point down a little bit further, so I'm not too worried. Understand why Nikki thought we should meet. Oh, thanks, Q Daddy. Now I know who you are, now that you name dropped Nikki, Q Daddy. Yeah, I guess we've never really had a chance to like sit in a position to like really take in each other's personalities and stuff. And like I love Chicago. I'd really like to go back there on vacation at some point, but you know, there are current conditions that make that a little bit of a difficult task, to say the least. But yeah, Q, good to have you here, dude. Thanks for, if you just had to create a Twitch account for today, that's awesome too. But nevertheless, whatever you got going on, I know you're a cool dude too. You are the king of karaoke, among many other things out there. And Q, wrestling fan as well, correct? Because there's definitely a wrestling fan contingent here in this community. Some of our Undertaker commentary earlier may have tickled you. May, possibly. Just a thought, just a possibility. A karma coin and a combat knife. Alrighty. I should... Ooh. The area that I'm about to go through right now is, it's a little nasty, to say the least. Let me get some of my health back here. I should have a little bit of food. Yes, yes, baby. Frankfurter, a local favorite. Frankfurter and pot roast. Yes, pot roast should seal it up here for health. Yep. Okay, I'm close to 200. I'm fine with that. Let's get a shield back on that hand. A shaman shield. Wait, what did that do for me? I didn't check to see what other things it did for me statistically. That's okay. Redbook audio is cheating. Welcome to the catacombs. Contrix, hey! Hope you and the little ones are having a lot of fun today. You're little superheroes and all that. Yeah, the fundraising is coming along quite nicely. While there are other people in the Real Men Wear Pink contingent who have done a lot more than I have, you know, for a single day, this ain't too shabby, I think. Thanks for the good love and energy, Contrix. Always appreciate it. Whew. I love how the AI means that Skeleton just runs away all terrified. I was looking for a fake wall. I don't remember where all of them are, but I remember a good chunk of them. That'll do. Ugh. I'm trying to get the quickest path over to the dark area so I can use my bat powers. Favorite soundtrack from the Sega CD. I'm not quite seeing that link or anything, but I trust, well, okay, now I'm curious since I'm going to be here in the menu for a moment. Let's see here. Oh, of course, Popful Mail. Of course you drop Popful Mail, Navigator, of course. I should have known. I should have known. Let me Holy Rod the other hand. There we go. Now we're doing some damage against the blobs. Holy Rod's doing work. Big work. Wow, look at that damage. I'm gonna stay holy for the rest of the day. Yes! And I believe on the other side of this cavern is where I get a certain item that lets me exit easily. And that will help me to hit the other side of things. Ooh, I just pressed a switch. And why does that skeleton have to walk around like a chicken when it's fully bipedal? Full and a blue moon tonight? Well, that just means all the more opportunity for taking out Dracula. Cross shuriken. And more karma coins. All right. Yeah, tonight's moon is gonna really mess with people, so be careful out there. Sit on my holy rod, enemies. Sit on that rod. Guess I'll finish out this cavern. Uh-oh. I'm not gonna click it because I'm way too engrossed in this section of the game, and I have to be extra careful. The spike breaker, yeah! Now this game's really gonna open up. And really, one of my favorite little touches here is how the power-up for a pinch of salt is literally just a hand straight up pinch of salting it like that. It's so great. I should not be wasting my salt, though. I'll save my salt for later in the game when the difficulty ramps up like crazy. Let there be light! And also, let there be the spike breaker armor, baby. So that I can just do this. Spikes mean nothing. Nothing! Greatest soundtrack from the Sega CD era. So, not the Japanese version of Sonic CD? Oh, I bet it's a Rickroll now that you're saying 80s. Nailed it, Navigator. Sometimes we share a brain, for better or worse, Navigator. That's what happens. Stick with the Bible or the salt? I think I'm gonna stick with the salt. Holy, holy! Oh, this room. I'm just gonna not touch this room. It's for the best to leave this room alone. Oh, baby! And there's a save point around the corner, so I'm in a good place. Always stick with the salt, yeah. A little seasoning goes a long way. Let's tell these unseasoned demons what's going on here. Let them know who's boss. Then not to. What's it not to? Smelly fermented soybean. Oh. So it probably restores a little bit of health. I want a What We Do in the Shadows game just like this. Oh my gosh. It's been, I feel like it's been so long since we've had games that really truly lean into like being a comedy genre. Did the demon just do Hadouken? I mean, maybe. The demon's a crafty little dude. The ballroom mask. And a heart max up. Oh, I am cashing in, baby. There's an end boss at like the end part of this hallway, and it's not great. Ooh, a sword that has a glow, the Ice brand. See, I'm not about the elemental swords. Once I get a Crest of Grim, it's over for you hoes. Better DPS with a Holy Rod here. Love that lava effect, by the way. And an enemy that self-immolates upon death. Really, really wonderful. Resist fire. Hey, what an appropriate item to get from that enemy. Hey, little demon, shouldn't you be helping me out a little more? Oh, baby. Save room. Now some walk armor? Yes! Walk armor will be incredibly useful very soon, if not already, because I've done a pretty good job at uncovering the castle so far in these, in this time frame. So time to, might be time to get out of the underground caverns here and make my way upwards. Just want to explore a little bit more because I want to just try as best I can to eliminate backtracking later. Respect walk. Oh, of course. I'm always here for tech questions, Contrix. This is a very nerdy channel, as you may already have been able to ascertain. So yeah, rock me with the tech questions. As long as you're not trying to use a Mac to do something that it shouldn't be doing. I remember playing through and pulling the Cresigram twice. Thing is, those darn scarecrows kept pushing you back out. Oh, totally. Yeah. I definitely have some luck enhancing items, and I will be, and I cannot wait to deal with farming for it, because, well, it could be a process that goes by rather quickly. There we go. MacBook Pro should not blink its light like crazy. You are correct on that. The MacBook Pro blinking its light is definitely an indicator that something bad is happening. That's where I would definitely try to do a PRAM reset as soon as possible, but I assume as an Apple freak you've already done that. Just a little keyboard CPR. The nerd in you wants to see the ARM Mac. I mean, the ARM Mac will, considering what Apple has done so far with its mobile chips, let's consider just the Bionic line of processors that goes in the iPhone, and considering the very low TDP with which it has to operate, the fact that Apple could, the kind of heights in computing that Apple could achieve with a when we're talking like 20, 30, 40, maybe even 50 watts on a processor like that, like just let's unshackle the Apple hardware team. Let's make them have a desktop class processor for the new MacBook Pros. I think there's going to be some astounding results that will shock a lot of people. I miss the PowerPC Macs. Those were the best Macs. plugged in, hasn't run in like 2 months. Tried to boot it, the light was flashing all kinds of crazy. Yeah, look up, yeah, if you haven't done so yet, that is a sign of a Mac that's screaming for a PRAM reset. Mama Panda back from the candy hunting. Good to have you back, Mama Panda. Did you get a big haul? I mean, you were gone for like a good, what, 2 hours? 2.5 hours? At least. Also, I'm very curious. Tell us what candies you picked up, Mama Panda, because candies in your region of the world are amazing. Ooh, a pendant. The Bloodstone. Improves blood healing ability. Well then. Moonstone improves status after sunset. I mean, it's Symphony of the Night, which means it's like eternal night. And then I got a bunch of jewels. Okay. Time to get a Surface Pro. Or an iPad Pro with a keyboard. And see, it's a real shame, Contracts, that laptop is dying that way, especially after you went through such painstaking efforts to revive it, and it's just betraying you all over again. Nope, staying with throwing axe. Perfect. Okay. Got a little fast traveling to do. Don't know anything about apples? What here's Robert Headley. Here's the one thing you should know about apples. They contain a little program called Boot Camp, and then when you install Windows on that, your computer automatically becomes awesome. Yeah, Contrix, that might be your best move. Is going for the Apple hardware on that. Wing Daddy's all about the Honey Crisps. Honestly, I could just go to town on a bag of Smarties. If I were in Canada and I needed candy quick, Smarties are just universally delicious to me. Rob going for the carotid on that one. Because here's the thing, is that a Mac is usually going to have a Thunderbolt port on it. So even if it seems initially like a shitty PC, you can just Thunderbolt your way into having a good time with it. Mom Panda got a lot of chips, mostly Jolly Rancher, Suckers, Reese's Cups, O. Henry's, Kit Kats, and Smarties. Ah, yes. I'm actually surprised at how many U.S. candy brands are also represented in there. One more warp. There we go. This is where I want to be. There's an AMD mobile with Thunderbolt 3. Oh, that's got to be juicy. Get your Ryzen 9 going with some Thunderbolt. Oh, baby. There's a Thunderbolt header on my motherboard that has been criminally just ignored over the years that I've had it. I should probably take advantage of it someday, somehow, with an add-in card. Asus? Oh, leave it to Asus for having a beastly motherboard like that. I love how Asus is like, screw you, we're gonna have the baddest motherboards in the land. Yeah, you deserve some candy, Robert Headley. And I gotta go all the way to the left. The leftmost shaft has the goodies I need. So I'm just gonna be going ring-a-ding-ding all the way down. Oh, thanks for helping out, Demon. Why won't you proactively attack things for me, Demon? Honestly, that piece of art right there, just the sheer amount of unique assets for the graphics in this game, incredible. One more shaft to go. Did I miss a room or two around here? No, I think I'm good. Hey, thanks for hanging out today, Optimus Power. Appreciate you very much. Keep on rocking out there. Enjoy your Halloween for the rest of the day, however you're spending it. Good to have you here. An ITX ASRock with Thunderbolt 3. See, that's really where I think Thunderbolt belongs, is when you've got ITX going, space is at a premium, you'll probably be at least, if not warm to external devices, you will eventually come to a point where, yeah, they just make the most sense. External dock, plug-in capture cards, exactly. Make streaming fully mobile, or at least very portable.
So, did you find Richter?
I don't know if he's the one you're looking for, but I found a Belmont.
Really? So he is here.
But the one I saw was the enemy. He was the lord of this castle.
That can't be true. You're wrong. I must go now.
She must. Silver ring. Okay. Now that I've got the silver ring here, what I think I'm going to go ahead and do, I'm going to take myself another little bit of a break. Going to try to keep it to around 10 minutes. But don't you worry, we are on the cusp of turning this whole stream upside down, to say the least. So I'll see you guys in a few. Thank you very much for all the donations so far and just being awesome. Appreciate you very much. Mama Panda, chip to candy ratio pretty good this year. Usually all chips with a little candy. Oh, so you've got sweet and salty. That's perfect. Usually over here in the US for Halloween, it's just a lot of candy and nothing else. So, alright guys, break time. See you in a little bit. Hello there, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. I'm gonna rock a 3-minute block of ads here to get rid of any pre-roll ads for incoming viewers. As always, your patience is appreciated, and we will resume right after these messages. Palmcast, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate that very much. Break time is almost over. Thank you for trusting me with your community. This charity stream is still rocking, a little over halfway through the intended time frame, so thank you, Palmcast.
Get down.
Alright, it might just be time for me to come back. Welcome, Palmcast and Raiders. Thank you, Palmcast, for considering me for a raid, for trusting your community with me. I am Manic Socratic, joined by my dear, sweet, and faithful moderators, Gravebook and Navigator Bowman. Yeah, Dwarven Dynamite, why didn't you know about Bomb Rush Cyberfunk sooner? Yeah, man. But hey, now you know, and that's what's important. It's still coming soon. So, if you hit exclamation point charity and exclamation point prizes like I just did right there, you too can find out all about what's going on with my special charity stream today. I am streaming a big marathon of Castlevania Symphony of the Night today to benefit the American Cancer Society, and I have some donation incentives directly from the maker of these prizes. You can win one of 3 $25 gift cards to the digital game storefront of your choice, but I was also gifted 2 RetroTink devices from Mike Chi himself. Now, a RetroTink, you will see analog video inputs on one side and HDMI output on the other side. These are specifically designed for your retro consoles to give you the best possible results on your HDTV. Lots of TVs these days, they don't come with analog ports, and if they do, they're going to be pretty hostile to the input from retro game consoles. So a RetroTink is your best friend, your plug-and-play little buddy for making sure that you get the most from your retro consoles. Virtua Fighter, yeah. It was perfect promo music, wasn't it? Yeah, that one is a recent addition to the playlist, to say the least. So, glad to have you all here. Let's flip back down to this. I've definitely uncovered a good quality portion of Dracula's Castle so far. So I'm about to go get an inversion here and go hard on all the rest. So let's wind this down while the game audio comes back to us. So I just got both rings, and now it's my job to get back down to the clock, and it looks like my best bet is also to manually get down to the clock, because I'm not seeing any other good teleport points to it. So that's how it's going to be. I'll clean up as many other things as I can for now. And I'll just enjoy the sheer novelty of my ability to break spikes, too. Glad you approve of my musical selections there, Navigator. I always try to keep this place a-rockin'. Okay, now I need the top parts of the staircase over there. Show enough. Nope, stay back, stay back. No! Well, he asked for it. I'm gonna have to ruin his day. And there is a rare chance of this enemy doing a sword drop, is dropping a weapon as well. I've seen it happen once before, but I accidentally walked out of the room right after the item drop happened, so I really screwed myself on that. The goggles! They do nothing. So it's good to hear Palmcast was doing some great things with the Dreamcast as well. We're always big fans of the Dreamcast here. One day I will be one of the cool kids with a DC Digital and a Mode Dreamcast, and with the Noctua mod and all the other things you can do to a Dreamcast. It is downright impressive what can be done to modify a Dreamcast. TNT. It's dynamite. The Ankh of Life. Yeah, with a Redream PSU 2. Yeah, make sure that your Dreamcast lasts forever with all of the crazy mods available for it. Oh yeah, Symphony of the Night, complete legendary status of a game. I don't think we realized how good we had it back then. This game was probably ahead of its time, all things considered. But for a day like Halloween, it is the perfect thing to stream. Did I miss out on anything? Oh. Sometimes as the bat, you have to really, you have to really touch these corners in order for the, in order for the game to count that you were there. Like, you gotta get right up in there. Like that. One more corner turn. Okay. There? Does that satisfy the map? Good, good. So if I had... Okay. Sonic Unleashed, perfect troll game for Halloween. You know, you're not wrong. Like, it's still a watchable, decent game, but yeah, very trolly at that. Like, oh hey, we got these nice werehog sections that totally don't feel Sonic-like at all, but... Hitting a save point's a good idea. Oh, and there's a couple other little bonus spots in this region that I need to hit anyway. On the way back to the clock room. But going into the next phase of the game with this much HP and that many hearts should be okay. Could be better. Obviously, could always be better. That's okay. This old boss room still has some life in it. The Bat card! Let's see, is this the one? What does the Bat card do? Remind me, Bat card. Summons the Bat Familiar. Oh, that's right. 1 million moms, you mean that one crazy lady who sends out a ton of communications? Like, we already had the Joe Lieberman trials and the congressional appeals back in the day. We don't need any we don't need any more entities trying to get their filthy mitts on our video games. The industry found a quality way to self-regulate, and that's good. Palmcast, terribly unpopular opinion. Oh my. Can you share it? Well, if at worst case, this opinion could be met with silence. So, or you never know. This opinion could be something that's well agreed upon because we're all a little bit off kilter here. So by all means, Palmcast, lay it on us. Whatever makes the stream more interesting, I'm all for it. Let's brace ourselves for something that is already known to be a terrible hot take. Now I can finally go up here. Oh, and it's a weapons gallery. Anything else? Oh, whatever this is. Ooh, yes, Skill of Wolf. That's right. Though I may also caution Palmcast, while I did get lightly political in that last thing I said, ideally, hopefully this terrible opinion is video game related, because I do not like to delve deeply into politics on stream. There are other places on the internet for that are much better for it. But other than that, yeah, let's hear it, Palmcast. This could end up creating some rather stimulating discussion. Okay, now I'm a little far off course. Sonic 3D games have a lot to do, but they're not absolutely horrible games, except Sonic Boom and Sonic the Hedgehog. I can actually agree with that. Since I've gone back, ever since I played Sonic Generations, I got curious about Sonic games. So I went back. Sonic Colors is delightful. And from all that I've ever seen of Sonic Unleashed, it actually looks like it's still a quality Sonic game. I haven't messed with many of the other 3D Sonics, but there you go, shoot me. Yeah, Sonic 3D games are perfectly fine for the most part. They're not the greatest games. They're definitely full of flaws, like their ability, like collision detection. What we really need is just give us Sonic Generations 2. How about we reset like that? Because Sonic Forces was a little bland. So it's something like Sonic Adventure, that was good too. The Sonic brand, I think, was almost single-handedly saved by Sonic Mania. I cannot say enough good things about Sonic Mania. Not there. Thank you, Palmcast. Oh, one more. Yes, that's. Thank you, Palmcast, for embracing that, the relaxation aspect, because we're just here to have a good time. Sonic Adventure kind of trash, but in its era, though, when we got Sonic Adventure, it was an amazing sight to behold, like something that we never thought would exist. I do not see any follows from the raid. You know, that's okay. Whoever wants to follow, they do that on their own terms. So, it's all good, Palmcast. And I also typically have a rather obnoxious notification whenever anyone does follow, so that's okay. So, down and to the right. All French. I was wondering if a possible language or cultural barrier could have contributed, and that's okay. Yeah, I know that probably would have been very surprising to have be enjoying a stream in French, and then all of a sudden goes to an English-speaking American. Last decent 3D Sonic? Lost World? Maybe. Laundry, Cruel Mistress. Totally agree, Famajack. I'm with you entirely on that. So, time to kiss the rings. And take off I have to take off my boots so I can put on a ring. Took part of a raid with a famous French YouTuber. Oh, that's wonderful. Raided Stop Skeletons? Yes! Stop Skeletons when fighting is so good. I love Derek and I love Grace even more. They are so passionate about what they do, and I think they do it right. Hey Derek, it's me, Derek. Favorite tagline. And screw Big Red Button? Well, I guess it's good that I have no idea what Big Red Button is. Oh, baby. Now I gotta save again now that since I have these items now. Oh, Big Red Button were the developers of Sonic Boom. Got it. I like to forget that Sonic Boom existed, because you're right, the potential was there. I'm really close to the halfway point, Famajack. I'm about to get the special thing for fighting Richter. Screwed by Sega's exclusivity deal with Nintendo around the launch of the Wii U. Wow.
That voice, Maria?
I'm sorry. You were right. He has joined forces with the enemy.
So it was a Belmont after all.
But someone must be controlling him. Whatever we do, we can't harm Richter.
But he must be stopped.
I know. Well, here. Take these with you.
Holy
What are
cow.
these?
If you wear these, you can see beyond evil illusions.
Thank you. 'Tis best then if you pray for the soul of your friend.
Had to retool everything because the Wii U didn't support Unreal 3. That's brutal, Navigator. I didn't know that that's how things went. What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. Or in this case, a charitable little pile of secrets. Thanks to all of you who've donated so far for the American Cancer Society, dropping over $1,000 so far. Gonna save again, and then make my way up. After that, they dropped the Sonic Bible on him. So, best route... Okay, head back up to that teleport chamber. A collection of Archie comics with a pose saying "Don't do this." Hey, those Sonic Archie comics were great. I was so... Actually, we were on a family vacation. We were driving our way back to Phoenix from Las Vegas, and there's one particular gas station in a little town called Wickiup that is a common fuel stop on the way to Vegas from Phoenix. And they happen to have a comic book rack, and they happen to have Sonic Comics issue #1 on that, which I happily purchased. And I ended up subscribing to it. It was a really good time. Yeah, once I learned about... There was some quality humor in those, and Sally Acorn is, I think, deserves a lot more credit. Bunny the Rabbit, also a wonderful character. Comcast not a fan of Archie Sonic. I mean, I guess that's the thing. Archie Sonic was deeply integrated into my childhood. So that is, that's probably one of the big reasons. Doesn't have anything with Antoine. Sally Acorn, the ship, launched 1,000 furries. At least 1,000. Always gotta pay the furry tax. Her and Miss Bianca from The Rescuers. Oh, and Minerva Mink from Animaniacs. Which kind of implied surely that someone on the Animaniacs team was a furry and just needed to get some things off their chest? Sure. Mm-hmm. Wait, okay. Oh, Gadget from Chip and Dale. She has legit cults surrounding her. We're moving nicely on our way to our goal. Hey, Fresh88. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yep. Always here to try to play some of the absolute best here. So, looks like this is Holy Glasses. Oh! Intelligence up by get increased. I should also be, let's see. Mystic Pendant for MP restoration? Yes. Sure, Bloodstone. Oh yeah, that Fox Robin Hood 2, another furry inspiration. And yeah, I finally, last weekend, I watched the Darkwing Duck special with DuckTales, and it was everything I had ever hoped to see and more, Famijack. They keep delivering like nobody's business on the new DuckTales. It is a sight to behold. It's damn near inspirational. Oh, this is the big bonus stuff right here. I'm gonna have to save again. A ghost card. Sweet! Ghost card. Don't leave home without it. There was an Archie versus Punisher? That sounds amazing. Oh, they all fell down that hole? Never mind. Yes, Dwarven Dynamite, please watch the new DuckTales, and Robert Headley is telling the absolute truth. They found a way to retcon the original, the NES Moon theme into the show, and it will make you cry, bro. It will totally get all of your feelings. Oh, Teen Titans Go? Yes. I feel like Teen Titans Go just got a lot of... Teen Titans Go got a lot of backlash because it wasn't like the previous Teen Titans, but it became something amazing in its own right. And I was watching a little bit of it this weekend, or a couple weekends ago, when I was just burning time at the hotel a little bit, and it is hilarious, but has a lot of heart too. Yeah, DC's animated universe, super cool. One of my favorites for the past couple of years, Batman versus Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I've been waiting for you.
Answer me. Why is a Belmont planning the resurrection of Count Dracula?
Count Dracula rises but once every century, and my role is over. If I can resurrect him, then the battle will last for eternity.
If those are your true feelings, then so be it.
Oh boy.
You've defeated me, but all is not yet lost. The resurrection of Count Dracula is at hand.
You're obsessed with Dracula, bro. He has the Geese Howard voice. Yep, Shaft was behind it this whole time. Imagine that. Just because you thought that you may have defeated Shaft back in Rondo of Blood? Nope. Impossible. You can't defeat Samuel L. Jackson. Unless you're a shark. Yep, one bite.
No. What have I done?
Thank you, Alucard, for saving Richter.
Alucard? The same Alucard who fought alongside my ancestor, Trevor Belmont? That was over 300 years ago.
No time for small talk. Is the person who controlled you in that castle over there?
Yes, I think so.
Maria, take Richter and leave here. I'll finish this.
All right. Good luck.
Oh, snap. Okay, so I'm probably like an hour behind schedule for where I wanted to be in the game, but you know, that's okay. If nothing else, I think the sheer amount of completeness that I put into the first part is going to help me greatly here in the inverted castle. Don't let anyone tell you this isn't melodramatic. Actually, I think I'll stick with holy water. Also, Maria, don't forget, put on sunglasses. Vampires rule! Actually, I should make sure I go over here as well. Yes! Immediately becoming more powerful? Yes! Bastard sword. Will I finally have an upgrade over the Damascus? Standard sword. Up 45. There we go. Ooh, it's got a long reach too. Well, I'm only holding on to it for a few minutes anyway until I get my filthy mitts on a Cressigrim. Captain N, yes, I was a Captain N watcher as a young person. Let's get that royal cloak on. It's looking beautiful. And, well, it increases constitution, luck, and defense. So I'll take it. Yeah, Captain N was just... It was weird. It was nice that it existed, but it was so off... It was so very off base from the way that those video game properties worked. It was just so strange too. Like, we were just grateful to have a video game cartoon in the first place. It wasn't well done, but that's okay. Mama Panda forgot to carve pumpkins? Oh, wow. How could you, of all people, let a detail like that slide? Captain N even had a puberty PSA, of course. For everyone born in the late 70s who was watching that show and going through it at the time. When Captain N was big, I was perhaps 5 to 7 years old. Oh my gosh, Navigator, the Legend of Zelda cartoon will have you weak, absolutely out of your mind laughing at how ridiculous it is. But one of my favorite little bits that people uncovered is how, you know, Breath of the Wild speedrunners figured out how to use bombs to enhance their shield surfing. Well, to say the least, the Legend of Zelda cartoon has that. Oh, no more little bonus here? Mama Panda, fight with a Halloween gingerbread house. Oh, that's a nice blending of the holidays. Did you win? Kind of like Shini and Asuka from Eva doing AIDS PSA. I'm glad you got that gingerbread house under control, because I would imagine that if a gingerbread house ever gets out of control, they become very hard to restore. Favorite 90s PSA, Sonic says. Okay, I got myself a little power boost, feeling cocky and confident with my stately 290 hit points and 200 hearts. Let's go start fighting some enemies, shall we? Jaleel White. Seriously, Jaleel White was the perfect first Sonic. Oh my, that's a giant bat. Come on, demon. Oof. There you go. Love those wings, by the way. Just absolutely love the graphics on this guy. I was also a little hurt they didn't get Jaleel White for the Sonic movie. But I also think Ben Schwartz did a fantastic job. Ben Schwartz acted his ass off for Sonic in the Sonic movie. And yeah, you're right about that, Robert Headley. Completely as right as can be. That's why the Sonic movie went in on James Marsden so much, I think, because maybe Paramount was a little too skittish, and they're like, maybe we should have a recognizable type of name here. So they went and they scraped together James Marsden, and I felt like that wasn't necessary, but they went and did it anyway. Travis Willingham for Knuckles. I am not familiar with his work. Yes, the Sonic movie did do well enough to warrant a sequel, thankfully. They finally greenlit the sequel. No idea when it's going to finally be out, but it's coming. Especially since it finished on a cliffhanger. Oh, the Knuckles in Sonic Boom. Yes, he has already proven himself to be the perfect Knuckles. So yeah, keep him on. And really, the best part about Jim Carrey in the Sonic the Hedgehog movie is how deeply he tapped into his vintage performances to be Robotnik. Like, it was a total return to form for early 90s. No! I think that's my first death, actually. Yeah, Robert Headley, it's a fun ride. My chief complaint with the Sonic movie is how it's less of a Sonic movie and more of a fun children action adventure movie that just happens to have Sonic in it. So don't expect them to go in heavy on all the references. French dub of the Sonic movie. Sonic was dubbed by a terrible celebrity, not funny. And the French Sonic community hates him. That's amazing. Oh, that's a great spelling of reverse. And holy crap, I still have 100% more to go. See how quickly I can do this. Strictly, what is 3 pages of video game? It's 3 pages of video game history. If you click through it a little bit more, you should get the full description for that. Merc Dowdy, what's going on? Good to see you, bro. Hope you're having a good, happy Halloween, good weekend so far. Yeah, strictly that particular channel reward is I stop the game for a moment and we savor, and I will read 3 pages out of the book Console Wars so that we can enjoy some video game history. Oh, Famine Jack went in on it. Oh boy. Yeah, like that. Of course you did. But you didn't specify a page number, Famine Jack, unless you just are willing to let me read randomly from the book. Ah, Merc Doty, you're hiding. Good call. Okay, random page from... Random 3 pages from Console Wars by Blake Harris also can be found in TV documentary form on CBS All Access. Leave luck to heaven. Oh, I see what you did there, Famine Jack. So, what's juiciest to me? Oh, I think I know exactly what I need to read from. I'm going to bring back a... Or maybe... Let's see what I got here. Because there are a couple of different things that I would like to read. But where do I want to take your emotions? So let me go look at the chapters. That would help greatly. Should have a table of contents here in the beginning. This foreword is. There's a prologue. Part 1 Genesis. Oh, wow. I'm not specifically finding a chapter listing. Okay. Went to go grab a bite of dinner. Everyone's doing well. Hey, John J. Hope you had a good dinner. Thanks for checking in. Everything is fantastic. Yep. Story time. I feel like there's some pressure to make it juicy, given that it's my choice here. Oh wait, isn't it about page 250? No, not that one. I've already read enough of Boca. Victory Lane, Shoshinkai, Scattershot commercials. Oh, yes. Oh, snap. Oh, I finally just caught a whiff of a chapter that would be good. So that, and that. Okay. Doraemon. Okay, so what I think I'll do... Oh, this is actually perfect. This is... it's going to be starting here on page 386, chapter named Fugu, in the middle of a section named Civil War. I'm going to be... Because it's a special kind of day, I'll read an expanded section here. After Nilsson left, the rest of the day was spent in a series of meetings, more friendly than functional, until Kalinsky and Toyoda finally discussed the Sony possibility with Nakayama and a few of his top lieutenants. Among that group was Hideki Sato, who had been Sega's director and deputy general manager of research and development since 1989, when his team brilliantly refashioned Sega's System 16 arcade board into the Mega Drive. Although Nakayama would have final approval on how Sega proceeded, it would be Sato's reaction that would inform his decision. Knowing this, and following Fisher's advice, Kalinsky carefully proposed the idea of working with Sony in a complementary manner, and highlighted this would not sacrifice any of the great work that Sato's team had already done on the next generation of hardware. The reaction to the joint venture was mixed at best. Although those from Sega of Japan saw some business sense in a joint venture, they appeared to be fundamentally resistant to the idea. Whether this mentality was spurred by corporate pride, we don't need them, creative ownership, we want to do this our way, or competitive skepticism, Sony just wants to see what we've got and steal it, Kalinsky was not sure. But this certainly was not shaping up to be the no-brainer he'd hoping it would be. But true to Fisher's words, Nakayama seemed to trust Kalinsky more than his own staff. Unlike in the boardroom 2 years ago, Kalinsky wasn't given carte blanche to run with the opportunity, but Nakayama wanted Sega to very seriously explore this option and form a review team to work with Sony over the next several months. If Kalinsky was right and this was a golden opportunity, then that would become evident and a wonderful partnership would be formed. But if he was wrong, then Sega had no obligation to continue working with Sony and could continue forward on their own. Sato and other members of research and development seemed to appreciate this resolution and harbored no noticeable ill will about moving forward in this fashion. For Kalinsky, it wasn't quite a win, but given the initial feedback, it was more than he'd been expecting. Plus, he was rather certain that this really was a golden opportunity, so getting the win was just a matter of time. To celebrate this and Sega's other successes, Kalinsky went out with Nakayama to the same geisha club they had visited a couple years earlier. Amongst the girlish giggles and swoops of sake, it was hard not to appreciate how far they had come together, and there was still so much further they could go together. A prospect that Kalinsky was now more confident and excited after that day's events. Between the Pico a partnership with Sony, and Nilsson's acceptance of a role as global marketing ambassador, Kolinsky couldn't help but feel a hint of guilt for ever doubting Nakayama and those at Sega Japan. They had their differences and certainly their occasional doubts about each other, but at the end of the day, they were all part of the same family, and mutual success would make the family a big happy one. Kolinsky had decided to stop wondering what was wrong with Sega of Japan, but now Nilsson couldn't get the question out of his mind. Unlike his boss, Nilsson's query wasn't inspired by frustration so much as it was by genuine curiosity about why Sega of America and Sega of Japan had experienced such differing levels of success. They both had the same products, the same games, and the same Blue Hedgehog, yet with a smaller budget, Sega of America had 50% of the American market, whereas Sega of Japan only had 15% of the Japanese market. The easiest conclusion to reach might be that Sega of Japan's personnel simply lacked the talent to execute, but Nilsson had spent enough time with them to know that such an assumption was heinously incorrect. The producers were virtuosos, the R&D team was relentless, and the executives were as sharp as anyone at Sega of America. The second easiest conclusion to reach might be that they were just lazy, that they had the right people and the right products but simply didn't care enough to go sweep a nation. But Nilsson knew this was also terribly false. Everyone he knew at Sega of Japan worked around the clock, paid attention to the tiniest of details, and bled Sega blue. So when that accounted for the large disparity between Sega of America and Sega of Japan, cultural tastes? Vastly different market conditions? Nintendo's parent company in Japan was that much more formidable than Arakawa's group in America? Nilsson didn't know the answer. But he was happy to stop thinking about it for a little while when he went to dinner with some members from Sega of Japan's marketing team. Nilsson and about 5 junior executives, who in Japan are called salarymen, left the office together, happily sharing stories as they hit the streets. They walked for about 5 minutes towards a bustling alley with a hypnotic mix of neon signs and blinking electronic stores before the salarymen started pointing and laughing at a restaurant on the 2nd floor. Usually they spoke in English or tried their best to communicate with gestures, but Nilsson had no idea what was going on until a few minutes later when he was sitting on the floor of a private room in a dimly lit restaurant. Nilsson began looking through the menu until one of the salarymen pulled it away. They came here often, it seemed, and they would take care of all the details for their friend from America. After a long flight and a taxing day, Nilsson was more than happy to defer to his host for the evening until he detected a few subtle scuffs of laughter when the food order was placed. Something was going on, and given the unusual delicacies of Japan, it was something likely weird. Octopus? Starfish? Bottlenose dolphin? Although none of these species got Nilsson's mouth watering, he was an adventurous eater and a team player, so as long as whatever they ordered for him wasn't breathing, he figured that he'd find a way to get it down. But when the food arrived, his suspicions were confirmed. There was more at stake here than just stomaching the unknown. Fugu. That's what they'd ordered for him, and only him. As the dish was placed in front of Nilsson, the salaryman explained that this was a Japanese pufferfish. But unlike other creatures in the sea, raw fugu was lethally poisonous due to its heightened levels of tetrodotoxin. For this reason, it could be prepared only by qualified chefs who had undergone rigorous training. Even so, it was not a perfect science, and eating fugu resulted in about 50 illnesses and 10 deaths each year. With thin sashimi-style slices of this possibly toxic dish sitting in front of him, Nilsson joined in the titillation of laughter around the table. "How do you think my parents will feel," Nilsson asked, "when they find out their son was killed by a pufferfish?" The laughter reached a crescendo, but all eyes remained fixed on Nilsson. Did he have the courage to tempt fate and eat the fugu on his plate? Or was he just another foolish gaijin passing through the land of the rising sun? The expression in their eyes told Nilsson they were very much wishing for the latter, granting them license to laugh at him and not with him. But to their dismay, he lifted a pair of chopsticks. Then, without hesitation, Nilsson picked up a slice of the treacherous fish and took a bite. Not bad at all. Amidst gasps from the salaryman, he took another bite and another one after that. "It's actually very bland," Nilsson said, but received no response because the men of Sega of Japan were speechless with shock. After another bite, Nilsson pushed the plate forward and asked, "Who wants to try a piece?" He scanned the table, and as he made eye contact with each one, they physically recoiled at the challenge, their laughter gone and replaced with sudden dread. "Come on," Nilsson implored. "There must be someone willing to take the risk." There were only 10 deaths each year, 10 out of hundreds of thousands, and besides, there was a hospital down the street. Nothing bad was going to happen, so it was worth trying at least one bite, but the fear in their eyes said otherwise, and that's when Nilsson finally realized the fundamental difference between Sega of America and Sega of Japan. They weren't willing to take the risk to race Sonic against Mario or welcome a generation to the next level. These people were highly talented and certainly not lazy, but deep down they weren't as interested in winning as they were in not losing. Without risk, there is no reward, and so Nielsen lifted his chopsticks and pulled the plate towards him, proudly eating every last piece of the puffer fish all by himself. So there we go. Thanks for redeeming some channel rewards points, Famijack, for a little bit of console wars. I hope you enjoyed that passage. So let's resume the mayhem, shall we? I'm glad you like that one, Navigator. I'm gonna go save again, because keeping that bat defeated is gonna be in my best interest. You can go to sleep now, but you won't. Yeah, it is very late for you, Palmcast. I realize it's a Saturday, but yeah, it would still be a late bedtime nevertheless, but glad you're staying around, Palmcast. I appreciate that very much. Oh, it's just 9 p.m.? Oh, okay. I forgot which part of the world you were at. Oh no, Mama Panda! Forgot to give your villagers candy. I think you have just a few minutes left to do that. Okay, you're on the same continent as me, Palmcast. That's good. With the French discussions that have happened, I've I got a little confused in remembering where exactly you were from. So thank you for reminding me and being patient with me while I integrate another username into my head. Seriously, Famijack, if only you didn't have to go to work. What does that other rod? What does this new rod do for me? Rod with lunar markings. Woo, Canada. Our home and native land. True patriot love in all thy sons command. I'm just gonna keep it safe for now. Just told, huge church group check-in. 30 of our doubles been rented with 4 people in each room. That is gonna be a lot of folks. That's gonna be a problem come breakfast time. Ooh, that bomb hit me for 50. And it's got a grinder drill on the bottom for extra punishment. Yeah, Canada is always a mystery. No one knows if it exists, but everyone keeps hearing about it. It's truly a cryptid. It is like Sasquatch. And, okay, that portion completed. Good. Canada, America's hat. Canada, the apartment that's above a meth lab. Canada should exist, yes, as a concept. I like the idea of Canada. So it definitely should exist in some fashion. It looked real enough to me. I mean, I have set foot in Canada, in both British Columbia and in Ontario, where Niagara Falls is. So yeah. Confirmed, trapped in a snow globe. Send help. Oh no, Mama Panda. Someone rescue Mama Panda, please. A flamberger. Flame edge sword, two-handed. No thanks. I'm not about that two-handed sword life. I'll take that level up though. No! What is my... Oh yeah, off with the spike breaker. Rikaku with the host! One of the hardest working men out there, Rikaku, finding time to give me the host. I appreciate that very much, dude. Long time no see. Hope everything is well for you. Brother of Famijack popping in here. When you discovered that Mac Muscles was from Quebec, you were shocked. Oh, wow. Mama Panda doesn't want to melt. Okay. Yeah, I mean, wherever... If we do happen to liberate you from the snow globe, Mama Panda, then, yeah, we have to make sure to have some walk-in freezers or a lot of ice. And Grumpy Tomato lives on Twitch, where the weather is manic, where the weather is me. Speaks English and then drops then drops some perfect French like that. It makes sense. It's good to see your fellow countrymen in successful places. Okay, that's good. Doing well, Rikaku. How are you? I know you've got a lot of reason to be exhausted among many other feelings that aren't great, but I'm glad you're here, dude. Good Lord. Okay, am I just gonna have to unleash? I did not want to do this, but it seems time to... Yep, a Power of Sire should do well. Wonderful. Come on, my little demon. You're supposed to be doing better than that. And of course, all of these gears are more difficult to hit in this. Not going to Walgreens? I hear Walgreens has a free test, though, but I also understand that they do the nasal swab, which can be problematic. Yeah, Arizona State University does free tests here that are just a saliva sample, so I preferred that. But I'm currently, to say the least, in a position where I'm required to get tested, and the only test that my company will accept is a nasal swab test. So I'm kind of screwed on that. I'm going to have to take on the pain of a swab. Let me go now with a pentagram. Oh, wow. That just destroyed quite a bit. My little demon, it would be nice if you'd be willing to deal with some of these enemies. Oh, I think I just heard it click. No! Why'd you hit it, demon? Okay, good. There's that. Oh, I need to heal very quickly. I believe I have some potion. Oh, an elixir? That would be even better. Mama Panda. Well, guess not gonna hand out candy. Don't have any. You can only buy one candy a day from Nook's Cranny. Oh no! Your poor island won't be as candy infused as you want it to be. Wait, I thought I... Oops. Oh well. Oh, come on. Finally. I'm gonna go back up to the room I unlocked. Happy Chino! What's going on, dude? Good to see you. Hope all is well in Happy Chino land. Always nice to have another person who I met through Nina Lee hanging out in here. Diamond Life Apple in Sunstone. What can I put in my other hand? I feel like this hand is could be carrying something useful, and it's not. Oh yeah, Holy Rod was a good alternative. Yeah, Palmcast, you should be good for posting a link. My channel is not to the point where I've had to prevent linking, so yeah. Just get me out of this room. Nate the Great, 7878. All of the rhyming with the follow. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate you dropping in and giving me the follow here. Let's live the dream together here in Subcon. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a happy Halloween or Sunday morning, depending on where you are. Oh, villagers with candy? Dang, Mama Panda. See, you've worked so hard on your island that everyone's got you. Ooh, Dragon Helm. That will actually be rather useful. Frightens enemy, lowers defense. Yes. Actually, I could really be wearing something better for my actual on-body defense. Like the walk armor is always a good choice. Shanghaied into an overnight, which thanks to DST is now 13 hours. Dude, Rikaku, your employer is just beating the snot out of you at all times, man. Good luck. Good luck enduring that. I wish you well. Finally, I can get over to the library and start trying to farm for a Cressigrim. Oh, you're the lucky one? BLW, what's going on? Thanks for popping in. Hope all is well, BLW. Good to see you again. I know you're a busy fella. Hope all is well on your Halloween. Got guys who haven't had a day off in months. Wow. Well, at least some of the folks in your company are making big overtime money. How's it going, Nate the Great? Garnet, and yeah, these nice invincible skulls here. Just got done with an awesome hayride with your nieces. Oh, good family time, BLW. Happy to hear that. You are really embracing the season. I think this is one of the other... Yep, this should be the inverted warp point. Good, perfect. Just continuing to open this map, which I can now do much more quickly, being that it's, you know, the inverted castle. So we'll see what the next couple of hours hold. I know I'm definitely, like, cutting stream after a certain point, though, because I don't want to go longer any more than any of you guys want to go longer as well. So we'll see how we feel eventually. We'll see how we feel in about 2 hours. Black Moon Wolf. Legit, the only way you get time off is if you work overtime. Finally say, I'm not coming in tonight. Already over on hours this week. Wow. That's some heavy stuff. Kane with the host. Thank you very much for that, Kane. Appreciate it very much. Dwarven Dynamite, you're here for as long as I'm here. That's incredibly awesome, Dwarven Dynamite. Thank you very much for that. Illusion of Gaia finally done? Heck yeah. These enemies are going to be kind of rough for now. Ooh, a nice level up off of a Scarecrow. That's nice. And I think this room right here is right on where I need to be. Yep, for farming, because one flies at you right there. And you can just... oh, I need to equip the things that will up my luck. So that... now it's time for the a la carte things. A la carte that, and then a la carte mail, and then I think there's an a la carte shield. Yep. And yeah, luck going all the way to 52. I'm gonna need that if I want this item drop to take place. And maybe, just maybe, I'll try it right now. Always here, just never know when you'll drop fat beats. With a 6-hour playlist, yep, that is certainly true. Or maybe, or how about I do this? No, I don't have. Oh, I guess what I'm gonna have to do. Let me go with an attack potion. And let me also heal myself a little bit with perhaps a life apple. Oh, heals a familiar only. Okay. High potion, sure. Whatever tops me back up, because I'm about to expose myself to some trauma. There we go. So let's equip the a la carte shield again. Get my luck back up. Do I have a... I don't suppose I have a... Oh, I have a luck potion. Yes! I'm going to crank that up too. Base, 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 base. There we go. My luck's temporarily at 72, so let's roll. And just a little bit of this. Oh! A ramen. Okay. Another level up already. Okay, I'll take it. I'll grind these dudes all day if it levels me up like that. Drop the sword, Scarecrow. Drop the sword. Getting all these crits, but not getting what I want. That's okay. Thank you for donating on the American Cancer Society. Follow that link right there to Tiltify. There, as I've pressed ! charity, and that's where you can drop your donation. Your donation will go directly to the American Cancer Society through Tiltify, and your donation will be tracked appropriately so that it hits that ticker down there. And BLW has dropped 50 bucks. Huzzah! Thank you very much for that donation, dude. Appreciate it very much. We might just hit that goal today. We really will. Awesome folks like you are keeping it rad. Oof. And yep, there's a second one in here. And since I take 2 hits to kill now, I might as well keep grinding on that. Pasta for dinner, Robert Headley. What kind of sauce are you going for? Ooh, I'm gonna die if I'm not careful. A gauntlet? Okay. Let me heal a little bit. If I can. I'll eat some ramen. That'll do. Haven't perfected a marinara sauce. Hey, you know what? If it tastes good, then keep rocking it. I I don't know. I'm a little skittish. I feel like I should be, I feel like I should head back to the library and go reconcile a little bit here. Oh, 3. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Now I'm really in trouble. A couple potions. That might get me to the library. Corey! Thanks for the donation, which I assume is Black Moon. Thank you very much. Take care of these poor people, indeed. All of us have been affected in some way by cancer, either directly or by knowing someone who had it. And the American Cancer Society helps those stricken with cancer to make the best out of their life, however possible. Yeah, I need a library card. Please save me. You dropped the stream on the largest Castlevania group on Facebook? What? Robert, wow, dude. Thank you. Must do the needful. Wow. That's super impressive. Thanks. That's incredibly, yeah, that's amazing. I've only got a couple hours left, but maybe I'll be able to do just enough to keep folks satisfied. Oh, it brought me back to the regular castle library. Okay, that makes sense. Which I'm also okay with, actually. Especially since I've been gathering a crap ton of money and nowhere to spend it. So... I wonder how much money I actually have. I haven't looked at that number in a long time.
What can I do for you?
Let's sell some gems first and foremost.
Like you. Like you.
Alright, 59,000. Not too shabby. Let me load up on a few high potions. A few of those. Uncurses I'm fine on. Any of these other things, a couple more library cards would be nice.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's time. I can afford it.
Thank you. Thank you.
What about 16,000 left? Anything in the realm of... Nope, I think I'm just rocking with some potions here. So let me get a few more.
Thank you.
Castlevania community in general has been abused by Konami and used the positive karma. Oh, dude, Robert, thank you. That means a lot. Thank you very much. Okay.
Farewell for now.
So now I'm in an area that I'm kind of over-leveled for, kind of set back a little bit, but that's okay. Tis but a small setback. Tis but a scratch. As I kill all these books. When you're younger, 3D elements in 2D games always blow your mind. Oh, totally get it. Like being able to integrate 3D and 2D together like that, just mind-blowing at all times. And now I have to uncurse myself. Glad I have a lot of those. Oh, hey, I'm at 69 hit points. Very nice. Let's get that shield back on at the very least. And actually, I should be potioning myself. High potion worth 100? Okay, just one will do. Mode 7, pretty lit, yeah. Even just some of those simple Mode 7 effects that went on in a lot of games, in some Super Nintendo games, completely crazy. The things that they accomplished between Mode 7 and the Super FX chip on Yoshi's Island were total mind-blowing things. And then you got to legit games like this that push the envelope. Okay, need to get back over to the warp room so that I can make my way back to the inverted castle. Yeah, that spinning background in Castlevania 4 was... I feel like that was kind of cruel. That was a lot on the senses for people back in the day. Black lipstick to dry. Aw, snap. Gravebook looking extra gothy tonight. You're gonna crush it, Gravebook. You're gonna sizzle. I hope you take all the selfies in the world. Exactly where I wanted to be. Then I'll be able to hit a save point and all those other things. Black lipstick is like unilaterally sexy. Truly. So, mate, you're making good choices today, Gravebook. $333 hit points. Oh, man. Yep. It's the evening of Halloween. Time to goth up as hard as you physically can. Nope, don't need that. That takes a lot of hearts. Very awesome weapon, but not until I have like 400 hearts in the chamber or something. Okay, let's get this shit show back on the rails. Funny, get invited to the alt group here in town. Not even remotely alt, just like alt people. That's one of the interesting things about being a nerd, Robert Headley, is that sometimes, in spite of your interests, that you might find yourself associating with people who aren't quite your deal, but are anyway. Like, I am not a table gamer by any stretch of the imagination. Table gaming, it just, some part of my brain is incredibly broken, and dealing with the rules of table games, just, I become a very frustrating person at the table because I don't really know how to play right, and often just don't. The game won't often click in my head very well at all. So, but so many of my friends, table gaming, complete all the way in on table gaming. Loved Warhammer, but then had to adult. Oh, Warhammer is so deep. I totally understand that. I think Merc Doty is our resident Warhammer guy, if he's still in here. Into a game of Rap Rat? That already does not sound pleasant. Fine, I'll save the Cressogram for another day. Maybe this is the time for the Holy Rod. Or Atmosphere. Oh great, those gravestones curse me. Time to uncurse. Looks like I got a lot of food. That's nice. Felt bad tonight during handing out candy. Costume legit scared some younger kids. Warhammer is plastic crack. Left it for other plastic crap, but not any cheaper. What are you dressed as, Merc Doty? What could possibly be that horrific? Those are the twos. I guess I'll go there. Oh, a Plague Doctor. That will be scary. That will certainly be scary. Oh, great. They respawn. Not good. Not good at all. Maybe I should go back to the library. I was having a much better time at the library. Yep, the beak will do it every time. It is a form. It is a form that is very off-putting. I think I'll stick with the bastard sword. Disgruntled employee hasn't been here 5 minutes and is already sick of you. That's the right way to be. Oh my gosh, I need to... Woosah, woosah. Space wolves, wow. Okay. Oh, let me get some health back, because I'm not in a great place there. I'm gonna save the food. I think I'll just go potion with this. High potion. There we go. Oh, the seed pods. Ooh. Merc Doty coming in hot with some takes on Warhammer. Yeah, you stay over there, kitty. Real tabletop players play hero clicks. Oh, we've got a boss here. Okay, well, time to do my best here instead of having this a la carte junk on me. Sword's fine. Shield's fine. Let me change up my mail here. Platinum breastplate? Sure. Is the walk armor better? Lowers intelligence a bit, but that's okay. Maybe I should be wearing the mirror cross here. That makes way more sense, because getting too stoned in this battle is going to be a bad time. That's right, demon. Get her ass. Get her. Oh, now the petrification shoe's on the other foot. Obtained Heart of Vlad. Yep, it's the Castlevania 1 boss rush portion of the game. This might actually be some Holy Rod time. Let's keep some holy in my hand. Where did I leave it? Where is it? Where are you? Rods are in their own separate situation. Starflail, Morningstar, Moonrod. Weird. There's the Holy Rod. Weird. Speaking of work, afraid you gotta head on. Data center doesn't maintain itself. Oh, I bet. Yeah. Someone's gotta keep the servers warm. Thanks for hanging out tonight, Black Moon Wolf. Appreciate the donation. You have yourself. Take care of yourself. Have a good night. Yeah, we're in a really good place here. Truly wonderful donations all day and all week from everyone in my life. Encumbrance. You may have to explain that mechanic a little bit to me. Down, Black Panther! Down! Carrying... Oh, weight limits, carrying too much and can't run. Yeah. People were already incredibly pissed off at the weapon durability. Don't add limitations to the inventory on top of that. Anyone who played Skyrim or EverQuest knows. Yeah, see those are empty spots in my gaming knowledge, so I will leave that up to you guys. Barley tea, I think they call that beer. And Tavenom. Let's get holy again. Has anyone seen my corpse? Oh man, that mechanic. Ooh, life max up. Desperately needed. Especially so I won't have to use any healing items. Oh, these enemies. Oh my gosh, I dislike them so much. I'm gonna come over here through this hallway real quick so I can just get some more completion. Fart Ripple! Dude, you've already crushed it today. Thanks for your huge donation, my dude. Fart Ripple is one of my homies, dating all the way back to middle school. Please give him a follow. He rocks Apex Legends. Yeah, Apex Legends. He rocks a little bit of PS2. He does it all. The Twilight Cloak. Yeah, Combat King, still on here. Yep, 6.5 hours in. I promised the masses at least another hour and a half from now, so yep, I'm here. Don't think it went through. Don't see a pending charge. Okay, I guess that is true too, because like the widget saw your donation, but it never actually counted, which is weird. But yeah, glad to have you popping back in, Combat King. When you're not streaming like a total beast on weekdays, I guess you're lurking like a total beast on weekends. All big love and hype to the Combat King, a big friend of the channel, a brother in retro. Like us retro weirdos, we might need to have like our own retro syndicate streaming group or something like that, because we are certainly growing in our allyship. And maybe eventually we'll be able to have like a monthly podcast and other weird team building things. Whew, I am leveling up like crazy. A 100 trick-or-treaters? Dude, Combat King, your neighbors are, they're all in. Nothing's gonna stop them. No, free me! Sure, why not add another retro gaming podcast out there? King Bob doesn't have to hold the monopoly on those. Combat King, you would do a video gaming podcast? That's awesome. Oh man, all of these things yield a ton of XP. Zion Farm, yep, still playing. I'm about 6.5 hours in. I promised the masses at least 8 hours, so that's what I'm gonna do. On a big marathon event stream like this, the least I could do is 8 hours. Because I know there are plenty of streamers who do a lot more. I'm not personally a fan of that. So I just try to keep it under 10. Combat King, you're... Wow, I did not know you were a podcast aficionado. I only listen to 2 podcasts, and that's only because they're good at filling time on my commutes to work. I listen to the Scrubs Rewatch podcast, and Zack to the Future, the Saved by the Bell Rewatch podcast. Yeah, totally need a retro stream team navigator. I know that a lot of us have our own other... a lot of us already are a part of other teams, but I feel like we've got the start of something like a retro stream team waiting in the wings as a possibility for all of us. Can I get my filthy mitts on some more better, like, luck items, though? That'd be great. Back in you're hitting the gym, listening to WTF and the Cracked podcast. Oh, I bet the Cracked podcast was super nice. I would assume they would have a very entertaining podcast. Zion, you're in the army. Remember your brother visited Korea, brought back a modded PS1. Oh, that's amazing. A modded PlayStation 1 from back in the day would be fantastic. Ooh, I am leveling up like crazy around here. Oh, a weapon? A javelin. Okay, not that impressive. There are these, this crazy enemy that rolls on the stairs also is known to drop a pretty good weapon that's like half as good as the Crescigrim. So we'll see how things turn out here. Redid the donut, went through now. Oh, Fart Ripple, you rocked it! Dude, thank you very much. Holy crap. We're within... Look how close we are to the goal, you guys. Holy crap. This is amazing. Just for... And this is the other thing. This being my second ever charity stream. First one absolutely blew away, I think, anyone's expectations. We raised $2,700 for victims of domestic violence. And I didn't have, you know... As one might tend to be, I wanted to be just as humble as possible with this... with this charity stream here, so I set the initial goal for $750, and well, come to find out that by the time I woke up today, we were basically halfway there. I'm like, well, seems like I need to make this a challenge again, and you guys have risen to the occasion, and I'm incredibly grateful for that. You still have that PS1? The crazy thing is you're stationed in Korea at the moment. Oh, how small the world gets sometimes. Ooh, I need to heal. I badly need to heal. A couple high potions. Get back into a shield of some sort. Sure, a Herald shield. Just $104, yep. I hope I'm making my friend Brittany proud. Other parts of Real Men Wear Pink have been fundraising all month, and you know, regrettably, I kind of wish I could. I have other extenuating aspects of my life that completely prevented me from doing so. But for this to for this much to happen in a single day is a freaking miracle. I'm so grateful for you guys, and even also. The person who decided to drop $100 worth of bits on me too. That was also astounding and shocking too. So I might like at least take half of that and donate it as well at a certain point in the future. That would be, I think, the right thing to do. All right, got a save locked in at a certain point, so that's nice. Let's keep uncovering more and more of the castle. Good rooms, good kills. I wish there were a percentage completion that showed here in the pause menu, but oh well. That's okay. Yeah, holy water seems like a better idea for now. And let's get those hearts back up. Nope, gonna stick with the holy water. The throwing... And I've got a couple bonus rooms nearby that I need to get to. Oh, not you again. Not a fan of you at all. Neither Zion Farm actually. This is not a not the actual CD, and it's not the X Station, but it's the solution that is right in between the two of them. This is still being played off of CD, but there is a modifier device. There's a modifier device for PlayStations that still happen to have for PlayStation models that have the parallel port. Which I intentionally bought this PlayStation to do exactly that. It's a device called the... I can't believe I've forgotten it so soon. A device called the Unirom, and the Unirom is a plug-and-play way to get the PlayStation to read backup discs. So that's how I'm playing today. And I gotta give a shout out to my dude Navigator for allowing me to purchase his Unirom for a very nice price. It's not a PSIO, it's a Unirom. It's different from the PSIO. I'm still playing an actual disc. Unirom allows usage of backup discs. Yep, Unirom. Yeah, for all that I've come to know of the PSIO, it's not worth owning. And the disk drive on this PlayStation, still good, so I might as well lean into Unirom for a while. Maybe I should have achieved the... Oh wait, what if I just... There we go. Always gotta hit these two bonus rooms. Yeah, I definitely understand the intent behind the PSIO. It's a great product on paper, but between some of the attitudes from the maker of it, as well as its various performance issues to this day, I can't see myself using it. If I want to have a good shot at dealing with this room, I have to clear the enemies. No choice in the matter. There we go. That's better. Need to crack open your PS1, see what allows you to play. Yeah, there have been a lot of mod chips for the PS1 ever since its inception. They've only gotten better and better, of course, but yeah, you probably have a really, really weird mod in there. Kind of like how I have a Dreamcast. I have a Japanese Dreamcast, but it has no problems playing a katana. Okay, but it has no problems playing American games. Just like I was reading something a while back, someone found an RGB mod for the N64 from back in the 90s. Totally wild stuff. Wish I could remember the link. Okay, what can the katana do for me? Oh, it's two-handed, but it's 68 power. I mean, I don't use... Let's see, how fast does it swing? Ooh, okay, you know what? Yeah, Navigator, I kid you not, I'm gonna have to go like dig deep through my browser history and stuff like that, but someone dug up an RGB modded N64 from back in the day. It used to be something that was mail order, like you had to send in your N64 and they installed it, but it indeed restored RGB to Nintendo 64s of the era. a before RGB modding was ever even a thing. They had an RGB mod for the N64. I guess maybe in a similar fashion to how old hackers back in the day would steal PPUs out of Nintendo VS system arcade units so they could RGB mod their NES consoles. Because it was pin for pin physically a match that you could use with your NES console. If you ripped the PPU out of an arcade board, your own NES at home could be RGB modded as well. So many mana prisms. Goody. I could use one of these. With that ugly ass color palette. I know, see, this is the fun part, Navigator, the things that we disagree upon. I actually really love the VS system color palette. I think Super Mario Brothers looks fantastic in the video output of the arcade PPU. Oh, these little jerks. No! And now I have to bat my way up all over again. See, little demon buddy, why can't you be more useful for me? Since I'm being brutally attacked by a gang of little demon thugs. I thought you'd be more useful than that by now. Oh, a level up. Alright, I'll take it. Oh, a luck potion. Well, that's exactly what I need for when I head back to the library. Demon don't want to... Yeah. I see he's chosen a side. The goddess shield. I really need to... I totally blew it on wherever the shield rod is hiding. If anyone knows off the top of their head where in the original castle the shield rod is hiding, I would love to get my hands on it. This is me officially asking chat for some backseat gaming so I can make sure I get my hands on the shield rod at some point, because you can do absolutely ridiculous amounts of damage, just utterly break the game with a shield rod. Big love to Fart Ripple for the huge dono earlier. That was mind-blowingly good. Holy crap, dude. And I think the cool part about using Tiltify, because things were... the way I ran my first charity stream, I assumed a lot of risk, to say the least, and I'm glad I don't have to this time. It'll be much easier to organize all the people who wanted which prize as well, so that I can do the drawings more efficiently. Like I can have the gift card drawings, and then I can have the retro tink. Each retro tink can have its own drawing as well, because people get put in a position to pick exactly which incentive they want. Oh, that's a creepy enemy. Skull butterflies. Oh dear. Oh, the demon found him though. Oh, this room. That's right. Gotta go explore it all. Pinch of salt. Oh dear. Ooh, what's hiding inside this whiskey decanter? A ring. Turquoise, big money. I'm into it, Let's keep forging ahead. Though I might be due a break here soon. Might. Coming up on the 7-hour mark, I think I'm gonna take a break then. Yeah, I'm intentionally avoiding the Colosseum area because the Colosseum is maybe one of the nastiest areas here in the inverted castle too. So I'm doing my best with what I got here. Wait, how do you guys have the ability to stone me? Rude. Far bottom room of the Colosseum is where I get the shield rod. Ah, thanks, Robert Headley. I think that far bottom room in the Colosseum is like exactly the one spot that I did not go in the Colosseum. And that's the thing. It would not exist here in the inverted castle. The inverted castle ends up having its own separate set of items per room. So that's one of the other big differences to deal with. Though after a certain point, I might just have to give up the 196% goal and just get myself a Cressigrim and wrap this game up. Only you should be able to stone you. Yes. Kind of like what I did last night, so I could fall asleep and have energy for streaming all day. Oh, that was nice. That was nice and easy. Uh-oh. These blade things, I swear. A library card? Get the crit. A Terminus Est. Ooh, what does that sword do? Poison Executioner's Sword? And it hits for 68? Ooh. Having fun isn't hard when you've got a library card. Is that a regional jingle for you, Navigator? Is that part of the New York library system or something like that? Oh? Oh, the Terminus Est was a two-handed sword? Okay, in any case, I can inflict poison, so screw all of you. Oh, and those green skeletons, that chest blast is nasty. I forgot about those dudes. Never saw Arthur on PBS? No, I feel like I just barely missed the age cutoff on Arthur on PBS. I never watched it. I mean, obviously fully aware of the memes and whatnot, but yeah, I had already moved on to anime and Toonami and other such things by the time Arthur got big. I even missed the boat on SpongeBob. I've seen a few episodes of SpongeBob, don't get me wrong, but I'm rather disappointing overall in just the overall, you know, how much have I watched kind of situation. Sorry to disappoint. I understand if you want refunds and want to tune away now. Holy water or dagger? Dagger for now. 3 years older, understand that. Okay, glad to hear that, Navigator. Yeah, glad you understand. Yeah, those 3 little years would have made a big difference back in the late 90s. Oh, balls. Also known as the talisman. What do the talisman balls do? A-A-R-D-V-A-R-K. Yep, get your Arthur memes out with each other. Do it now. Yes, a life max. Which also means I was near a teleport point. Oh look, it's the hidden first boss of Rondo of Blood in enemy form. More or less. Good lord. There we go. Now I can drop down here for some fun stuff, which I neglected to do in the original castle. There were definitely some things that I should have done in the original castle before I got here, but it's okay. Whoa! Whoa! Let me go with a potion. Good start. High potion, yes. 2 of these. Okay, get some sort of shield back, or even... Yep, I'll go with that. I can't even get close. Incredibly cursed enemies in this room. Woo! Okay, maybe I don't need to be in this room right now. Maybe I should go seek out that teleport point and go farm a Cressagrim. Use the last of my high potions now until I get a little stronger. Yeah, the cool part about this game is how much it reminds you that you're not supposed to be in certain places. Like getting whacked like that so incredibly hard, oh my goodness. Maybe being set back a little bit is probably what I needed. I needed to be humbled. And I'll get some of those items back that I burned. Because I did save at an okay place. So let's reload ACS, and this is a good opportunity to see how well my percentage is anyway. $120. All right, moving right along. Now loading. Yeah, it's gonna set me back a little far, but hopefully like a livable amount. I'm okay with this. I am fully okay with this. Now to make sure my heading is towards that teleport point instead. Yeah, you get to. We are we're on it. I think this stream is gonna meet its goal. We're really rocking it here, you get to. Thanks for all the good love, energy, and support here. What did you end up getting for food earlier? I don't. If I didn't catch it, I just don't remember. Oh, I just finished with that room. Okay. So if this were the proper version of the castle. Oh, you went Chick-fil-A nugs. The dankest nugs of them all. Uh-oh, a boss. Well, shite. Oh, this boss! Yeah, I'm not gonna survive this one. In fact, I should probably get out of here. Oh yeah, definitely here at the inverted. Well, I have no choice. I'm gonna have to tough this out. Time to die. Yeah, I got to inverted, I want to say about an hour ago? Seems about right anyway. Ooh, the legs fell off, and there's some maggots on the ground. Lovely, lovely. Oh, and I'm getting hit for 88. Well, might as well try to... fast. I wish it were faster, but yeah, just doing my best here to try to get as high of a percentage as possible before I crack all down here. Oh boy. But let's keep it rocking. As a matter of fact, I'm right about the 7-hour point here, so I'm gonna go take myself a little bit of a break here. Gonna go a little bit longer, maybe 15 minutes and all that, but I'm still gonna ride hard for Castlevania, and I'll see where all this adventure keeps taking me. So I will be right back.
Y'all ready to get funky?
The most important part of dance is music. So now let us listen to the music and identify the beats.
1, 2, 3.
But that was too soft.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and everyone in between, I'm gonna rock a 3-minute block of ads here to get rid of any pre-roll ads for incoming viewers. As always, your patience is appreciated, and we will keep it rocking right after these messages.
Jump around now. Jump around now. Jump around now. Get down. Jump around now. Jump around now. Jump around now. Get down. Jump around, jump around, jump around now. Jump up, and get down. Jump around, jump around, jump around now. Jump up, and get down. Jump around, jump around, jump around now. Jump up, and get down. Jump around, jump around, jump around now. Jump up, and get down.
Alrighty. Time to get back into the grind here, y'all. Let's tone down that audio and let's get the PlayStation audio back. So that I can recover from those deaths. Zion Farm. Let's... Okay, let's load this up and let me be a little more responsible this time. All in on sours and goza. Good call, Nav. Thanks for the good. Welcome back, Mama Panda. Okay, time to be a little more selective with where I go. Actually, yeah, this is an okay spot. Because I'd like to just be able to get my way back to one of the teleport points. Can dig IPAs, but sometimes too hoppy. Indeed. I'm from Arizona, Zion. Yeah, a lot of IPAs, especially of the more floral variety of IPAs, those do not jive well at all with, like, anything that's good. Oh, it's the creepy butterflies again. Oh, Lord. I think there might have to be a point in maybe about an hour where I'm just going to have to knuckle down and say, you know, we got to wrap this up. Used to live in Tucson a while ago. Tucson's a fun little place. It's a little odd sometimes, but that doesn't stop it from having its charm. Really good food. I do like dipping down to Tucson every now and then to get in on some of the restaurants that can still only be found there that have not opened up Phoenix locations. Dinner, podcast. Hey, nothing much new. Just trying to be strategic about how I'm going to spend the next hour and a half of stream. Because I don't want to go too long. But I also want to still make sure that I finish as much of this game as I can. There we go. That's better. Yep, the donation goal almost reached. I'm really impressed by my community. They've come through for me in ways that I don't even have words to describe. Anti-venom, good. Fuck cancer, indeed. That is the correct sentiment at all times. No one will ever give you any problem for saying fuck as long as you say cancer right afterwards. Going to gently make it up this shaft. Yep, Monday night, picking up some 4-packs from King County Brewers Collective. Oh, heck yeah. 4-packs are about the right amount. Now that I'm getting old, actually, one thing that I wish more craft breweries would do, let me get some 4-packs, but can I also get like 8 or 10 ounce cans? Because some of these brews are just ruthless in how powerful they are. Oh boy, I made a very tactical error there. I can and should make sure that I'm using stronger armor. That helps a lot. Yeah, we're gonna switch back to the bastard sword here. And with my empty hand, it's time to heal. If I still have any reasonably good, yes, the good food. Any other good potions? Yes, I still have high potions in this save reload, so 246. No, let's crank it up even further. 346. Let's not take too many chances here anymore. I know Walgreens doesn't always have the best beer selection, but they'll make sure to scratch the itch. Do not want to get owned by those spike traps again. Loading, loading, loading. Okay, good. Now this lets me know to go up and to the right to get to that teleport zone. Woo! Hopefully I don't have to do any weird barrier opening here. Good, good. Yes, exactly where I want it to be. So now I'm going to drop down, hit another save, and then we're going to go try to farm Cressagrim again. And oh dear, things have gone... The stream has gone a little unstable. Just a tiny bit unstable. I'm going to just kind of chill a little bit. Yeah, this is me. I know the stream is struggling a little bit, so I'm making sure to respond in chat. Hopefully it stabilizes. It's still in the red zone. But recovering? Maybe? I hope? Thank you, Bombcast, for that big donation. You didn't have to do that. That's amazing. Thank you. Okay, good. Yeah, down here for the save. Stream is struggling right now. I think we can indeed make it. That wasn't the official donation link. That was just my personal donation link, but I'll make sure to take that under consideration. And your father has cancer. I hope it was detected quickly, Pomcast. Hope your father makes a full recovery. I know that's entirely possible. Not a very advanced one. Yeah, the treatment is still very, very difficult. Lots going on to make sure that someone still finds a way to beat cancer. Okay, I need to climb a little more. It was detected quickly. Oh, that's good. The sooner the better, always, when it comes to cancer. So that's very fortunate. Not many people get to be fortunate enough to have early detection. So I think your father's going to be okay. Okay. I'm going to pop a luck potion and hope for the best. Luck potion number 9. And should I also throw on... My luck is currently boosted to 49. Should I boost it even further? I think I'm going to try with this, because being able to one-hit kill the scarecrows is going to be for the best. Maybe I'll just do it like this. Wait for that one to be the one that drops a Cressagrim. That's one. Okay. I have to make sure I put in a brief mental pause before I kill it, or after I kill it, so that I don't like walk out of the room as the sword spawns. This is definitely the best spot for farming. Itty bitty Ruby. Oh, is that Midna? Is that Midna trying to type something? Midna is Itty bitty Ruby's cat, a black cat. So Midna's powers are at their maximum right now here on Halloween. Midna is the absolute cutest. Do I feel lucky? Or how about if I go a la carte set? If I go a la carte set and then do a strength booster, that feels also like a good idea. Yep, luck plus 30. It's a good place. Oh, very briefly, I need to make sure that I... Would it be STR, my strength? I think that's the one I need to go for. Oh yeah, because my attack's now at 58. My empty hand is... it could go up to 86 with just a boomerang. Okay, but a la carte shield... There we go. Strength up, luck is up. Let's see how this rolls. Okay, I'm getting a lot of critical hits, but I'm not getting my dear sweet Cressigrim. Yes! Oh, baby, we are about to ruin everything. Everything in my path is gonna get freaking evaporated. Urgh! This is living right here. Let's get back to some good mail here. Oh, I'm so happy. Because, for one thing, when you use the Cressigrim, you don't stop walking. And you hit 4 times for every button press. So, absolute lay down some murder time. I am out for some MFing revenge on this game. As a matter of fact, let me head over to a save point, and then we're gonna go lay down some murder. That demands. Yeah, like, listen to how many hits per second you get off this thing. And its power is freaking incredible. Like, as I'm sitting here with 92 attack on my left hand as a result of this. And that's 92 per... And if I'm not mistaken, that's also 92 per hit. So that's 4 strikes of 92 power hitting something. So it's time to make them all pay. Absolutely have to lock this in. Yep. Massive, absolutely devastating damage per button press. That's why it is important to farm the Cressigrim whenever possible. Do whatever you can to get your hands on it, because this sword is... I think, without a doubt, it is the best sword in the game. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes, that is exactly the sword you want, and especially now that you've seen it in action a little bit, yeah, it does all the work. And the elevator refuses to defy gravity for me. What a shame. And, okay, yep, time to go up a little higher. All the while crossing a ton of ground in the process. Oh, a luck potion. Well, good thing I don't need you anymore. Where does this lead me to? Oh, this area. I see where I'm at now. There's going to be a save point over here. Which, you know, let me go back into the clone fight room and see what's going on over there. Oh, yes. Franken Kong. Short work, thanks to the Cressigrim. Tooth of Vlad. And a shield potion? Okay. Yep, we're basically going on a Castlevania 1 boss rush to be able to get full access back to Back to the lair of Vlad Tepes Dracula. Oh, these guys. Oh, you know what? Why don't I just go in here as well so that I can pick up a Chotel and hammer. Which also would mean... Wait. Which also would mean I missed the other room down here. Which also technically means I can break that apart, and I got a dim sum set. Is the elevator still here? That would be super groovy. Is there still an elevator here? It would be super cool if there were. Oh, Gravebook got us over 1,400. Love to see it. Yeah, the way that I'm watching this, like, yes, I acknowledge, like, where I stare is right below the camera, but and then the widget is for donations is just below that, but because of the way that I'm focused on the game, I like the numbers don't register. They're like in my blind spot. So thank you, Gravebook, for getting us over 1,400. I figure whatever happens, even 1,400 is a good place to be. Okay, I guess there's no secret elevator here. Womp womp. Can't have everything in the inverted castle. A Monster Vial 3. I'll take a Heart Max. That'll do well. Now what's hiding up here now? No bird, no telescope. What a shame. Okay, now the next place I should go. Okay, I see it. Yes, a life max. Over 400 now. Actually, I'll drop. I think I can keep going here. Oh, no, you don't. Excessively long hallways. Love them so much. But I also love not stopping in my tracks to swing my sword. That's also pretty great. Oh, they were hiding. Oh, what's this shiny black ball? An iron ball. Okay. Sure, very descriptive. Ugh, I blew that one. And up here into this area, oh yeah, we get to go to some absolutely terrifying places now. Can a dude get another save room though? That would be nice. Should be some bonus goodies in this area, though. Nope, not that power-up. Still not yet. Another life max and a diamond. Good pickups, good pickups. I should just not deal with those spore enemies. They're just the worst. Crazy how much modern games have backtracked from this. And well, I guess the other part of it is that I feel like because the genre basically almost didn't exist when this was created, that this game is full of like little obscure items that are workarounds for just edge cases that they discovered while playtesting. I feel like couldn't name them off the top of my head, but having the if one were to go look at the possible inventory that one can get in this game, it's astounding how many items are possible to unique items are possible to collect here. But a lot of the modern Metroidvanias are very optimized in terms of what you can pick up. So that sort of lends itself to an experience that maybe doesn't always feel as fun. Not knocking the modern games by any stretch, but this was, you know, the Wild West of video games back in the day when we're just happy to get another Castlevania game, and video games were still grabbing hold as the cultural force that we know them to be today. Don't even mean Metroidvania, just games in general, less depth. Also, I can get behind that. Yeah, the amazing things that they did with the art in this game to create that sense of environmental storytelling, just completely astounding. I need to go to the right before I go to the left. So much is different, and these caverns right here are the absolute worst. Kind of disagree, Nav? I know I can doggy paddle. Let me get all the way up there. There we go. Games haven't lost depth. Because there's certainly still no shortage of deep games out there. I think linearity in games is something that has that was a plague for a while. It's like someone I know says no when you're being sold to. Ooh, that's a good point. We're just not being sold to anymore. That's a good way of putting it. Kind of like how the children's cartoons of the 80s are legitimately inferior because they were just the cheapest possible crap made to sell toys. And now you can't have a children's cartoon these days without a lot of heart and depth behind it. Like, there's some real quality out there for cartoons that, you know, 40 years ago would have been used to just sling toys. Swim it out, little buddy. Swim it out. And this is annoying because you actually have to get the wolf form to touch the ceilings in order to make this go. Filmation, biggest culprit? Really? Let me get over here. Good, good. I keep forgetting what shows are Filmation products again? Refresh my memory, pretty please. Stream is really struggling right now. I'm sorry, you guys. Like, even an hour and a half before stream, I even rebooted my modem and router to try to make sure that stuff like this could improve. But I am going through a kind of a boring part right now, so it's okay for the stream to drop. He-Man. Oh yeah, He-Man and all those brethren back in the day absolutely got the brunt of it. They were some dope-ass toys, don't get me wrong, but the actual content of the show really lacking in depth. Yes, give me all the life ups, all of them. Did I hit that? Okay, I did. Good. Ooh. No, I don't need to go up there yet. I'm gonna clear out this area first, and then make my way up. He-Man and She-Ra. Definitely things that Gen X still are very, very much lustful for to this day, but in retrospect did not age well at all. Centurions? Yeah, it wasn't until just not terribly long ago, like maybe in the past 10, 15 years or so, that I found a lot of my contemporary brethren as well as Gen Xers going all in like crazy on Centurions. I'm like, wait, that was a big deal? Okay, sure. Let's see, can I fog my way through this water? I'm gonna try. Ooh, the PlayStation's really struggling on this. It's probably because I hit the water at the very top. What if I just stay here pinned against the wall? That'll probably help out. Ruby Spears, also a big offender, just as much as Filmation. Nope. I falter in the waterfall. Okay, got it. Got it. Understood, game. Bat also is not friendly to this, but I'm gonna try to make it over there however I can. I'm trying to like jump and free myself of this, because I know I can make it over that extra little alcove there. I wonder if if I switch to Wolf and paddle my way up. Oh, that seems like the right choice there. So if a little early for that. Okay, so if I... Nope. A little bit of that, and a little bit of... and a little bit of... Nope, not quite. I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna figure it out. Yeah, I'm trying to dog paddle in that pool that's on the ceiling, but it's not quite going well, like I did with the other rooms. It's just hard to angle the wolf form into being able to paddle in the ceiling, and I'm not sure if the wolf can paddle in the waterfall. Boomers in the cartoon group you're in hate the She-Ra reboot. Oh yeah, I've also certainly become aware of some goodness in the She-Ra reboot too. How about I bat for a moment? Okay. Let's try this again. No. Wait, what's wrong with me? There's an entire power-up that I'm not using. Oh wait, there we go. Doggy paddle through the waterfall. Exactly what I needed. I was also not using the gravity boots the way that I should. Osafune katana. No other sword matters, honestly. Yeah, gravity boots would have helped my recovery in that area quite a bit. Good. And this is what's annoying. You have to make your way up here in order for it to count. Because for some reason, here in the inverted castle, the game's ability to do collision detection for these areas just absolutely stinks. So I gotta mash the heck out of triangle so the dog's back can mark these spots for me. Some of the less glamorous and more tedious parts of this game. Okay. Oh, that's alright. A level up, I'll take it. $2,000. Love it. I think there's another one over here that's like just as big. Oh, a proper Alucard shield. Love it. But now I will actually gravity boot my way up here. And I still need a little bit more. Here's definitely a gravity boot kind of spot. A rock just hit your window. Holy crap, Robert Headley. Like, good on you that you're having actual weather, though. It's just calm and like 75 degrees outside for me right now. So it's just like, yeah, it's sort of ideal weather, but at the same time, I just want more. How am I for that? Okay, good, good. Crushed it. And now to fall down the hole a little bit so I can kind of close the loop. I could really use a save room, though. Well, maybe not. I'm kind of doing okay. Don't want to get too cocky or anything, but doing all right so far. This sword is doing me favors for sure. Okay, I'm gonna try to open this room and hopefully nothing goes wrong. Ooh, all the merman got shaken out. Okay, so there's a door right up here in this corner. And it takes some very weird movements to make it through. So I think it's something like wolf form through one way, and then bat form the other way. And then, yep, and now it's open. Zircon opal and a barrel circlet. Ooh, what does the barrel circlet do? Heals HP by lightning damage. I don't encounter too much of that. But now I can go into these other scary rooms that were giving me problems earlier. Because now I just have a giant wall of destruction I can create right in front of me at any given moment. The Aram Girl with the raid! What is going on, Aram Girl? Good to see you again today. You hung out here earlier today. You had an entire stream and you came back to me. That is amazing. Thank you, Aram Girl, for trusting me with your community. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Uber Chip in the house. Bad Sissy in the house. Good to have all of you. Appreciate you very much. Oh man, as you can see, we are still rocking and rolling here, making good pace towards the donation goal for the American Cancer Society. It's been a really good stream so far, nice and steady. AO Dev as well, good to see you. Happy to have you here. Big love to the Aram Girl at all times. She is out there rocking as a newer streamer and absolutely is nailing it. So close to that goal. Yep, and I just found my way into basically a cheat code for the rest of the game. I got the most powerful sword, farmed it out of a specific enemy, and now I'm just here here to go on a rampage. Oh, learn from the best, please. I will tell you like 10 streamers who are better than me, who are also worth learning from. Killing it. Thanks, Uber Chip. Yeah. I'm still super grateful for all that you did for my community earlier, Uber Chip. You came in here, you came in here just guns a-blazing, and I can't thank you enough. But I'm just trying to crush as much of this castle as I possibly can. Might stretch this out like another hour, but after a certain point, I'm gonna have to pack it in and just finish the game. Oh, this area in the regular castle is also lucrative. I should make sure to investigate it thoroughly. Fire boomerang, I'll take it. And I'll go back to the dagger for now. Sitting at a gentleman's 256 hearts capacity. I'm cruising along, and a save point is very welcome. Yep, crushing it in the donations and in the game. It's truly a good time. I think it is. A few more? Oh my, what are you doing for me, Uber? What you got for us? I'm watching as many things as I possibly can to see what surprises you're about to drop here, Uber. Yes, another level up. 20 HP. Neurolab with the Prime sub. What's going on, Neurolab? Long time no see. My favorite troll. I appreciate that very much. Neurolab coming at us from far, far away. Well, lots of you people are East Coast, and I'm super grateful you're hanging out with me here. Seriously, what is Uber up to? Not that I'm like scared or anything, or I don't even know if scared would be the correct word, but for these few moments to pass without any messages means something is cooking in the background. Neurolab, fuck cancer indeed. Tried to stream Amnesia, made you nauseous. Why are you old? You're old because you chose to get old, Aram girl. Didn't anyone ever tell you getting old is a very bad choice? You should have stopped that a long time ago. Ayo Dev, dropping 20 bones in for on behalf of Aram girl. That's so awesome of you, Ayo Dev. Thank you very much. Getting us a little bit closer to the donation goal. Super awesome. Thank you, Ayo Dev, for that donation. And Uber Chip dropped in 1111. Big love, big hearts all the way through. Thank you very much. Aren't we like exactly the same age, Aram girl? Woo woo! Yeah, you guys are rocking it today. And I'm absolutely excited to give away the Retro Tinks. 1 year older than you, Aram girl? Okay. But yes, our birthdays are just a little bit close together. Okay, so for uncovering more of the map, I think I want to head back to the very top, actually, and work my way through the Colosseum. She says daddy to every man she meets. Oh dear. That might be a little problematic, but you know, so far so good. Oh, perfect. Exactly where I want it to be. Dang. AO Dev snitched hard on the Aram Girls game. Oh no, she said that to me and Bad Sissy. She says everyone is 1 year older. Oh, okay. So Aram Girl's actual age is always in a quantum state of uncertainty. No, not afraid. You're 35, motherfuckers. Wow, not just 35, but a 35 motherfuckers. Aram Girl does not count age in years. Aram Girl counts in motherfuckers. Yeah, see? This hallway gave me hell earlier, but now I'm just cruising. Because I'm just a wall of death now. "35 motherfuckers old." 35 Samuel Jacksons. Yep. Automod doesn't like you. Automod, for the most part, gets it right, but sometimes, I mean, yeah, I don't think it has encountered a motherfucker yet, though, so that makes sense. Oh, need to deal with this corner over here. Oh, did not explore that. Aram girl in your potty mouth. How dare you? This is a pure stream, and I am a pure streamer. Dang it. We shall not be dropping those terrible words here. Wall of death, wall of death. I wonder if it's encountered a pee-pee. Cocaine, daddies, and motherfuckers. It's just a non-stop party with you, Aram girl, is what it comes down to. Not many people can hang with the sheer level of badassness that you bring. We drop donos and hype only. Neuralab's taking his sub back. Thanks for popping in, AODev. Hope you have a good night. Appreciate all the good energy. Blessing stream with your potty mouth. Aram girl with the oral pleasures, apparently. Oh, you can't take her, so you're out. Totally fair. That's the right choice to make, I think. Orgy fam out. If I kill enough of these dudes, I'm bound to get a level up again, because I think they have very high XP yield. He said it! Thanks for the lurk, bad sissy. Hope you have a good night. Maybe when you come back, I'll still be here. Maybe. I'm extending on account of just the mere minimum of beating the game, but I don't think I'm going to be reaching the 196. A shame, really. Squid Gal! What's going on, Squid Gal? Here comes the raid. Gee, I wonder who could be bringing the raid on. Could it be Escape? Yeah, I know I'm beating the game. Aw, swoosh! Squid Gal Taylor keeping the sub going, the tier 1 sub. Love it. Enjoy the emotes for another 30 days. Thank you very much for your love and support. Give Squid Gal Taylor a follow. You will get some excellent gaming as well as artful drawing streams out of Squid Gal Taylor. Till next time, Uber, be awesome. Yep, I know I'm beating the game, but maybe not with the completion percentage that I wanted. That's the only grievance that I'm gonna have. Take your time, Aram girl. Post-stream is definitely a time to replenish yourself. It's exhausting to stream. And hopefully whatever raid happens, Squid Gal is not squashed by Twitch's very nasty raid bug. I've seen it happen to quite a few good raids. Just absolutely devastated. Oh my goodness, Z-Pain! What is going on, Z-Pain? Hello, Z-Pain and Raiders. I am Maddoxocratic, joined by my awesome moderators, Gravebook and Navigator Bowman. Together, we are the trifecta of retro gaming goodness for you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Z-Pain, for trusting your community with me. I'm currently 8 hours, almost 9 hours deep into this run of Castlevania Symphony of the Night. I've come a long way in all these times here. Hope you are well. Appreciate it very much. Always good to have a raid. Always appreciate it. Can we get a make sure I get a shout out going and see what was going on here? So shout out Z-Pain K55 and Big Love and Hype. Oh, doing some just chatting. Alrighty. Whatever was happening, hope it was just nothing but good vibes in your stream. Thank you very much, Z-Pain. This room is terrible. All of that for a Zircon? Really? Playing Breath of the Wild for 5 hours, no PB, but a lot of fun. Hey, and that's one of the best parts about Breath of the Wild, is that you can have all the fun in the world and you don't even have to accomplish anything. What a wonderful night to have a raid, indeed. Thanks for coming in, Raiders. Hopefully we can keep up the fun. If you want to leave, I totally get it too. And thank you, Navigator, for dropping the exclamation point charity and exclamation point prizes. We are currently in the home stretch for being able to raise $1,500 for the American Cancer Society, and I've got some incredibly cool prizes available for you. If you go check out RetroTink.com, if any of you still happen to have a retro console hiding out in storage or anything like that, and you've had a hard time getting those consoles to run on your modern TV, the RetroTink is here to solve that problem with quickness. It is plug-and-play, lag-free conversion of analog video, be it composite, S-video, or even component. A RetroTink will make your life easier. Just do it like that. I want to make sure I explore the Colosseum to the best of my ability. And an aquamarine. Wow, how valuable is that? And I guess I should, as a matter of fact, let you know I have the devices right here in my hands. This is the RetroTink Mini, as such, because it's a simplified device, only accepts composite and S-video, but has a full-size HDMI port out in the back. And then here's the RetroTink 2X Pro multi-format. If you have a Wii, if you have an Xbox, if you have a PS2, this is the thing to get for making the most out of getting those old consoles plugged into your modern TV. Highly recommend using component input. It looks absolutely gorgeous. Brutal. I'm just trying to get to more nooks and crannies here. Oh, baby. Okay, so this is the other side of the area. Good, good. But I realize not everyone has $30 to donate, so if you donate as little as $10, you can be entered in the drawing to win one of 3 $25 gift cards to the digital game storefront of your choosing. You do not have to be present to win, but you should find a way to be easy to contact. So you may also wish to find a way to drop into my Discord, or I can find a way perhaps to whisper you here on Twitch, whatever it is. If you opt in for being in the drawing, I want to be able to contact you if you win. Oh, there's more bosses up here. Irish Banshee, what's going on? You're off work, and you're here. Good to see you, Irish Banshee. Famine Jack stepped out, you stepped in. Oh boy, this is gonna be a fun fight. More Castlevania 1 bosses here, and other people who might be familiar. Or more like the cast of Castlevania 3 right here in this room, that I just easily shredded thanks to the Cressagrim. I think that was a bonus fight, because I didn't get any Dracula parts from that. Irish Banshee is your sister? No! I mean, I heard about the Montana connection, but I'm not fully aware of how deep that connection might go. Did y'all find out some more interesting stuff about each other? Are you like sisters, like 2 degrees separated sisters? This game, you want to play it. Adopted? Oh, an adopted sister. That totally makes sense. So many different ways to achieve sisterhood. No, get back here. I'm killing you. Goodness. It's all in the family. Just a shout out for Grumpy Tomato, who went to sleep earlier. Hope he's living the dream while he's sleeping. She pointed out your accent, Greybook. Oh my god, that's great. Am I good with the Colosseum? No, I still have a little bit more to explore. You need to go here, you need to fly up and go left. An immediate left. You love the accent. Yeah, the special accent that is tied, it's endemic to Montana. It's Montana 23 and me Venn diagram. Oh no, Neuralab. Neurolab, please chill. Please have a little bit of chill. I mean, but yeah, Montana is probably just like, might be just Mississippi with snow when it all comes down to it. Okay, go all the way up into the right. No one notices it unless they're familiar. Yeah, that is another kind of thing that I have noticed, that depending on the tribe that is that's in your state or near your city, different tribes will certainly have their own unique ways of speaking as well. It is genuinely fascinating. Love you, Neurolab. Arctic Paradise. Arctic Paradise. David Barker hit 4069. Thank you, Neurolab. You're an absolute beast. 4069 getting us to a wonderful, wonderful spot, especially because you wanted to have a donation ending in 69, Neurolab. Kapow! Come on, little widget. Update yourself. 6 months of snow, 6 months of road work. Oh yeah, all the northern states love making that joke. What seasons do you have? Well, we have 2 seasons. We have winter and we have construction. People always say I don't have an accent with their accent. I mean, technically we all have accents that are from various regions. Alright, now let's get out of this scary Coliseum area. Loading, loading, loading. I am literally and figuratively shredding it. Like, seriously, the Crescent Grim really is like a cheat code. No matter what comes at me, I'm here to destroy it. Even Cthulhu himself! All the gods shall fall before me with the Sword of Wonders. Neurolab, you could have chosen 30. You really could have. But you got the number in a magical, magical place. And it's not like you could do like, it would be too much to ask for like 42069. So 4069, I see the intent and I approve. Now it's time to fall down this little shaft here. Ideally I'm sitting at about this is just me personally. Ideally I'm sitting somewhere in the 600 plus HP range by the time I get to Dracula, so we'll see how this goes. Do you have beef with Dracula? Because you're shredding it. Oh! Making Dracula carnitas here. Time to go for the Spike Breaker again. I have no choice in the matter. And I believe there are some... I believe there's an opening in the floor around here somewhere. Floor or the wall, maybe? Yep, okay, that's fine. Time to go back up into this scary area. And let me get a good armor back on. 39 on the walk armor. Loving it. But wait, don't I have the Alucard mail? I guess not. I still have... Okay, that's where I'm at. Oh, no you don't. Ooh, there's a save point in this area. I need to hit that save point. Because I know I'm not far from another boss. 420 donation train. Smoke those donos if you got them. Nope. Not yet. Irish Banshee, Castlevania Symphony of the Night comes to us straight from 1997. 97 was a very good year. The year that gave us Pokemon. Shout out to my boy Verlis Wolf, who was in here earlier. Yes, indeed, Palmcast. We're in a pretty good place. Super close. Ooh, yes, Alucard mail. How is that going to help me? Resist. Ooh, elemental resistance. You know what? I'll take it. Robert Headley, you graduated in 97? Wow. I graduated 5 years after you did. I'd like to give a shout out to Pokemon Gold, Silver, and Platinum for nearly ruining my senior year of high school. Okay, let's go find the boss. Irish Banshee, class of 2003. Ah, so you're nearly as old as me. Okay, pretty sure I could deal with the horrifying boss that's at the end of this room. We'll see. Gotta leave. Happy and restful night. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Palmcast. Appreciate all the support, the love, the raid, and I'll see you around. Just a mummy. Neurolab, you did not nearly contribute enough to ruining my senior year. If there were any classmates I could say who went ahead and ruined my senior year, I could name two of the women who I was attracted to at the time, and that took a ton of my energy. But I will not blame them in any sort of bad way. I was just a 17-year-old mega weird creep. Indeed, Happy. I went right for, as soon as I was able to, well, after a little bit of exploration, but yeah, I knew I couldn't finish this game without getting the Cressagrim, because it is basically a cheat code, and might as well. Yeah, Navigator, that's exactly the kind of blessing the Cressagrim gives you. No boss is safe when you've got the Cressagrim. You can now better understand why I was so dead set on picking up this weapon. People can grow as a person. Indeed they can. There's also quite a few parts of me that really love hanging on to youthfulness. So, maturity, overrated, as I sit here in a Pokemon hat and a Castlevania t-shirt that's pink. The Rings of Varda, though? No, I don't have that yet, Happy Chino. Feel free to backseat for a moment, refresh my memory about the Rings of Varda. I do have the Moonrod, though. What can I do with the Moonrod? I mean, as you can see, me and the Cressagrim are quite good friends, so I'm not too concerned right now. Life max on. Oh, baby, yes, bonus. A heart refresh. Sweet. Need a cleared save, but they're basically the one ring. Ah. Oh, that's right. The glitch that involves a cleared save where you have to create another save with a special name, I think? What can't you do with the Moonrod? I know, right? How am I on this portion of the map? Actually doing pretty good. Use on Guardians for insanely fast XP. Ah. Good lord. Very rude enemies. Covered in grease and oil from batteries? Oh my. You were working hard, Banshee. Need a shower. Oh yeah, there's nothing like the feeling of being clean. Does wonders for the mood. So where should I actually be going next? Oh, yeah, there's quite a bit I still need to do. Taking care of business. Do your thing, Navigator. I will be all cool here. It's been a nice... Rings of Arda, just an insane stat boost. Oh, gotcha. But I need the cleared save, though. That's the hard part. And I'm pretty far away from that. Oh, talking about Irish Banshee taking care of business. Gotcha. Taking care of shower business and all the good things that can happen while you're naked. Let's see. Oh yeah, need to just go tap this area. Oh, as a bat, these little demons treat me differently. Nope, gonna kill you. Wreck everything. Just destroy all the things that they hold dear. Familiar with the weapon spells in this game? I'm aware of the existence of weapon spells, but my playstyle just usually doesn't include them, mostly because usually in the heat of the moment I forget to do them completely. So yeah, I've done this run entirely without any of the spells or anything like that. I really should pick up a shield rod, though. I was reminded of its location earlier, because I have a little bit of business remaining in the right side up castle, but that's okay. But with the Crescigrim, now I'm going to go on just a warpath among everything that ever tried to kill me. Because there was a boss somewhere in this region that I need to handle. And it might be right in here. Yep. Don't mean the normal spells. Are you talking weapon spells like the shield rod kind of stuff? The weapon-centric, the weapon-specific? Oh, no. I'm not terribly familiar. But yet again, haven't found my way into truly needing them, so I just kind of go on cruise control without them. There we go. That wasn't so bad. PlayStation really hates rendering that particle effect. Shield Rod, Moon Rod, Sword of Dawn, etc. Yeah, the once upon a time, during previous run-throughs of this game, I did make extensive use of the Shield Rod and had wonderful luck with it. The Shield Rod ended up being a wonderful stopgap measure before getting something like the Crescigrim. We'll never understand why Konami chose to go for the PlayStation first. This could have sold Saturns like crazy. You're completely right. What about that Ring of Arcana? Increases rare atom appearance. Jeez, I could have used that a while back, but let me get a gauntlet going, because that's nice. And not the Ring of Ares for its zeroing out defense. Oh, buddy. And I guess... sure, I'll keep the Mystic Pendant on. Alright. Pairing it with the Alucard Shield makes you invincible. Yeah, Shield Rod and Alucard Shield totally could. Most powerful weapon combo in the game. Dang. Okay, Shield Rod and Alucard Shield. Good to know. Where else should I be going? Trying to make sure that I... Oh, I need to go up from here. Up, left, up, and then there's a hole up there. Okay. Sure, I'll save again. Yeah, the Saturn was a pain in the ass to develop 3D titles for, especially if you're trying to port a PlayStation version of the game because of how the Saturn rendered polygons and many other things in quadrilaterals. And those who are roughly familiar with the constructs of video games know that quadrilaterals are perfect for sprites, but as time has told us, is not the best thing for rendering polygons. So. Yeah, if you build a game for the PlayStation with all of its triangles, then that makes for some very weird things when you try to rebuild it for the Saturn. But yeah, since this title isn't technically 3D, and the 3D is very light, to say the least, you know, just the doors and stuff, they should really have figured out a way to take all of this and make it better for the Saturn. Or even start this as a Saturn game. Think of how many cool things you could do with that controller. Okay, right and then up. Know how to use the shield rod with shields? Yeah, I've done it before. Just the shield rod does not get to play much of a role here in this run of the game. I have used the shield rod before. I respect its awesome power, which is why I was able to say it's a good stopgap thing before getting to Cressagrim, because I'm all in on Cressagrim usage. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I forget to use because with all the ways that I've been running this game offline over the past year, I just, you know, kind of go with what works best for me and the way that I like to play Castlevania and this game as well. So, yeah, this is the way I want to rock. Wait, I should have. Okay, I did go the way I wanted to go. Now I need to make my way into the very top part of the map. Okay. I've got a bone to pick with you. I also tend to focus on hitting things. Yeah, if I can just clobber the living shit out of something instead of finessing it, that's how I like to go. I guess. Okay. I see how this goes. Play this game so many times you instinctively use it. I can totally understand that. Yeah, you instinctively developed your own way of playing this game as well. My first exposure to this game wasn't until just about a year ago, so I just make do with what little bit I can squeeze into my silly little head. Okay, now I'm where I want to be. Navigator didn't play this until it hit for the 360. Yeah. We've all got different levels of exposure to this game for sure. And then very right and then up. Okay. And I gotta fight Cthulhu again. If you even want to call it a fight. Shows how much of a Genesis and Game Boy kid you were. Oh, totally. Some of us were definitely big on one console over the others, and that's okay. I was Nintendo 64 and Saturn, just because I insist on being weird in every aspect of my life, you know. Most of your childhood NBA jams, Sonic, Pokemon Yellow. Nothing wrong with that at all. Oh, I believe I should be able to shatter this wall. Mostly because single mom and stuff, it happens. You made the most out of the video games that you had access to. Which is why, like, back on Thursday for my Saturn medley, I went and freaked hard for Gex and Bug, of all games. Because those are what I had. I mean, I had a solidly middle-class upbringing. But there were still, as any given family is ever going to have, still moments of tightness. Happens all the time. Navs, your first console with your own money was an N64. That's awesome. I think my first own money console, I ended up getting, and I need to like look around the house a little bit more to figure it out. SNES Juniors were on basically a fire sale, packed in with Yoshi's Island at one point. Canna Stallion 23 with the follow. Thank you very much, Canna Stallion. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the follow. Let's live the dream in Subcon together. Sonic ROM hack where you play as Gex? Oh, I'm unaware. That sounds awesome. Oh, these guys are great for grinding for levels. This spot right here, you can level up like a beast. These guys can do heavy damage, but nevertheless. And it's really cool that there's a ROM hacker out there who's so in love with the concept of Gex that they went and hacked him into Sonic. Okay, we got a weapon gallery here. And oh, we got the customary life max up and all that. Welcome back, Irish Banshee. Good. Becoming more and more powerful. Currently sitting with the holy water, and I think I'm going to stay that way. A cold shower. Wow. Cold shower. That'll wake you up. Okay, and there's some more tough enemies on this side, too. You're not getting away that easy. You're gonna help me level up like a boss. Taking big damage for now, but it'll get better. I'm also being rather irresponsible with my attack choices. Heck yeah, get those weekend vibes in, Irish Banshee. You deserve it. You've earned it. Oh, actually, what I should be doing when I head back down this shaft is getting the clock, getting the stop time power up so I can actually go into that other room. Glad to have you back, Happy Chino. Hope all is well. Another fine individual I've met through hanging out in the streams of Nina Lee. I wish my work schedule was much more friendly to being able to hang out in those streams anymore, but we still keep a good some good conversation and friendship. Oh yeah, cold shower to keep your joints from throbbing. That's also important. Yes, throw up the shield so I can keep destroying y'all. Whew, glad I could tank another 81 hit. So where should I be going now? Right. Okay, now I see roughly where I am. It's a good place. I'm in a good place. Time to heal, baby. A good 600 hit points. Healthy spot to be. But I still need to knock out the remainder of the bosses. Broke your foot 3 years ago, starting to get arthritis really bad in the joint. Oh. Up there like at the Not near your ankle, but up top near your instep, I guess. Foot tendons are weird. The fact that feet even function is wild. There's so many complicated pieces that put them together. Miracle of engineering. Feet and hands. And shoulders. Getting old sucks. Yeah, we all hate it. We sure do. Ooh. You know there's juicy treats around if Medusa heads are there. Actually, am I backtracking? I am. I think I am backtracking a little bit. Where are the openings to the shaft that I need? Oh, over there. Okay. Yeah, Neuralab and Navigator, your ages should be incredibly close to each other. Neuralab graduated high school 2 years after I did. Maybe the year after? Something like that. Don't bone me, bro. Don't bone me. It's Saturday, yeah. Saturday, none of us want to use any more brain power than is required. Just the bare minimum shit. Starburst with the zooms. Oh, Sweet Puppy has the zoomies. Okay, it was 2 years. Gotcha. Another level up. This is the perfect place to level up grind, especially if you've got a crescent grid. Just let me attack you, bro. It's nothing personal. Just trying to get my gains. My level up gains. Yeah, but at this point, Neuralab, with how old we all collectively are, like, anyone who went to high school with me is functionally the same age as me right now. The difference is in who we are as people are rather slim. Oh, pet zoomy videos on YouTube? That'd be awesome. $5.30. Okay, I'm in an okay place. Oh no! Really, Navigator. I mean, I'm just being as me as can be. Of course, you know, softened up a little bit for the camera, but you know, I'm here to rock with it. I'm here to be fully invested in wherever this crazy adventure takes us, bro. Remember the day we met on Twitter? Oh my god. And usually my default way of being on Twitter is like I'm hostile to strangers unless you come at me correct. Let's not bring up Neuralab. I apologize. I have to shut you down right there. There are many other places on the internet to do it, but this is a politics-free zone, and I will especially not discuss that individual. That was also a very different time of my life. No, I mean, yeah. It was an interesting episode. It's a cool story to tell, but I'd rather not open up that can of worms. And I guess that's the other thing. Whenever I rock a stream, I'm not gonna like get too deep into the Twitch specific memes or anything. I want this to feel accessible. With that, man, yeah, I understand Neurolab, but there are definitely other. It's just not a place I want to go. I don't want to get even close to that because we have so many other things that we can discuss with each other, and in the end, I think it's also all about risk management too. I just don't want to have that individual brought up. Let's see, did I do everything I needed to do here? Yes, I did. Yeah, anyone who wants to know, I will tell you in private, but it's not for the stream. Okay, now I'm gonna go to the left because I went to the right previously. Okay, good. Making ground here. Another save. Good. 643 hit points. I am rocketing up the hit points charts here. Millennials and maybe a few Gen X love Ecto Coolers. In fact, I have a Winamp skin that's specifically for that. I think I flashed it at one point on an earlier stream. Ecto Coolers made you throw up. Do you have problems with high fructose corn syrup, Neurolab? Ecto Cooler and car, immediate vomit. Oh hey, another clone fight. He's just stun locked in the corner now. I can do this all day. Oh, how dare you? There we go. The right guy died. Ecto Cooler was from the 90s, a Ghostbusters crossover beverage with high C. Too poor for branded drinks? Oh, dang. You just had to have Great Drank. Or some off-brand Sunny D. You drank Tampico. Oh dear, this room. Clear a little space for myself. There we go. Probably level up again. That'll be dope. What are they protecting anyway? Tampico, the magic word of those who know the struggle. Lil hugs, yes. Question about the game? Sure. I'll answer whatever I can, Irish Banshee. The Dark Blade. And now I gotta fight these guys all over again, just because I picked up the Dark Blade. But, yet again, essential for uncovering as much of the map as possible. Quarter juices, yep, those little barrel-shaped guys in various colors. Just absolute rocket fuel for children. Oh, those guys keep regenerating. Okay, good. If you have to go back to a previous level, do the monsters respawn? Yes, Irish Banshee. The monsters will always respawn when you exit a room and come back. So be prepared for that. Need a drink of water? Only have a quarter. Get them little containers and you good. Okay, there's a particularly nasty boss up in this region, so I hope things turn out right. Going back into this devilish area of the game. And more naked plant ladies, of course. Dog paddle, dog paddle, dog paddle, dog paddle. the frustrating nature of having to dog paddle your way slowly through some of these caverns so that you can actually have map completion. How many bosses normally in this game total? I would safely say maybe there's like 4 to 6 of them in the main castle, and then like a good 10 of them that you have to fight in the inverted castle. So yeah, it's in your favor if you want to just take it slow, Irish Banshee, and just grind out some levels and start acquiring as much equipment as possible. Oh, Walmart's generic soda. Yeah, that stuff was super cheap. Like, it was unbelievable that a soda could be 25 cents. Map completion with Richter. Yeah, I've messed a little bit with Richter. I think on my I have an emulator here on my PC with a bunch of saves that has a Richter save, and yeah, it's frustrating to say the least because you have to keep with Richter, you have to keep spamming his Shoryuken move, his uppercut, so that you can reasonably reach certain spots. In Maria, easy mode, yep. Yeah, I don't even want to try for what a Richter run is like. I'm having a hard enough time getting good completion here with Alucard. That move is frustrating. Yeah, it's frustrating to execute, and you have to keep spamming it. Like, that's a lot. But it's really cool that they let you keep spamming it, because that's the only way Richter can get around certain places. Okay, good. I'm filling out the map so far. But this very slow dog paddling where you have to mash the triangle button incredibly fast. Ugh. This is also frustrating to execute. Oh, come on! How dare you? I was just a peaceful puppy, dog paddling in upside down water, and you come and interrupt me? Okay. Never played as Maria. I think you can play as Maria here in this version. Think? But Maria might be a Saturn exclusive. Oh baby, the additional bat. Yes. Okay. Okay, now I know where I have to go. If we could get an English translation of that Saturn hacked version that uses the RAM cart, that would be perfection. I would happily stream that. And watch people's brains break as I do certain things that are only possible in the Saturn version. And the Saturn version was only released in Japan as well, so you don't have to really sweat that Candy Stallion. First playing Densha Dego. You absolute weeb, you giant nerd. Why don't you play Goemon's Great Adventure? You really seem to love that one, Navigator. Thanks, Irish Banshee. Like, I'm not trying specifically to break brains, but I might accidentally do that every now and then. James Dean. Yeah, there we go, baby. James Dean. Platinum Mail is a drop from those guys? Wow. Did I go too far? Oh no, here I go. I'm right. I'm in the good place. Where the hell is Zombutt? Seriously, I've been streaming all day and no Zombutts? It's kind of surprising. I mean, I know he's got his own life to live, and that's all good. I only gave 2 weeks notice for this stream, so I get it. He's probably had a rad Halloween, so I'll love for Zombutts no matter what. We love this mega creepy music. I like how absolutely massive the area of effect on the sword is too. Just like a complete hemisphere of yourself is under protection. Oh hey, it's good old Death. Long time no see, bro.
So, you've made it this far. In the name of your father, cease this foolishness.
Not while there's a breath in my body.
Then for the master, I'll feast on your soul this night.
If you can believe it, Navigator, music hacking for this game should actually be trivial because the game audio is stored in this very PCM-like format. It is almost Redbook CD audio, but not quite. Probably as a means of maybe saving a little bit of extra space on the disc. But you could absolutely do that if you wanted to, as long as you made sure that the track lengths were correct.
This switch hasn't been pressed yet.
Well, shut up and press it. Yeah, if you go look, if you take an ISO file of this game and you break it down into its component files, you'll find a bunch of files named .xa, which are blobs of music, basically. So you have to basically take whatever your desired external tracks are, and just make sure that you edit them down appropriately. And you can absolutely get custom music into this. The other thing that's important to note is that somewhere within the game, outside of the XA audio files, there's probably going to be some sort of database file that you may need to modify, but I'm guessing as long as you make sure that your file names are correct, you could recompile the game ISO with the modified audio and the game wouldn't know the difference. Replace it with freaking Ridge Racer or Metal Gear Solid. Activision X Konami. The neighborhood kids are still setting off fireworks somehow, some way. Or Marvel vs. Capcom 2 music. Oh my god. Make the final battle theme the fight select. I'm gonna take you for a ride. just get some full on Japanese techno fusion funk in there. Some jazz funk. I'm gonna have to come up with a strategy to wind this game down in a mere 30 to 45 minutes. Hopefully I can figure that out. Ooh, the fireworks are getting closer. They used to sound like they were 3 or 4 blocks down, now they sound next door. Some of you may have heard that too, depending on what you're using to listen to my stream. If you can get it done, you're sending that right to Smoke Monster. Oh, Smoke Monster will consider you a hero. If you develop a reliable technique for audio replacement in certain PlayStation games, he'll probably revere you as some sort of sorcerer or someone with ethereal powers. Just 4 hours of minor key harpsichord, baby. Nothing but the greatest grinding tunes ever. Oh boy, the music got even more scary. There's a seriously brutal boss here, like maybe even nastier than Dracula himself, coming up quite shortly. Make sure I hit as many saves as possible. Wrestling themes. Yes, get some Taz, get some Stone Cold, get some Chris Jericho. Glass shatters. Dracula's theme is Stone Cold. No chance, cause that's what you got. No chance in hell. I can't believe Vince has kept that song for so long, but it's so perfect too. And now these witches are actually annoying. Well, thought they were annoying, but Crescent Grim. Sorry, kitties. Now you gotta do the research for it. Yeah, you'll certainly have to edit and you'll have to resample the audio, but if you have the FFmpeg audio plugin for Audacity, you should be able to work in audio files that are basically in the native PlayStation format. Because that's how I made, because earlier in the stream when I dropped in that sweet little zip file containing MP3s of the soundtrack to this game, I took it straight out of the XA audio files that are in this game. Should be fine in Audition. Oh yeah, something like Audition, another high quality audio editor type game. Or type situation. Should be many formats. You might even be able to import PlayStation natively. What's hiding over here? Let's get the Spike Breaker back on. Crimson! What's going on? Sorry you're late. I mean, I am 9 hours into stream, so late is kind of a relative term now. Good to see you, dude. Hope you've been having a wonderful Saturday. Thanks for coming in. What's good is that we're on the doorstep of the donation goal here, man. It's been a rockin' stream to say the least. And this useless little demon can't fight a witch. Why can't a demon fight a witch? Oh, me and Crimson always need a minute so I can stroke his hair. Doesn't matter how short he clips it, Crimson Blades' hair will always be delightful. Oh, this stretch. Not a fan. Good thing I have the right sword. Shuma! What's going on, Shuma? Good to see you. Go on, Shuma. Say the thing. I know you want to. You're bursting at the seams. It's been a while since you've been in here, Shuma. Oh, a library card hidden in the wall. Perfect. Demon can't beat the witch? Ain't that a bitch? I mean, I've had my demon out for like the entire game. He should be well leveled. Like if I come over here, I know that there's a way of looking up the level of your familiar. Pretty sure there is. Gotta fight Nav for Crimson. I can't fight my own moderator. Butts and boobs! Shuma, you made my day. I apologize. It is my sworn duty to kill kittens in this game. We love Crimson Blades. Just being spiteful to all these spikes because I can. But let's get back to a better piece of armor, like the walk armor, which gives me freaking amazing amounts of defense by now. Spill the salt. Oh, come on. Maybe I should just mistform my way out of here. Tired of dealing with those witches. Life ain't nothing but witches and money. Being spikeful to the spikes. I always feel bad killing those witches after they became kittens. Oh, totally, because they're so cute as kittens. But because they're ultimately still witches and compliant with the Dracula agenda, they gotta die. Oh, no, you don't. Let's see, is this... Oh, perfect. Okay. Yeah, let's get that HP refill because I'm gonna need it. I might die here in a couple minutes. Huh? I've been here. I've been here? Okay. Okay, I see where I gotta go now. One more for the road. Why not? I guess the key is to tip them as from far away as possible. Hold it. Before I die, kindly sign these insurance papers so that things will be handled and you can make money. So the organs are dealt with. Which organs are you most interested in, Shuma? You gotta let me know, especially so maybe my estate can get a cut. I do have family, you know. They would like a cut as well. Oh, snap. A life max and a heart max got me over 700 HP. I am thriving right now. Oh yeah, now instead of a terrifying amount of lava and heat, it's icy. You know, the liver and the heart and the corneas and the lungs, kidneys, you know, the big money makers. Oh. I guess that one other particular organ is only a moneymaker while still living. I see how it is. Necklace of J. Defense +5. You know, I could use a little defense. Hey, Navigator caught it. No idea who that J could be, honestly. I'm trying to think of any J names that are attached to Castlevania. They're not coming to me. And any good J names for people who would have worked on Castlevania, also not coming to me. Should be another save room. Yep, another save room right here. The only J I know of is just the one you roll up. Shine like a diamond. Another save. Alright, who killed Sean Connery? No one is leaving this chat until you find the culprit. First and foremost, how have you already narrowed down the Sean Connery murder to this chat room? That's all I want to know. I'm leaving. Oh. You can see why I might die. None of us know who Jay is. It's provocative. That's all that matters. Woo! That boss actually scared me a little bit. We were making jokes about the item pickup that the necklace of Jay. Where's the diary of Jay? He was Scottish, so you killed him. Good call, Neurolab. Wait, aren't you Scottish? Ruby circlet and the gas cloud. Yes! Now I'm a living fart. Oh yeah. Smell my wrath. Well played or well slayed? It is a little bit because you're white, Neurolab, yes. It's not that you must be Scottish, but certain aspects of you statistically favor Scottish over any of the other varieties of white. That's what I'm saying. Up and to the right. What's hiding over here? A dollar. A lone dollar is my reward for completing this room. Okay, time for me to get the hell out of here and expand a little bit more of the map. Okay, I see where I can go. Better than back and to the left. Oh, I see what you did there. So in terms of relics, oh, I'm only missing one part of Vlad, I think. I've got heart, rib, eye, ring, and tooth. Dracula's relics, which is the final one? Oh, ring, heart, rib, tooth, and eye. Oh, I have them all. So I could wrap this up right now if I wanted to. Huh. Alrighty. Well then. Let's see, I'm going to save, and then I want to see if my completion percentage is in any way remotely satisfying. It probably won't be. Maybe I go back to the original castle and finish up some of that unfinished business. This music is way too freaking dramatic. Reading the manual? Who does that? I'll read Manuel. Oh, snap. Neurolab wants page 69. Neurolab wishes for a little bit of video game history. And yeah, something about this particular music track is rather loud. So let me knock that down a bit. But let's start with page 69 in Console Wars. Let's story time, kids. For those of you who wish to redeem some points, I will read a few pages out of Console Wars so that we can get further attached to the love of retro gaming. It definitely relies on the half-step dissonances to scare the player. Oh man, you should have been here earlier to talk shop about music. We had a chiptune composer in here earlier today, Ken Stallion. It would have been really awesome. Okay, so page 69 is in the middle of a chapter called Postcards from Arkansas, in a section called Genesis. And in fact, I'm just going to read this entire chapter, because why not? Oh, Banshee's starting to drop. Hey, good night. You had a long day. You deserve it. Sleep well, sweet dreams. Thanks for hanging out. So, Chapter 7, Postcards from Arkansas. Walmart headquarters felt like a military compound during peacetime. It was huge, impressively segmented, and delivered the impression that things were not nearly as calm as they seemed. Kalinske entered the complex and was escorted into the office of Walmart's electronics merchant, a man whose every move called to mind the word veteran. The men shook hands, enjoyed some small talk about college football, and eventually meandered towards the conversation that had brought Kalinske here. "How much do you know about video games?" Kalinske asked. "Pretty much just whatever Nintendo tells me," the electronics merchant replied. "Well then, allow me to introduce you to the future," Kalinske said, and presented his Sega gadgets, along with the product analysis reports and market data that his ragtag team had worked so hard to prepare. He leaned forward, dropped his business persona, and spoke in a just-between-us tone. "I understand that Walmart feels an obligation to keep Nintendo happy. I get it, but this isn't a Tengen situation." Kalinske was referring to Tengen, a video game publisher and developer created by Atari Games. Tengen owned the rights to most of Atari's popular games from the early 80s and wanted to license some of the company's more popular titles for the NES. Hideyuki Nakajima, Tengen's manager, approached Nintendo to work out the details, but he quickly found out there was nothing to be worked out. Nintendo had a standard licensing agreement that dictated the same terms for all of his licensees. If Tengen wanted their games on the NES, they'd have to sign a very one-sided contract with Nintendo that would prohibit them from releasing their game on any other console and compel them to give Nintendo 30% of their revenue as a royalty. It also stipulated that they'd have to buy physical cartridges directly from Nintendo, which is not only expensive, about $10 each, but often highly frustrating as it gave Nintendo the leverage to pick and choose which orders to fill. Nakajima thought this was absurd, so in 1986 he arranged for a special meeting with Nintendo of America's president, Minoru Arakawa, and senior vice president Howard Lincoln to discuss renegotiating these standard terms for what he believed was an exceptional situation. Nakajima kindly reminded Nintendo that Atari, Tengen's parent company, had essentially created the video game industry and deserved some special privileges, particularly the ability to publish more than 5 titles per year that Nintendo's standard agreement specified. But Arakawa and Lincoln stood their ground and reiterated that no special treatment would be offered. After thinking over the terms of the deal, Nakajima resiliently decided to find a way around this lousy licensing agreement. So he had Tengen engineers begin by trying to find a way around the security device inside the NES. Nintendo's console had a lockout chip containing a protocol called 10NES programming, which detected unlicensed cartridges and prevented them from working. Tengen's engineers tried everything to break this code, even chemically peeling layers from NES chips to allow for microscopic examination. Yet, despite these efforts, Tengen was unable to crack the code, and in 1987, it signed a contract with Nintendo. But after releasing a slew of successful games like Pac-Man, RBA Baseball, Nakajima was infuriated by how much Nintendo's royalty cut into his company's profit margins. He rationalized that the only way to get around the lockout chip was to figure out exactly what made up the 10NES programming. He needed to obtain a copy, but there were only 2 places where this code could be found: Nintendo headquarters and the United States Copyright Office. Since breaking into Nintendo was impossible, Tengen would approach the US Copyright Office and claim they were filing a copyright infringement suit against Nintendo. Despite this being entirely fictional, they went the whole 9 yards to make it appear true and even signed an affidavit legally testifying about the accuracy and urgency of this lawsuit. The Copyright Office handed over the code, and Tengen worked backward to create a program called the Rabbit, which could unlock the NES. Now, not only did Tengen possess the ability to produce as many games as they saw fit, but by learning about Nintendo's distribution techniques through the 3 games they had legally released as a third-party licensee, they were equipped to contact the retailers directly. Essentially, Tengen had relegated Nintendo to middleman status, then cut them out completely. This was a brilliant plan in theory, but in practice, the problem came when Nintendo gave the retailers an ultimatum: us or them. Though Nintendo could not legally threaten to stop supplying retailers, they had enough strength to use the power of what if. What if our trucks got lost going to your stores? What if we stopped filling your orders in full? To make this an easy decision, the retailers bit the bullet, got rid of all Tengen products, and wrote off the losses. To further flex that muscle, Nintendo eventually took Tengen to court and got an injunction to prevent them from producing their illegally created games. Nakajima and Tengen had no choice but to bow out of the business, and soon the name Tengen served as nothing but a cautionary tale. Now, as Kalinske sat before Walmart's electronics merchant, he tried to make it perfectly clear this was an entirely different situation. Sega hadn't done anything illegal, nor had they screwed over Nintendo. They were just a competitor who had a better product. To be perfectly honest, Kalinsky said, I think carrying our products will boost Nintendo sales. The money we spend on Britain television is only going to help the industry overall, and you and I both know exactly who the industry is. The merchant looked through some of Sega's materials again and smiled. Kalinsky scooted up to the edge of his seat. He didn't need a big order, just an order, a single order. That would be enough to motivate his employees, give Sega the credibility it sorely needed, and confirm to Kalinsky that maybe he wasn't in completely over his head. Please, just a single order, especially with the Super Famicom coming. A little while ago, I was interested in stocking an electronic handheld game, the electronic merchant explained. Stupid little football game, not even close to anything on the Game Boy. For 15 bucks, maybe mom and dad buy it for Sonny if he makes all A's, or hits the game-winning shot. But then a pal of mine, someone in the same line of work, he passes along a rumor to me. There was a small store struggling to keep up with the big boys, and they decided they were going to lower the price of the NES by 5 cents, so they had some small advantage. Well, they advertised this in the Sunday newspaper, their 5-cent advantage, and another small store sees this, calls Nintendo and lets them know. A week goes by. Nintendo sends out the trucks to deliver the product. Lo and behold, there's nothing left for the store with the 5-cent discount, and by sheer coincidence, the guy who passed along the tip gets a bigger allocation than normal. The merchant tapped his fingers on the desk. But, like I said, this was just a rumor I heard. It's probably not true. After all, that would be illegal. Kalinsky shook his head. Not just illegal, it'd be un-American. The merchant gave a gummy smile. Perhaps one day we'll return to a place where the streets are paved with gold and all you need to succeed is a good idea, a strong work ethic, and some kind of bootstraps. Or perhaps we'll continue to move in the opposite direction. The merchant pondered this for a second, then stood. Personally, I like the place with the golden streets, and believe it or not, I like you, Mr. Kalinsky, but my answer is no. I understand, Kalinsky said, standing to leave, and I appreciate your ode to better, simpler times. But you know what the sad thing is? The man in your story, the one who tipped off Nintendo, I don't really blame that guy. He was just trying to find an angle. If you ask me, people really killing this country are the ones who realize the American dream is being crushed, but don't bother to do anything about it. Kalinsky thanked the merchant for his time and then flew back to Sega with a 16-bit chip on his shoulder. Another awesome piece of console wars. As a channel points redemption. Thanks for doing that, Neuralab. So, let's keep the grind going here. Okay, I'm gonna go find that save point, then switch out and see what I can do to get close in what little bit of time and stamina I have left here. Yeah, Atari were and are just filthy. Anyone who's been following the saga of the VCS lately, oh man. You should do us a favor for the family. A wizard hat? What does a wizard hat do for me? I put on my cloak and wizard hat. Wide brimmed for protection. Would lower strength, increase constitution and intelligence greatly. Would raise defense but lower attack. Interesting stats on that. It definitely did look like a wizard hat, I promise you that. Okay, so I'm going to lock in the save, and then as per the usual on PlayStation games, in most of the games, if not all of them, you can press and hold start and select on the controller for a little bit, and eventually get yourself a soft reset of sorts. Maybe I should exit the save room and make sure that save like completes. There we go. So let's see where the ACS save file is at. $179? Ah! Oh my gosh, this is actually within reach. Oh my god, 179. Let me get back to the original castle, scrape out a few spots, and then I might have it, actually. Yeah, we're already going an hour over, but now we're going even longer because to be able to one stream a 196 in Castlevania feels like a worthwhile gamer challenge here. Thank you all for coming along on this ride. It's been such a good time. So library card quickly zips me back to a good spot in the original castle. My goal, 196%, which gives us the good ending. Nice being able to see more of this game. Well, if nothing else, Robert Headley, I kind of gave you the cheat code by showing you earlier which enemy to farm that will give you the enemy to farm, which will essentially give you a weapon that's the cheat code. Or like Happy Chino was talking about earlier, being able to get the shield rod and use it for just absolute devastation. Okay, so just flying through this stretch should do it. Okay, cool. Now I need to uncover a couple more dark spots. Okay, I need to go all the way down, and okay. This should be relatively quick. Relatively. One of your favorite tracks? Heck yeah, this was just gorgeous. Nothing like this track, really. This one stands out among all the rest. Michiru Yamane did so many great things with this soundtrack, while keeping it like thematically consistent at the same time. Truly greatness. The opening prologue theme and the first castle theme, though, are still some of my favorite video game tracks of all time. And so, for those who were not here earlier and who might be willing to do so, if I go copy Dropbox link here, a nice, perfect game rip soundtrack for you if you are the MP3 storing type. So have fun, enjoy that little zip file there that contains all the goodness of this game. Basically, every track in this game is broken down into two component pieces. There's the version with the intro, and then there's the second version, which contains the looping audio. So that's what you'll find in that package. So if you want to create long versions, you're gonna have to do that yourself. So what I end up having to do in this general area is fly around as a bat a little bit. Yep, I have to fly in a T-shaped pattern here. Alright, gotta go up a little bit. Okay, and then I can probably... Yep, I will track along these candles here. Alright, moving enough units here. Time to go down a little bit. Good. One more unit. There we go. Oh, did not mean to do that. That's okay. I just need to knock down that little spot along the left wall. Got it. Versatility, metal to jazz to baroque. Yep. All as a way of world building in Dracula's castle, of all things. Okay, now to quickly fight my way through this dumb area so I can get over near Dracula's keep. Yeah, loving the percussion in songs like this, too. Come on. There we go. And this room was covered. Okay, good. Oh, thanks, demon. A Muramasa. Oh, that would be a good sword if I didn't have this. And it's just not a Castlevania game unless you're standing on some pendulums to get across a gap. And these two rooms here are basically lifted right out of Rondo of Blood 2, which is even better, that they're willing to honor that much of the game. Okay. Got it. Got it. Drop down here, over here, a little bit of bat time. Seriously? No, maybe I should just... Screw it. I'm gonna be a fart for a while. So, left here. And then... Let's see, one more unit. Okay, cool. And then up a little bit for this area. Embrace the fart. Yes, Burrito of Destiny. Embrace it. Hold the fart close. Breathe it in deep. It is your destiny. Alright. Oh, there's a chunk in what looks like the Coliseum area that's unaccounted for, so it's time for me to head over there. Or no, not the Coliseum. That's the big area with the fountain. Like a big warm hand on your face. Fart that can blow out candles and drop money bags. Yeah, exactly. It's a mystical fart. Truly is. The room above me? Oh, crap. Good call, Robert Headley. Yeah, the room that I explored immediately when I got to the inverted castle but didn't hit here. Yeah, let me head to the top of this shaft here. Oh, and its entry is... Oh, I see where its entry is. Okay. Its entry is over here and then up. Yes. Scraping out some completely uncharted territory. That'll give me some big percentage love here. Wait, there's more. Do I? Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to do the thing. Straight up, bat fly, touch the ceiling, and now it's completed. This effing game. This effing game. A room to the left. Yeah, I can see the dark room to the left. That ends up being the spot for... That's the spot for teleporting back into the inverted castle. So I'll be hitting that a little later. Yeah, the game is just always super weird with how it rocks those things. But we're getting to it, especially when some bigger chunks get dealt with. Perfect, exactly where I wanted to be. And there's also a couple hidden rooms I haven't opened either, so I need to deal with that. Up this shaft and to the left, perfect. All this for 17 little percentage points. Another favorite track? Heck yeah, Kenna. Oh, cool. I just need to head directly left from here. Like, it's actually kind of frustrating that you have to traverse empty space in order to gain completion, but that's just how the game was built. This was the compromise. Okay, good. This room is complete. Now I need to get back to the beginning area because there are several rooms back there uncovered. So let me make my way back to the warp. Because going the warp route will actually be faster given the routing involved. Yes, exactly where I wanted to be. And I get to open that other room near the beginning, too. This right here, the jam. As soon as that guitar hit, I knew this track was going to be one of my favorites ever. You know, I probably should grab the shield rod, because I think it will count for some completion. And it'll be nice to have a save file on my actual PlayStation memory card that rocks this hard. Okay, so I need to... Bat. And Wolfie. And now with that... There we go. Open. For a life apple and a jewel sword. Welcome back, Yuga2. Hope all is well. That's also when you know what you're in for, how much ass this game is going to kick. Yeah, when they decide to delay the music from playing until you're in the end of this room that I'm in right now, that was also a perfect artistic touch. Work wanted to do some cleanup. Oh, dang, Yuga2. Well, picked up a couple more hours, a little bit more pay, so I guess there is that. Every few more pennies helps. Oh yeah, there's a wolf power up here. Love that damn sword. Yep. Getting this sword was mandatory. And this area is completed. Cool. Now to go to that little above area next to the bats. Just keep shredding. Call me the lawnmower man, y'all. This is on an actual PlayStation, Yuga2, yes. OG hardware is in play here. I wouldn't have it any other way. Whenever possible, I will make every effort to play a game on original hardware. So you're hearing and seeing the real deal, the best that the PlayStation can crank out. A full-on PlayStation 1, not a PS1. But this game is definitely a play it any way you can. Yeah, when I first got into this game, I emulated it and I was just freaking hooked. But now being able to play it on real hardware, on the intended controller, it ain't too shabby. But I gotta say, playing it with a Switch Pro controller on my PC was also good. Yep, you got it, Yuga2. Always happy to answer questions about what I got going on here on the stream. Holy mail, holy. What can the holy mail do for me? Oh, I'm still in walk armor. Which, yeah. Alucard mail for the elemental resistance. I'll give it a try. Actually, let me go back and hit this save point. Now that I've tapped a couple good spots, let's go see what my percentage is at now. Happy Halloween and happy time change. Yeah, I don't think it gets to happen only when... I guess only if Halloween falls on a Saturday is when the following morning gets to be a time change. I guess I never thought of it like that because I don't ever have to put up with the ridiculousness of daylight saving time here in Arizona. Just a little progress report. Where's our ACS save at now? 182. Oh, baby, that did not rise as quickly as I wanted it to. Oh, dear. You get to always working on Halloween? Dang. Oh, oh my god, you can use the D-pad to manipulate that text. I did not know that. Early Dia de los Muertos, yes. I saw I saw what Phoenix Pearl was up to earlier today, and very awesome doing the makeup for stream. Don't really celebrate it. Hey, that's cool too. You get to, yeah. Sometimes life just keeps you from being able to, you know, life or family traditions. Everyone's always going to be a little different. Woo! Okay, back up. I did collect that, right? Yes, I did. Okay. So back to a teleport point so I can get down below and finish those caverns because I was a little bit under-leveled when I got to those caverns the first time around. So now I need to go finish that area. Yeah, those long weekends you get to have Yuga 2 are super valuable for unwinding and exploring just independent things. Oh man, a speedrun hack that shows completion on a HUD? That would be so cool! Oh, perfect. I got warped to exactly where I wanted to go. Okay, gotta go down and to the left. Down and to the left. Halloween music, watching Twilight Zone and Hocus Pocus. Aw, yeah, Yuga 2, you are getting proper festive there. A gold circlet. This is such a tedious area. One can only listen to so much Monster Mash. Yeah, Monster Mash, the song that's about another song. Okay, right, and then down, and then I can head to the left. This is another banging track here. Absolutely unnecessary in its construction, but it's still good. Yeah, that's exactly it. The Monster Mash is a song about a dance, but it is not in and of itself the Monster Mash. Because the Monster Mash is a song retelling about witnessing the Monster Mash, but not the actual Monster Mash itself. Just like, you know, this is a tribute, this is just a tribute to the greatest song in the world. That same kind of idea. There might be another boss over in this corner too. We'll see. It's a big room, so it makes sense. Yep, you nailed it, Canistallion. Okay, good. Yeah, because I came over here to the boss room, saw that it was a boss room, and then just noped. But now I'm okay. This boss is freaking terrifying. But with this kind of weaponry, ain't scared. Wait, really? Okay. I'm trying to blast through this here, Yuga 2. Yeah, I guess if one were trying to casually play, yeah, it wouldn't be so fast. But yeah, especially with the weaponry that I've made efforts to get. I'm doing some good things here. Though I think world record for full completion is something ridiculous, like just a few hours, just like 3 or 4 hours. So I'm definitely not coming in. I'm not setting any speed records by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm still, you know, doing my best here. The Mormigil. That definitely sounds like a Lord of the Rings weapon to me. Okay. Oh, there's still a chunk of the right side I need to clear out too. Okay. Oh, and there's a tiny chunk of that first boss. Dang it. And I know there are a couple hidden rooms. Yeah, 80% glitch run, 12 minutes. Yeah, it's wild what they do with that one. The ways that they find to skip certain sections are crazy. Like the death skip. Oh, man. The death skip and the beginning is actually easier on the remastered version. I should save. Saving's a good idea. I know I'm not in any real mortal danger, but yeah. In save state glitching. Totally. Water world glitching in Mario. Hey, that's still some good glitching, quality glitch action right there. Yeah, just gotta keep going. Yeah, sometimes they figure it out by deconstructing the game. Sometimes they find it by accident, and then if someone finds it by accident, they go on a months or years long crusade to perfect a way to reverse engineer how it happened. Speedrunners are an entirely crazy type of person, but in a very good way. Okay, go right by a couple of rooms. Oh, Super Mario 64, they jumping to get to the roof. It is possible. It genuinely is. No! I still had the library card equipped. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. No! I am so mad. At least at warp point is not that far away, and I can still get back down there. But oh, what a dumb setback! Dr. Chorus made it back. Hey, yep, I am in the home stretch here, dude. And the goal of the game is actually really close to being in sight. Yeah, I wish it would warp you to the inverted library. See, that would make the most sense if the librarian shop dude were also still in the inverted castle, but he's not. So I understand why the game does that. It's still frustrating. I should be able to get a choice whether I want to warp to the inverted version or not. Alright, let's warp back down. Womp womp. Or even just a separate item, inverted library cards. That would work. All about the shield rod. Okay. Actually, while I'm here in this room, I'm gonna go take myself a quick little 5-minute break for some human things and other things. I am gonna rock a few ads here as well. So certainly, there's still a little bit more stream left. I'm going to try to fit the drawing in as well. I might have to do that at the top of stream tomorrow, but don't worry, winners will be identified and notified soon. So be right back, y'all, real quick. Here comes that 3-minute block of ads to get rid of any pre-roll ads for the next half hour. Thanks for your patience. We will resume shortly. All right, the ad break is over, and it's time to get back to rockin' here. Thanks for sticking around, y'all. All right, so down goes that music here, and that may very well have been the final break there. Gotta pop in when the killer tunes come out, or you feel like, of course, Dwarven Dynamite, of course. I'm glad you're digging my playlist. It's definitely been something that I've been working very hard on curating over the past year or so when I first created it, and it's been nothing but goodness ever since. It has brought a lot of good feelings to a lot of people, so I'm happy you are jamming as hard as possible. Okay. And now, just to be absolutely incredibly paranoid, okay, Goddess Shield, right hand, there we go. Okay, also the fact that chicken walking skeleton right there, its chest heaves like it's breathing, also makes no sense. Actually, I need to have a good weapon on the other hand for dealing with those slimes. Oh, holy rods were good for that. And as for the shield rod, the much begged for shield rod. Oh, found in the one little piece of the Colosseum that I haven't been to yet. Okay. I'll make sure to stop by the Colosseum before I head back to the inverted castle. Get holy. Get blessed. Blessed. Blessed, I tell you. Blessed. Suck my fart. Okay, this room is completed. Good. And now, okay, Colosseum time, which... if I warp to the library, I can hit... yeah, if I warp to the... oh my god, there's actually a ton of library I haven't hit. Okay. Now I think it's best to go up from... okay, now I see my path through here. Oh, that's what made that noise. Got it. Yep, sticking with that. I can't believe how like easily I set a standard for like the new longest stream ever. You guys are really keeping me jazzed through all of this, so thank you very much. I can't thank you guys enough for just keeping the good energy flowing and keeping me motivated. Because, yeah, we've just crossed the 10-hour mark. What? And hopefully we've got no more than like 30, 45 minutes left. I'm going to really, really work towards just putting a cap on this. They finished the Saturn translation. Oh my goodness. Oh dear. If they finish the Saturn translation, that means the world. I thought that was still gonna be like months and years away. It's in alpha, but still, holy crap. It's functional enough to go alpha. What a day. What a day. I think whatever happens today, Crimson, it feels like the goal has been met. Truly, some amazing things have happened. Oh, of course, Ray Commend is the one who tweets that. And I'm gonna go here. Yeah, Crimson. Today has been. It feels like every time I do a big stream like this, it feels like just a milestone for the stream. Have a good night, Crimson. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate all your good energy. I'll see you around in other streams. You're a goal. Maybe one day. No one else is as good at swords and sorcery and armor and all those other things than you, Crimson. Goodbye, awesome music track. Good night. And did I go in that room above? Yes, I did. Okay, good. Later story, an ending text not translated. Alucard's name at the ending not translated. Locations may be wrong in rap. This requires an 8x8 font routine to be written. Some gates messages may be wrong in rap. Requires a font routine. Entering new area still has Japanese text. Stat screen still has Japanese text. In-game menu options not aligned for English. Title screenshot converted. Speech pauses and text may not align. Certain speeches may have the last line cut off. Requires a new patcher. First meeting of death has translucent effect. Okay, so they've got it off the ground. Maybe that kind of situation will encourage others to join in if it's this far along. Here we go. Let me get a save going here now that I'm in the region. Good, good. Yeah, Contrix still rocking hard here. Thanks for popping back in. Yep, I'm gonna start winding it down though. Not gonna be able to hit the exact game completion goal I wanted, but overall, I gotta say the amount I accomplished here in these past 10 hours has been fantastic. Yeah, I think when I got here earlier, I was basically just terrified of it, so I didn't want to explore it too much. But yeah, oh yeah, there's the entire bottom level I didn't even hit. Another good song. Chillin' by a fire, new house is legit. I don't know how much chill one can gain with flames, but you know what? You're figuring it out, Contrix. That's how cool your house is. That your fires can be cool. I need some better completion of the game itself, but the donation goal is but a mere 1,500. So I might just throw in that $27 myself, just to cap it off, or $26.98 to be exact. Oh, I am cooking here now. I feel like there's more going on in this room than what it lets on. Oh, that's right. Head this way. Perfect. Nearly perfect. Okay. Can't math, too zen to think. It's okay. There's always someone else who will math for you. No shortage of nerds out there. Oh, if you would do that, that would be amazing. You don't have to have her finish the donation goal or anything, but that's super rad of you nonetheless. Okay. Oh, now I know where that is. Okay. Because like just to the right of me there are some hidden rooms kinda, or wait a second. Oh, that's where the hidden rooms are. Okay, I got to go up a little bit. I know I'm in the vicinity of some hidden rooms that will really help out the percentage. And accessing them happens through a ceiling. Yep. Okay, cool. Wait, I'm supposed to hit that from the other side? Lame. Okay. Well. That's fine. I will conjure up a solution no matter what. That's right. You kill that bird, little demon. Alright, I think I'm just gonna go ahead to the inverted castle and get this over with. Because I'm good enough, I'm strong enough, and doggone it, people like me. That's right, scream in pain. Keeping the saves going so my HP stays topped up. My hearts are staying topped up, which is also good. Not that I'll really be needing them after a certain point. It's going to be all Cressagrim here. Gray spot is just being able to touch this spot, so now that area is completed too. Like, the game's a stickler for stuff like that. And I should be in a good warpage situation too. Let me uncover a little bit more of this area, which I highly neglected earlier because I was way under leveled, but now I'm strong. Oh, and there's another ring right there, a garnet. Wonderful. Oh, good. This is scrubbing together nicely. Four more little quadrants here. Good. A little to the left, a little up. Bang. Okay, that's good. Oh wow, yeah, there's that tiny chunk of something. And yeah, on the left side, that big room over there, I don't really want to explore that room. I've given up on my 196% quest at this point, honestly. I'm gonna put a cap in this. Stream's gone on long enough, and well, close enough to the goal. Being able to raise that much is just astounding, and I'm so grateful for that. All good things must come to an end. So, if I warp to... Let's see. Okay, I see where I want to warp to now. Contrix, this may come as news to you, but I am human, and as much as this stream has been awesome, I gotta end it eventually. Okay, perfect. Exactly where I want it to be. And I know my moderators are also fed up with me for going on the longest stream of my entire life, too, so I gotta give them a break, too. They have been super diligent and amazing this entire time, and I'm so in awe of them being willing to do this. Especially, I know Gravebook has been busy all day, so the fact that she's been checking in all has been awesome. Dude, you died from a fart. How embarrassing is that? What are you gonna tell everything in the spirit realm when they find out you died from from noxious gas? No! Yep, Dwarven Dynamite, it's happening. I'm heading to the clock room, and I'm gonna drive a stake through the heart of this game. Since I have all the pieces of Vlad, it's gonna open up. I like how it still tolls 12 times even though it's pointing at 6. A heart refresh. Excellent. Alright, just for curiosity's sake, let's see what percentage I'm finishing at here, more or less. Come on, give me that reset, Levin. There we go. Save file ACS. You've had quite a journey today. Let's see where you're at. 185.9. I'm happy with that. I'm personally rather happy with that. For having had very little practice, especially of the inverted castle, I'm okay with that. Here you go. Oh! There's a little more. $20 to get us up to $14.93. Love you too, Contrix and the Trixes. You're an awesome family. So glad to have you all along, sharing with us all of the awesome things all the ups and downs of your lives. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. I don't need to chase the entire area around. All right, it's time, y'all.
You have done well in making it this far. I would expect no less from the son of our master.
So you are the one who is controlling Belmont?
Yes. I am the dark priest called Shaft. This world must be cleansed in the forge of chaos.
Why did you make Belmont lord of this castle?
For centuries, vampire hunters have defeated evil with holy power. But if two vampire hunters were to fight each other...
But Belmont's power is supreme among vampire hunters. None other could defeat him.
Exactly. That's why I removed him as a threat, by making him into lord of this castle.
But your plan has failed.
Has it indeed? We'll see what happens after I destroy your weak human side.
Destroying my human side. Isn't that a Nine Inch Nails song? Or a Disturbed song?
No!
You claim to love the darkness. Go then and dwell there for all eternity.
But my goal is achieved. Count Dracula has come to purify this corrupt world with the searing flames of chaos.
Oh, who topped it off? Who else? Robert Headley! Awesome! We exceeded the goal!
Father.
Aram girl!
Well met, my son. It's been a long time.
I was hoping we would not see each other again. I can't allow you to leave here, Father.
You have ever been the ally of humans. Have you forgotten what they did to your mother?
Think you I would forget such a thing? No, but neither do I seek revenge against them.
Still uttering the same nonsense. No matter. Now is the time to put aside your weak human side and join me in remaking this world!
Dracula, in the name of my mother, I will defeat you again!
Again.
Behold my true form and
Go back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How is it that I've been so defeated?
You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Sarcasm. For what profit is it to a man if he gains the world and loses his own soul? Matthew 16:26, I believe. Tell me, what were Lisa's last words?
She said, do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no harm. For theirs is already a hard lot. She also said to tell you that she would love you for all of eternity.
Lisa, forgive me. Farewell, my son.
So you made it.
Alucard, I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry. 'Tis my fault you had to fight your own father.
Fear not. I had my own reasons for destroying him.
It must have been painful for you.
Indeed. But you must always remember that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
I understand.
Alucard, what will you do now?
The blood that flows in my veins is cursed. 'Twould be best for this world if I were to disappear forever.
I see.
Farewell, then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard?
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
No, it's best this way. I can't ease his torment. Someday, perhaps, we will meet again. And on that day, maybe.
I see.
Let's go. Everyone's waiting for us.
Yes, let's get out of here.
Just like the wind, I've always been drifting high up in a sky that never ends. Through thick and thin, I always win, 'cause I will fight both life and death to save a friend. I face my destiny every day I live, and the best of me is all I have to give. Just like the sun, when my day's done. Sometimes I don't like the person I've become. Is the enemy within or a thousand men? Should I walk the path my words so bad I have? Is someone testing me every day I live? Well, the best in me is all I have to give. I can't pretend. I can't pretend. I am the wind, and I don't know if I will pass this way again. All things must end. Goodbye, my friend. Think of me when you see the sun
Also watch the credits of a movie to show my respect for it. Also, those Marvel movie after credit scenes got me. Yes, indeed. And there we go. Looped back to the title screen. So, yeah, I'm currently setting up the spinning wheel, the really nice wheelofnames.com in order to start selecting the names. Just kind of like I did last time. Let me go for a better song for this. Now I can actually, yeah. Now that I actually have now that I have the benefit of experience on my side, a little bit of wheelofnames.com. So similar to how things went last time around, if you donated into the threshold, even the Retro Tink people, you're all eligible for the gift card drawing. Gonna draw 3 names for the gift cards first. Then will come the Retro Tink mini drawing, and then comes the grand prize, the multi-format, of which Navigator Bowman will find a way to contact you. I have some contact info here as well. Tiltify gave me a nice Excel sheet with donator data that we will use responsibly for the sake of getting prizes out to people. So let me make my way back down here, and let me make sure that Chrome is attached to the right thing. And where are you? Window, wheel of names. There we go. Make sure it's a good size. Cursor and client area. Yes. Yes. So there's that. Let me flip it on and size it appropriately. Oh yeah, you're a bit small. Oh, I see what your deal is. Okay. So let me make sure I move Chrome. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. Move it over. Here we go. So you can see, so when donating, it was an opt-in thing for the prizes, and I at least I hope for anyone who donated that that Tiltify was clear on that if you wanted to be eligible for the drawing, you had to opt into it. So I ended up with actually a pretty short list of names of people who wanted to be considered eligible for a prize. Only 17 people total. So with 5 prizes available, that makes your odds pretty good there. Charity meant more to my wife than we can ever describe. Really appreciate you doing this. Hey, you got it, Contrix. Happy to make sure that the American Cancer Society can keep doing its awesome things for sure. I've lost a couple friends throughout the years to cancer of various kinds. I lost a couple family members as well. It found them. So everyone who donated above the threshold and opted into having a prize: Dr. Chorus, Neurolab, Gravebook, Dwarven Dynamite, Kane, Wing Daddy, Parisa, Itty Bitty Ruby, RHCP327 because they only left an email address behind, Disc Guy, Mirth Turtle, Uber Chip, Unborn Apple, Strictly, Ken Schneider, Grumpy Tomato. If there's, couldn't select when donated, but it doesn't matter. You think I should put contracts in Navigator? You know what? On pure sentiment alone, let's do that for that family as well. So the list is there. These first 3 spins will be for the game cards. Let's increase the spin time a little bit so it feels a bit more random. Gonna not allow duplicates just to make sure that we're clean on that. So got you, Navigator. Contrix is in as an honorary one. Dwarven Dynamite, love you all. Cat Link, Cat Love, yes. So, all right. And I should have the Excel sheet up so I can highlight the winners of the whatever they get. I'm gonna keep this organized, and I'll probably put this in a Google Doc for me and you, Navigator, to work this out even better. All right. Steam card or digital game card number 1. goes to RHCP327. I have your email address. I will find a way to contact you. Thanks for that. Let me highlight it on the list here. I will do a little paint bucket of some nice soothing orange. Save that in. So let's remove you. All right. Gift card number 2. Waiting. Gift card number 2. Looks like we're going to the Sleeping Grumpy Tomato. Gets gift card number 2. He called himself Grumpy Hates Cancer in the dono list. That was really cool of him. No whammies, no whammies. Yeah, it's a wheel of all whammies. So, out with that name. Digital game gift card numero 3. And it's going to... Oh! Looks like Mirth Turtle is a winner again, like he was last time around. Beautiful. Okay, Mirth Turtle marked for the gift cards. Removing his name. All right, 2 prizes left, the big ones. Time to take out the remaining gift card people. So that's everyone from Parisa on down. Everyone else. Dr. Chorus, Neurolab, Gravebook, Dwarven Dynamite, Kane, Wing Daddy, and actually, did I? Wait a second. Okay, yeah, Fart Ripple donated above the threshold, as did the Aram Girl, but did not opt into the prize. Same for quite a few other people, just didn't want to be part of the drawing, and that's fully okay. I still appreciate and love all of your presences and all of your donations. So, it's Retro Tink time. To recap the Retro Tink, next spin is for the Retro Tink Mini. Takes your S-Video and your composite, converts it to beautiful 480p HDMI for a lag-free experience with your modern TV. It will come with an S-Video Nintendo cable as well, so you can rock your Super Nintendo, your N64, and your GameCube with it. It's gonna look gorgeous. Itty Bitty Ruby can attest. She plays her GameCube through a Retro Tink 2X Classic on S-Video, and it looks fantastic. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. But in any case, here comes the Tink Mini. Yeah, converts to 480p, and honestly, that does a good enough job in many cases. We've got Dwarven Dynamite with the Tink Mini. Dwarven Dynamite, we will contact you and make sure. I believe you submitted your shipping info. I'll make sure that comes out in this coming week. So out with that, and now there are just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 names left. Who is getting the Retro Tink 2X multi-format? This absolute monster of a unit has some very awesome filters, accepts component video as well. So if you got a Wii, if you got a PlayStation 2, if you got an OG Xbox, this will play nice with it, because this Retro Tink will even do pass-through of 720p signal. So it's truly going to be among the best. And Navigator is going to ship you some extra cables with it, but this one also comes with an S-Video cable, the heavy-duty S-Video cable from Insurrection Industries. So this is truly a big one right here. Oh yeah, I promise you, a ton of TVs to this day will still support 480p. They really can. Yes, Dwarven Dynamite, you are the winner of the Retro Tink Mini. That's why I was yelling your name. You scored that. Yes, indeed. This is what winning feels like. So whatever retro consoles you have hiding in your house that rock S-Video and composite, plug them right in here, be it your NES, your Super Nintendo, your Genesis, your PlayStation, Saturn. I highly recommend S-Video. So you're getting this little guy here, and it's coming with a Nintendo S-Video cable. So if you've got a Super Nintendo, GameCube, or N64, you can rock that right into your stream if you've got an HDMI capture card. All right. And still, the shuffler shows some of the best music for this, for continuing this. All right. 5 names will enter, but 1 name will leave. Hope everyone's ready. Who gets to claim the RetroTink 2X Pro multi-format? Who's it gonna be? Who is it gonna be? And it just so happens to be my homeboy Wing Daddy as it settles down here. Wing Daddy, I can actually deliver that to him in person, in fact. So I know he's got a couple old consoles, and he's gonna rock that as well. Big love to Wing Daddy. Thanks to everyone who donated. It's been a super, super amazing time. So we're moving that. And then I can come back here, and then I can press the button that I'm meant to press. That button, the button that says it's all over, that we're all wrapped up here. There we go, that's where I want it to be. $1,510 raised for the American Cancer Society, and it's all thanks to you guys for being awesome. And special thanks to my prize sponsor, Mike G, RetroTink himself, for donating these 2 RetroTink devices as prize incentives. It's been a heck of a day and a new longest stream ever, and I'm actually like feeling shockingly good all the same. Like, I did not expect to just, like, I could probably keep streaming, but honestly, why? We accomplished so much, and I should ride into the sunset with my head held high, because it's been an awesome day. And, well, if I'm looking around, well, who else? Well, maybe. Ooh. Incredible run. Hey, RetroTink! Yep, powered through it. It is now the time. And Mrs. RetroTink too! Oh my goodness, yes! Winners for the donated RetroTink devices have been found. Thank you so much for hanging out. An incredible run. Thank you, Mike, so much. It was the guest of honor, I guess I could say, unless some other people from the American Cancer Society snuck in, but yeah, completely. I think I'm gonna go out on a limb here because it's Halloween. We should keep the Halloween vibes going. So, Cat Link is currently deep into a game of Visage right now, and is looking absolutely terrifying in that makeup. So, we're gonna go say hello. She's got a big community. We are not doing a raid call. Just sit back and enjoy the Cat Link for the rest of the night. All of you guys, super awesome. I will see you tomorrow for the Hangover stream. I am going to find a way to finish Okami. Dang it. I'm gonna make it to the end of Okami. I'm gonna figure that out somehow, some way. In any case, good night. Take care. Sleep well. Happy Halloween. Happy Sunday morning. Whatever you got. I'm out.